Family cultivation, I can store my ability to understand. If you enjoy the content on this channel, join me on Patreon to get faster updates and suggest novels you'd like to see. Chapter 551. In the Southwest Sea area of the Infinite Star Sea. Tai Province, Extreme Night Immortal City. Rumble. A heavy door was pushed open. Then, two figures walked into the Immortal Palace one after another. In the center of the palace, an old man with disheveled white hair and dispirited spirit sat cross-legged on a futon. The old man's figure was exceptionally thin, as if he could be blown over by a gust of wind. Zhang Taiyuan walked into the Immortal Palace and his face turned ashen. After a while, he took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal. He slowly walked up to Chen Xianhe. Chen Xianhe. Zhang Taiyuan called out softly, but Chen Xianhe didn't feel anything. Zhang Taiyuan frowned slightly and raised his voice, Chen Xianhe. This time, Chen Xianhe finally sensed something and slowly raised his head. His turbid eyes slowly opened. After a long time, the focus in his eyes finally focused again, and he saw the person clearly. Chen Xianhe smiled. He wanted to say something, but his voice was hoarse. Zhang Taiyuan stepped forward. He gently touched Chen Xianhe's head and a purple light entered his body. Instantly, Chen Xianhe became more energetic. Nascent soul essence. Zhang Chenai gulped and was shocked. He didn't expect the patriarch to value Chen Xianhe so much that he was willing to inject the nascent soul essence into his body. One had to know that the essence of the nascent soul was related to the foundation of a nascent soul cultivator. If too much of it was lost, it would cause the nascent soul cultivator's cultivation to regress, and the consequences would be very serious. Generally speaking, even if it was his own son, a nascent soul cultivator would not easily consume the essence of his nascent soul. Chen Xianhe could finally speak after receiving Zhang Taiyuan's nascent soul essence. Ancestor Zhang, don't waste your energy. I'm at the end of my lifespan and can't be saved with medicine. I know. Of course. Zhang Taiyuan nodded. Whether you die or not has nothing to do with the Zhang family. But the problem is that you cannot die in Taizhu, and certainly not in the Zhang family. Hearing this, Chen Xianhe's face lit up with joy. He grabbed Zhang Taiyuan's sleeve and said excitedly, my nephew won. He won, right? Chen Xianhe mumbled, I knew it. I knew it. He would win. He would win. Ha 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 ha, cough. Zhang Taiyuan's heart twitched when he saw Chen Xianhe's excitement. He was really afraid that the other party would die in the Zhang family. Based on his understanding of Chen Daoxuan, once Chen Xianhe died in the Zhang family, the two sides would really fight to the death. Zhang Taiyuan had once understood Chen Daoxuan in detail. The more he knew about him, the more he feared him. If it wasn't for the Qingwei sect's offer, he really couldn't reject it. Moreover, he knew that the Qingwei sect still had the Tei Divine Water as their trump card. He would never choose to side with them at this moment. Unfortunately, what this world lacked the most was medicine for regret. Let's go. I'll send you back to the Chen family. Don't waste your energy. Chen Xianhe shook his head. Do you think I can handle the fatigue from Taizhu to Kangzhou? Zhang Taiyuan frowned. Indeed, Chen Xianhe's situation was worse than he had imagined. It was really unbelievable that she was still in such a bad state after receiving a mouthful of his nascent soul essence to extend her life. Zhang Taiyuan could feel that Chen Xianhe's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Unless he had a supreme treasure that could purify his spirit, he would never be able to save this man. However, if he had the treasure, he wouldn't have had the chance to save Chen Xianhe. Zhang Taiyuan would have used it to improve his strength. The Zhang family had been developing in a low-key manner for so many years, and Zhang Taiyuan himself was also extremely low-key. The outside world didn't know that Zhang Taiyuan had already become a top perfected lord. It was laughable that true monarch Yuan Chen thought that he didn't kill the other party because he wasn't strong enough. In reality, it was just an act for outsiders to see. Back then, if the Zhang family really wanted to kill Yuan Chen, there was no need for the three nascent souls of the Zhang family to do so. Zhang Taiyuan alone was enough. Zhang Taiyuan looked at Chen He and thought quietly. Bringing the other party to continuously use spatial teleportation to the Chen family of Azure Continent was undoubtedly sending corpses to the Chen family. Even Chen Daolan and Luo Li couldn't withstand the damage caused by the constant teleportation, let alone Chen Xianhe, who was barely breathing. As for sending Chen Xianhe back on the spirit ship, Zhang Taiyuan doubted if Chen Xianhe could hold on until then. From Tai Province's extreme night immortal city to Kang Province's Guang and Prefecture's Shuanghu Island, even if they took the fastest spirit ship, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. However, with Chen Xianhe's condition, he could not last another 10 days or half a month. Even if he continued to inject nascent soul essence into Chen Xianhe, he could only last for 3 days at most. For a moment, Zhang Taiyuan was caught in a dilemma. At the thought of this, he was very dissatisfied with Zhang Chenai's actions. Chen Xianhe was in such poor health, why did he wait until now to inform him? Fortunately, Zhang Chenai did not know what his ancestor was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. Before this, Zhang Taiyuan didn't care about Chen Xianhe's life at all. In his opinion, the Xianqing Dao League had the supreme divine water, so it was highly possible for them to turn the tables. The Zhang family capturing Chen Xianhe was only the first step. When the Xianqing Dao alliance produced an essence soul Dao lord and organized an army to counterattack, the Zhang family would still have to work together to welcome the other party. However, Zhang Taiyuan did not expect the Xianqing Dao alliance to be so disappointing. Even a supreme treasure like the supreme divine water couldn't catch him. Zhang Taiyuan couldn't help but glare at Zhang Chenai beside him. He didn't know if it was to Zhang Chenai or the Xianqing Dao League, but he cursed in a low voice, "What a bunch of trash!" When Zhang Chenai heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground and did not dare to refute. Chen Xianhe was even happier. As a mere qi condensation cultivator, it was a rare thing for him to see a nascent soul in such a sorry state before his death. When Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared again, he had already entered the territory of Taizhu. It was millions of miles away from the Qianyuan sword sex base to Taizhu. The furthest distance that Chen Daoxuan could teleport was only 2,300 miles. In theory, Chen Daoxuan had to teleport more than 1,000 times in a row to reach Taizhu from the Qianyuan sword sect. Even with Chen Daoxuan's cultivation base, he couldn't endure the continuous use of the longest distance teleportation over 1,000 times. It was not that Chen Daoxuan's great Dao realm was insufficient. In fact, with Chen Daoxuan's comprehension of spatial laws, not to mention performing more than 1,000 teleportations, even if he performed 10,000 times or 100,000 times, as long as he had enough dharmic powers, it was not a big problem for him at all. To Chen Daoxuan, the biggest problem was that his physical body was too weak. Every teleportation was not only a test of his great Dao realm, but also a test of his physical body. However, this kind of test was very difficult to offset with Ling armor. Even though his natal spiritual armor could weaken a portion of the spatial pressure, the greater portion of the spatial pressure still affected his body. If one had to compare it, it was somewhat similar to the lightning tribulation, but it was not as extreme as the lightning tribulation, which required one to completely rely on oneself to withstand it. Phew! Whoosh! Phew! Chen Daoxuan looked in the direction of the polar night immortal city. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he teleported towards the city again. Is it funny? Zhang Taiyuan's face turned cold when he saw Chen Xianhe mocking him. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he saw Chen Xianhe, a mere qi condensation cultivator, laughing at him, he could no longer suppress his anger. Cough cough, funny, of course it's funny. Chen Xianhe grinned. I feel very happy when I think about the Zhang family. Humph, do you think Chen Daoxuan can definitely defeat me? Zhang Taiyuan lowered his head and looked at him. Or do you think that the Qianyuan sword sect will destroy the entire Zhang family for a mere refinement stage cultivator like you? Chen Xianhe, you think too highly of yourself and underestimate the Zhang family. If that's the case, why are you still afraid? Chen Xianhe sneered. I'm afraid. Haha. Zhang Taiyuan laughed out loud. Do you think that I, a nascent soul, would be afraid? Do you think Chen Daoxuan can kill me just because he killed a nascent soul of the King Gui sect? Zhang Taiyuan shook his head. You don't know at all. Supreme Immortal and Supreme Immortal are different. Is that so? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in the palace. Then, a figure appeared in front of the three of them. Dao Profound. Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan stood next to Chen Xianhe and waved his hand, sending him into the Grotto Heaven Pagoda. Then, he turned to Zhang Taiyuan and said coldly, Tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 552. In the Immortal Palace. Zhang Taiyuan squinted his eyes when he saw Chen Daoxuan suddenly appear in front of him and put Chen Xianhe into his heavenly abode. Fellow Daoist Chen, long time no see. Zhang Taiyuan smiled as if he didn't hear Chen Daoxuan's provocation. He pointed at the seat where Chen Xianhe had been sitting and smiled. I was having a good chat with Elder Chen when fellow Daoist Chen arrived. What a coincidence. Behind Zhang Taiyuan, Zhang Chenai kept his head lowered. When he heard his ancestors' shameless words, he had the urge to stab his ears. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Taiyuan expressionlessly and sneered, from what Chief Zhang means, I should thank your Zhang family for taking care of my 13th uncle during this period of time. One dare not claim credit, one dare not claim credit. Zhang Taiyuan waved his hand with a smile. Fuck my fucking merit! Chen Daoxuan shouted. He immediately covered his entire body with his natal spiritual armor. Ihen, the laws of water and fire wrapped around his fist and he punched at Zhang Taiyuan. Boom! There was a loud bang. The huge immortal palace was instantly turned into dust by this punch. Zhang Chenai, who was standing not far away from Zhang Taiyuan and Chen Xianhe, was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. He was vaporized by the terrifying shock wave. A dignified late-stage Zifo disciple actually couldn't even block the shockwaves from their exchange. In Extreme Night Immortal City, countless cultivators were scared silly by the explosion of the floating immortal palace in the sky, and they shouted one after another. Nascent souls! Could it be that nascent souls invaded Extreme Night Immortal City? This! I wonder which Supreme Lord it is. Is it Supreme Yuan Chen? He dared to attack Extreme Night Immortal City, wasn't he afraid that old ancestor Zhang would kill him? The high-level cultivators' reactions were not slow either. The moment the floating immortal palace exploded, they flew out of the Polar Night Immortal City as if they were fleeing for their lives. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to watch a battle between nascent souls. As for the low-grade cultivators of the Extreme Night Immortal City, they were in a worse state. High-grade cultivators could still fly, but due to the existence of the Extreme Night Immortal City's flight restriction array, low-grade cultivators could only rely on light body techniques to increase their walking speed. However, with the size of the Extreme Night Immortal City, how long would it take to escape on foot? For a time, Extreme Night Immortal City was in chaos. In the sky, two figures flew out of the ruins of the Immortal Palace. They were Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Taiyuan. Chen Daoxuan was wearing a set of cyan Ling armor. Under the sunlight, the Ling armor reflected a dazzling light. On the other side, Zhang Taiyuan was suffering from Chen Daoxuan's punch that combined the two laws of water and fire. It was especially uncomfortable, especially when Chen Daoxuan's punch was particularly abrupt. Although he had put on the Ling armor at the crucial moment, the injuries he had suffered were not light. Cough cough cough. Zhang Taiyuan coughed violently, and black mist kept spreading out of his body. Chen Daoxuan recognized at a glance that this black mist was the Iru meaning of indestructibility that a nascent soul had fused with his body. It seemed that Zhang Taiyuan had yet to form the indestructible true body. Chen Daoxuan could tell the opponent's physical body realm at a glance. Otherwise, it would not be his body that was emitting black mist, but the indestructible true meaning that had been reformed. You've actually stepped into the level of a top-notch true lord. Zhang Taiyuan pointed at Chen Daoxuan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he knew that Qin Zhan and Chen Daoxuan had snatched the Supreme One Divine Water from the King Gui sect, he did not know the process of snatching it. In his eyes, Chen Daoxuan was just there to do nothing. The main force that was going to snatch the Tai Divine Water was definitely the Sikaming Hall Master. From the looks of it, things were not as simple as he had imagined. But why? Zhang Taiyuan looked incredulous. He looked at Chen Daoxuan and asked in confusion, cough cough, why do you have to painstakingly hide your strength? As if he had thought of something, Zhang Taiyuan said to himself, yes, you are also a cultivator of the family. I think you are the same as me. You don't trust the current leader of the Qianyuan sword sect. After saying that, Zhang Taiyuan smiled. Fellow cultivator Chen, you and I might not necessarily fight to the death. In my opinion, your Chen clan and my Zhang clan share the same interests. I don't think fellow cultivator Chen wants to have a mountain pressing on your head, right? As he spoke, Zhang Taiyuan's injuries had healed. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Taiyuan, who had returned to normal, and roughly judged his strength. This person was stronger than the Yuya Palace Master, but weaker than Yun Kun. After the battle at the King Gui sect, Chen Daoxuan had a vague estimate of his own strength. According to his estimation, when he attacked with all his strength should be slightly higher than Yun Kun's, but overall, they were on the same level. This level of power was basically the most powerful level of power below the world level. Generally speaking, when a nascent soul reached a 50% fusion rate with all three laws, it would choose to break through to the world level. People like Chen Daoxuan, who had a 70% fusion rate of three types of laws, belonged to the minority. In terms of Great Dao laws, he should be much stronger than Yun Kun. However, in terms of cultivation, he was much lower than Yun Kun. Even though he had the support of the 6th grade White Lotus of Fate, this was only the amount of magic power he had. After all, the quality was still quite lacking. Coupled with the lack of physical body realm, Chen Daoxuan's strength was only on par with Yun Kun's. But who was Yun Kun? He was the second strongest cultivator of the King Gui sect and the top 3 of the Xianqing Dao League. Chen Daoxuan was on par with a supreme expert like this. It could be said that he was on par with Qin Zhan before he broke through to the world level. Chapter 553. With his strength, it was not a problem for him to kill Zhang Taiyuan on the spot. In fact, with Chen Daoxuan's strength, it was not impossible to kill Zhang Taiyuan, but the prerequisite was that Zhang Taiyuan did not run away. This was because Zhang Taiyuan, like Chen Daoxuan, was also proficient in the law of space. Moreover, his opponent's divine sense was stronger than Chen Daoxuan's, and his teleportation distance was also much further than Chen Daoxuan's. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, Zhang Taiyuan thought that his words had moved him, so he continued to persuade him. Outsiders people say that Qin Zhan is a peerless genius of the Qianyuan sword sect, but in my opinion, you have much greater potential than him. As long as you join our faction, with your potential, you will definitely become the leader of our faction in the future. Your camp. Chen Daoxuan sneered, Third Elder Yeyun's camp. That's right. Zhang Taiyuan nodded and said, however, it's not Yeyun's camp, but the camp of the family cultivators. Fei Qingxiu has gone against the rules and supported rogue cultivators. She has ignored the interests of the cultivators in the family and allowed this woman to be the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect. The cultivators in my family will be worse and worse in the future. I'm sure you've seen the war with the Xianqing Dao Alliance. The itinerant cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea have become powerful. If the cultivators of our family don't unite and resist, we won't have a place to stand in the future. After all, how can the number of cultivators in our clan compare to the huge number of rogue cultivators? Chen Daoxuan could tell that Zhang Taiyuan was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, he was still unmoved. He had never cared about the clan cultivators or rogue cultivators. All he cared about was the Chen clan cultivators. As for the cultivators of other families, itinerant cultivators, and even the disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect, they were all the same in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. After saying this, Zhang Taiyuan had been paying attention to Chen Daoxuan's expression. He found that there was no change in Chen Daoxuan's expression. Gradually, Zhang Taiyuan's heart sank. Fine. He sighed. Looks like I can't let you live today. In Fei Qingxiu's camp, there was already a person with heaven-defying strength and potential like Qin Zhan. In addition, there was an even more terrifying existence like Chen Daoxuan. Their clan's cultivator camp might as well not play around. He should just surrender to Fei Qingxiu and the others. However, how could Zhang Taiyuan accept this? In the next moment, Zhang Taiyuan waved his hand and took out a set of array discs from his storage ring, then threw them into the sky. The formation plate spun and flew into the sky. Then, an inverted bowl-shaped light curtain covered the entire sky. Chen Daoxuan looked around. The area covered by the array light curtain wasn't large, only about 100 miles in diameter. As for the extreme night immortal city below, it was deliberately isolated by Zhang Taiyuan. Presumably, this Zhang family patriarch did not want his Zhang family's lair to be destroyed just like that. Tier 7 formation disc. Zhang Taiyuan, you really surprised me. Logically speaking, a level 7 magic tool should be a treasure used by a heavenly venerate. Although he was not surprised that the Zhang family had a few level 6 magic tools, he did not think that a level 7 magic tool would appear in the hands of the Zhang family. It could be said that even a large sect like the King Gui sect might not have such a thing. The Qianyuan sword sect had pure Yang celestial devices because of their ancestors. Apart from that, the Qianyuan sword sect didn't even have a 7th order celestial device. From this, it could be seen how precious a 7th grade magical equipment was. Although Chen Daoxuan had a component of a 7th-tier magic tool, the Tianji Talisman, it was only one of the components of a set of 7th-tier magic tools. A mere Tianji Talisman was not a 7th-tier magic tool. However, what Zhang Taiyuan took out was a complete grade 7 array disc. This couldn't help but make Chen Daoxuan wonder where the other party's 7th-tier magic tool came from. Chen Daoxuan would be the first to not believe that the King Gui sect had given it to the Zhang family. If the King Gui sect had such a treasure, they would have placed it on the Taiyai Celestial Pond a long time ago. It could be foreseen that if the King Gui sect used a level 7 formation to seal the Taiyai Celestial Pond, Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan might not be able to obtain the Taiyai Divine Water. At most, they could only rely on the power of the Emperor Yu's bell to destroy the Taiyai Celestial Pond. This formation is called the Sumi 9 Palace Formation. Please have a taste, fellow Daoist. Zhang Taiyuan said with a smile. As a 6th-tier array master, although Chen Daoxuan could not see the flaws of this array, he could faintly sense that this array was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of the Zhang family's spirit vein. In other words, Zhang Taiyuan didn't need to expend his own magic power to activate the formation. In this way, Zhang Taiyuan would be able to exert the power of the formation to a greater extent. Sumi 9 Palace Formation, in other words, this was a spatial array formation. Chen Daoxuan looked at the array and then looked at Zhang Taiyuan. I just don't understand why fellow Daoist Zhang locked both of us in this array. Because only in this way can one maximize the power of this array. Enough chit-chat, die. Zhang Taiyuan's expression was cold. A flag appeared in his hand and he waved it fiercely. In the next moment, countless space blades slashed toward Chen Daoxuan. With Chen Daoxuan's attainments in spatial laws, he could tell at a glance that this was a technique that only high-stage spatial laws had, spatial strangulation. However, compared to the spatial strangulation performed by cultivators, the spatial strangulation was extremely powerful. The range and power of the spatial strangulation in the Sumi 9 Palaces formation had increased by a level, and the frequency of the strangulation was even more terrifying than that of a nascent soul's. Seeing the sharp space blades constantly slashing at Chen Daoxuan's natal spiritual armor and forcing him to retreat, Zhang Taiyuan laughed wildly. Chen Daoxuan, how does the Sumi 9 Palace formation taste? Each of these space blades is close to the attack power of a top true lord. Let's see how long you can last with so many of them. Unfortunately, this Sumi 9 palatial array has 9 types of attacks. Now, you can only taste this one. Zhang Taiyuan saw that Chen Daoxuan had been able to withstand the Sumi 9 Palace formation for such a long time, so he immediately determined the grade of his natal spiritual armor. So what if it was a 6th-tier superior grade Ling armor? Let's see how long you can last with so many space blades. Zhang Taiyuan thought to himself. In front of Chen Daoxuan, the 3 types of nomological laws revolved continuously, either turning into shields or sharp swords, constantly blocking the attacks of the space blades. Otherwise, if he relied solely on his natal spiritual armor, he would be broken by the endless space blades sooner or later. Chen Daoxuan blocked the attack while saying, "It's not that you're only letting me taste one, but that your Zhang family's spirit vein can't support this array formation, right?" Zhang Taiyuan's expression froze. "Humph, let's see how long you can be stubborn." After saying that, the space blades' attacks became even more violent. Below, countless spiritual chi was drawn into the sky by the array disk, forming a spiritual chi pillar between the array disk in the sky and the underground spiritual vein. Die! Zhang Taiyuan's face flushed red as he watched Chen Daoxuan struggling to hold on. This was the Zhang family's trump card. Other than him, no other cultivator in the Zhang family knew about it, including the other 2 nascent souls of the Zhang family. The so-called trump card was when no one knew about it, it could be used to its greatest effect at the critical moment. If Chen Daoxuan knew that the Zhang family had tier 7 array discs, he definitely would not be so stubborn as to directly rush into the Zhang family's main camp. However, he was not unprepared. Outside the 9 Palace instant formation, a late-stage Zifu disciple dressed in a black robe was staring up into the sky with a burning gaze. This person was the avatar that Chen Xian had left in the extreme night immortal city before he rushed into the Zhang family's immortal palace. The strength of this clone of his was so great that it was difficult to use logic to measure it. But at this moment, this avatar was the key to Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough. Now, the members of the Zhang family were staring blankly at Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Taiyuan, who were enveloped by the light curtain of the array. They didn't know how the battle between the patriarch and the unfamiliar perfected cultivator was going. The Zhang family only saw that their spirit vein was being continuously extracted by an unfamiliar formation. Zhang Taihao was another nascent soul cultivator of the Zhang family. Usually, the Zhang family only had Zhang Taiyuan and Zhang Taihao. The battle between Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Taiyuan happened too quickly. It was so fast that Zhang Taihao, who was in seclusion, saw the semi-9 palace formation envelop the entire floating celestial mountain of the Zhang family. Moreover, he was sure that this array was not the Zhang family's array. Since it wasn't the Zhang family's formation, then it must have been set up by the enemy. Thinking of this, Zhang Taihao looked at the spiritual energy pillar in the air and had some thoughts in his heart. He flew into the air and his divine sense enveloped the entire immortal city. He said to all the cultivators through divine sense transmission, "Are there any formation masters above tier 4 present?" Chapter 554. He heard the sound transmission from the sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Zhang Taihao. Then, he thought of something and his facial muscles squirmed, turning into a middle-aged cultivator. Originally, he had wanted to take the risk to cast a formation to block the supply of spiritual energy to the semi-9 palace formation. Now, it seemed that he did not have to take the risk. The black-robed clone flashed and arrived at the gathering place of the Zhang family cultivators in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the Polar Night Immortal City, many high-level array masters who heard Zhang Taihao's divine sense voice transmission flew over. Now that extreme Night Immortal City was invaded by a strong enemy, as Tai Zhou cultivators, they should fight together with the Zhang family. It had to be said that although the Zhang family controlled the world in Tai province, their reputation among the itinerant cultivators was much better than the Ye family in Kang province. Zhang Taihao had only sent a voice transmission to the entire city, but he could get so many high-level array masters to respond. This was evident. Zhang Taihao watched as streaks of light flew toward him. Among them were the cultivators of the Zhang family and the itinerant cultivators from the outside world. Seeing this, Zhang Taihao, a dignified nascent soul, actually bowed to everyone and said sincerely, "We'll never forget the kindness of all the masters who helped my Zhang family in times of danger." Seeing that Zhang Taihao, a dignified nascent soul perfected lord, had actually treated all the cultivators with such courtesy, all the cultivators present felt a great honor. True Lord Zhang is too serious. Extreme Night Immortal City is the largest immortal city in Tai State, how can we allow others to invade? That's right. Fellow deist, you're right. How can our Tai State cultivators be bullied by cultivators from the outside world? Everyone was talking at once, denouncing this unfamiliar true monarch who invaded Extreme Night Immortal City. Usually, they would not even dare to breathe loudly when they encountered a nascent soul. However, now that they were following the Zhang family and could criticize a nascent soul, they could not help but feel that a perfected cultivator was nothing more than this. In the crowd, Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone quietly watched the furious scene in front of him. Seeing Zhang Taihao stretch out his hand to press down, the voices of the cultivators gradually quieted down. "Masters!" Zhang Taihao looked at the crowd. "You all saw it too. That thief is using an array to extract the spiritual energy of our Zhang family's spirit vein to attack our Zhang family patriarch. Such an extremely rampant behavior, our extreme Night Immortal City will not tolerate it. Therefore, one implore all of you to work together to cast the spirit sealing formation and block the supply of spiritual energy from the spirit vein to this formation." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. After a while, a low-grade tier 5 array master stood out. When everyone saw this thin, green-robed, sage-like tier 5 array master, they all made way for him and cupped their hands in greeting. "Master Qi! Greetings, Master Qi! Master Qi!" Amidst everyone's respectful greetings, Master Qi flew in front of Zhang Taihao and cupped his hands. "True Monarch Zhang, I can see that this formation is of a very high grade. I'm afraid that an ordinary spirit sealing formation won't be able to work." Hearing this, Zhang Taihao's brows were tightly knitted. He had just transmitted his voice to the entire city. The main purpose was actually to seek help from the few 1-year 5 array masters. This array master surnamed Qi was one of them. "Master Qi, is there nothing you can do with your array formation skills? It's difficult." Master Qi shook his head. The grade of this array formation in the sky was at least tier 6 and above. To block the transmission of spiritual energy, it had to be at least a tier 6 spirit sealing array. Not to mention whether I can set up a tier 6 spirit sealing array, one don't even Have the array disk for it. Master Qi said with a bitter smile. Tier 6 Spirit Sealing Grand Array. When Zhang Taihao heard this, his brows furrowed tightly. His Zhang family indeed had Tier 6 array discs, but these array discs did not have a Tier 6 Spirit Sealing Grand Array. Just as he was at his wit's end, Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone stood out. He took out an array disc and a set of array flags from his storage ring and said, True Monarch Zhang, fellow cultivators, please take a look. Tier 6 Spirit Sealing Grand Array. Let me see. I've never seen Tier 6 array formations before. It's a Tier 6 Spirit Sealing formation. I've seen this formation in Yuzhou before. Amidst everyone's chatter, Zhang Taihao's brows immediately relaxed, and his face was filled with surprise. Thank you for your help, Master. He looked at Chen Daoxuan's face and found it a little unfamiliar. May I ask what is your name, Master? My surname is Chen. Chen. Zhang Taihao felt that it was a little strange, but he did not think too much about it for a moment. There were many people with the surname Chen in the Infinite Star Sea, not just the Chen family in Kangzhou. Moreover, the person in front of him was obviously a rogue cultivator. Grand Lord Zhang, setting up a Tier 6 formation isn't easy. We shouldn't delay. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taihao suddenly woke up. He cupped his hands and said, Grandmaster is right. Then, he looked at everyone. Please help Master Chen set up this array. After we destroy the enemy, the Zhang family will definitely thank you. When the cultivators heard this, they were so excited that it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. We will obey True Monarch Jiang's decree. We will spare no effort. Count me in too. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 7 5th-tier array masters flew out first. Among them, 3 were from the Zhang family, and 4 were itinerant cultivators. They all flew towards Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone. The black-robed clone was not stingy either. He distributed the array flags and array formation jade slips to the 7 Tier 5 array formation masters and said, Please lend me a hand. Chapter 555. Master Qi took the array flags and jade slips from Chen Daoxuan and smiled. Fellow Daoist Chen, you're welcome. The other 6 array masters also nodded at Chen Daoxuan's black-robed avatar. Then, they each selected a group of people from the many Tier 4 array masters and flew toward the Zhang family's main spirit vein. When the black-robed clone saw this, he also specially selected a group of Tier 4 array masters from the Zhang family and flew in the direction of the main spirit vein. Floating Immortal Island, inside the light screen of the Sumi 9 Palaces formation. Zhang Taiyuan laughed heartily as he watched Chen Daoxuan being drowned by space blades. Chen Daoxuan, you probably didn't expect a genius like you to die in my hands, did you? Zhang Taiyuan seemed to have won. His disguise had completely disappeared. I'm telling you that the most important thing in the immortal cultivation world is to be cautious. You're too sharp. I know your background like the back of my hand. Even if I'm wrong about your strength, it won't affect me from killing you in the end. What about you? Other than knowing that I'm the Zhang family patriarch, how much do you know about me? Therefore, you will die today. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was still holding the line of defense, Zhang Taiyuan couldn't help but feel anxious. He began to use all kinds of trash talk to attack Chen Daoxuan's confidence and make him make mistakes in defense. One had to know that in the face of the storm-like spatial strangulation attack, any negligence on Chen Daoxuan's part could cause the entire defense line to collapse. And just relying on Tier 6 Ling armor, it was unable to block so many spatial strangulation attacks. Perhaps a space blade would cause little damage to Chen Daoxuan, who was wearing a 6th grade Ling armor, but the accumulated attack of countless space blades would definitely cause fatal damage to him. This was also the terrifying aspect of the 9 Palace formation. Moreover, Zhang Taiyuan's cultivation wasn't high enough to display more of the mysteries of the 9 Palaces formation. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't be facing just the attack of the space blade. Chen Daoxuan controlled the 3 laws to resist the fierce attack while turning a deaf ear to Zhang Taiyuan's psychological attack. Zhang Taiyuan would never have thought that the trump card that he had prepared would be the last straw that would kill him. Otherwise, with Zhang Taiyuan's strength, even if Chen Daoxuan could defeat him, it would be difficult for him to kill him. Under the countless spatial strangulation attacks, Chen Daoxuan could only block and dodge. As for teleporting to dodge, it was simply courting death. At this moment, within the range of the 9 palatial array, the space was like a piece of paper that was extremely wrinkled. Forget about using spatial teleportation, even controlling the spatial laws became extremely difficult for Chen Daoxuan. Zhang Taiyuan's words struck Chen Daoxuan for a while. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was unmoved, Zhang Taiyuan sneered and focused on controlling the array, no longer harassing him with words. He knew that with Chen Daoxuan's tenacious Dao heart, he would not be swayed by his words. The Zhang family's spirit vein. Chen Daoxuan's black-robed avatar raised his head. While looking at the spiritual energy pillar that soared into the sky, he ordered the cultivators of the Zhang family to set up array flags. It was quite difficult to set up a Tier 6 array formation, especially to cut off the spiritual energy supply of a Tier 7 array formation like the Nine Palaces formation. Fortunately, Zhang Taiyuan's array master's level and cultivation were not high, so he could not exert the full power of the Nine Palaces array. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would not have been able to cut off the supply of spiritual qi. But now, a cultivator of the Chen generation of the Zhang family flew over to Chen Daoxuan excitedly and reported, "Master Chen, the formation flags have been set up." After a while, the other 7 Tier 5 array masters also rushed over and cupped their hands towards Chen Daoxuan/fellow Daoist Chen. "I'm glad I didn't fail you. Master Chen, the array flags are ready." "Master Chen, I'm done too." Fellow Daoist Chen. Seeing that the many array masters had worked together to finally set up this 6th tier spirit sealing array in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. "All right, thank you for your hard work." At this moment, Zhang Taihao also flew over and cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan's black-robed avatar. "Thank you for your hard work, Master Chen and the other masters. Master Chen, please cut off the supply of spiritual energy quickly." "Good." The black-robed clone nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the clone took out the formation disc in his hand. This set of Tier 6 Spirit Sealing Grand Array was one of the hands-on works of his main body after breaking through to Tier 6 Array Formation Master. He did not expect that it actually displayed great use at this time. The black-robed clone held the array plate and made a hand seal. He shouted, "Spirit Sealing Formation. Rise!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Zhang family's head spiritual vein was raised, and rays of light burst out from the various array flags. Then, these rays of light connected into one and finally gathered on the array disc in Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone's hand. The moment all the light gathered, the spiritual energy pillar of the Zhang family's spirit vein was instantly cut off. "That's great! It's a success!" Seeing this, Zhang Taihao's eyes revealed a touch of excitement. He raised his head and looked at the 9 palace formation that isolated everything in the sky. He secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that his actions would help the clan leader. As the third most powerful member of the Zhang clan, Zhang Taihao knew that his elder brother's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator. "It should be, will he be all right?" Zhang Taihao said silently. "Impossible." Zhang Taiyuan looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had lasted for the time for an incense stick to burn, in disbelief. Chapter 556. One had to know that during this period of time, the space blades in the 9 palaces formation had never stopped. Although these space blades weren't at the level of a top-tier true lord, they were still comparable to the attacks of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. In other words, Chen Daoxuan actually withstood the siege of a group of late nascent soul cultivators for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Zhang Taiyuan could clearly see that Chen Daoxuan had to endure at least a dozen space blades every second. He was actually able to block the attacks of more than 10 late nascent soul cultivators for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Zhang Taiyuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could his magic power be so strong? This was a late-stage Aurus core cultivator. "Die! I want you dead!" Zhang Taiyuan went completely crazy. He knew that Chen Daoxuan had to die today. Otherwise, he and the Zhang family would be the next to be destroyed. "Ha, you want me to die?" Chen Daoxuan, who had been silent all this while, transmitted his voice. "Zhang Taiyuan, I suggest you take a look down there first." "Childish methods." Zhang Taiyuan sneered and remained unmoved. But soon, the light screen of the 9 palaces formation shook violently, and only 3 space blades were left. What happened? Zhang Taiyuan frowned. Then, he couldn't help looking down. However, what he saw next almost made Zhang Taiyuan so angry that he died on the spot. "Who sealed the main spirit vein of our Zhang family? Who is it?" Zhang Taiyuan went completely crazy as he watched the spiritual energy column gradually become thinner and disappear. In a flash, the 9 palatial array lost its energy supply. Not to mention maintaining the offensive, the array was already of a high enough grade to be able to keep the light curtain around it from dissipating. At this moment, in a flash, the 9 palaces formation not only lost all of its offensive methods, but also became a cage. Wait! Cage? Just as Zhang Taiyuan thought of something, he quickly made a hand seal to cancel the array. However, what welcomed him was a huge golden sword. Boom! An attack that was several times more terrifying than the previous one sent Zhang Taiyuan's tiny figure flying. Moreover, a small black hole slowly appeared at the spot where he was attacked. Bang! Zhang Taiyuan's body crashed into the light curtain of the 9 palaces formation and bounced off. However, Chen Daoxuan did not give the other party the slightest chance to catch his breath. Under the guidance of the Tiangang sword array and the power of his will, the water and fire laws instantly fused. Chen Daoxuan had tried it before. With his current Great Dao realm, the offensive power of the fusion of the 3 nomological laws was the strongest, followed by the water and fire nomological laws, followed by the air and fire nomological laws. The weakest power was the fusion of the air and water nomological laws. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan displayed his second strongest attack. The reason why he didn't fuse the 3 types of laws was that he couldn't fuse the 3 types of laws 100%. Due to the existence of the repulsive force, there would be a slight delay before he launched an attack. However, it was obvious that Chen Daoxuan did not intend to give Zhang Taiyuan a chance to catch his breath. Boom! 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 Zhang Taiyuan's figure was nailed to the light curtain of the 9 palaces formation. Before his figure was bounced off the light curtain, another attack landed on him. Zhang Taiyuan was completely dumbfounded by the continuous attacks. In the beginning, he could still rely on his superior grade 5th level spiritual armor and his strong physical cultivation to resist, but soon, Zhang Taiyuan found that he could not hold on any longer. What was even more despairing was that the area of the 9 palaces formation was too small, and the space was completely disturbed. Zhang Taiyuan couldn't even teleport and escape. Zhang Taiyuan had never expected that his so-called trump card would turn out to be the grave he had dug for himself. Chapter 557. Boom! 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 The flying swords formed by the laws of water and fire kept striking Zhang Taiyuan's body, nailing him to the light curtain of the array formation, rendering him immobile. With Chen Daoxuan's relentless attacks, the laws surrounding Zhang Taiyuan's black spiritual armor gradually couldn't hold on. In the end, the nomological patterns on the Ling armor were directly blasted away by Chen Daoxuan's flying sword, leaving his natal Ling armor completely exposed. Humph! Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly. His hand movements did not slow down at all. Water, fire, air, water, air, fire, the 3 integrated nomological laws took turns to bombard Zhang Taiyuan. In an instant, Zhang Taiyuan's 5th grade Ling armor was completely shattered. A high-grade level 5 spirit armor that was indestructible in the eyes of ordinary nascent souls was nothing to a top-perfected lord who had 100% fusion of 2 nomological laws. The slender immortal sword continued to pierce through Zhang Taiyuan's body, forcing the true meaning of indestructibility out of his body. In less than 10 breaths, Zhang Taiyuan's position was covered in black mist. The black mist was the true meaning of indestructibility that had escaped from Zhang Taiyuan's body. Just when Zhang Taiyuan thought that he was going to die, the 9 palaces formation lost the support of the spiritual qi from the spiritual vein of the Zhang family, and the light curtain of the formation finally couldn't hold on. Seeing the light curtain slowly dissipating, Zhang Taiyuan seemed to be grasping at the last straw. He laughed wildly and said, "Haha, Chen Daoxuan, you can't kill me." Of course, Chen Daoxuan, who had been attacking, also noticed the situation of the light curtain. With a wave of his hand, a star map instantly unfolded, enveloping an area of several thousand miles. Then, a terrifying pressure pressed down on Zhang Taiyuan's body. Not only that, Chen Daoxuan also used the space cage to trap Zhang Taiyuan. Stellar Sword Dao Diagram. Space Cage. Suppress. Chen Daoxuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Zhang Taiyuan, you must die today. Zhang Taiyuan seemed to have felt the despair of being confined to the same place and unable to move. He also seemed to be intimidated by Chen Daoxuan's terrifying aura. At this moment, Zhang Taiyuan was stunned. Just as he was in a daze, a huge golden sword slowly took shape in front of Chen Daoxuan. Then, the giant golden sword cut through the sky and the black fog, slashing at Zhang Taiyuan's body. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and a terrifying shock wave spread out crazily. Even with the suppression of the stellar sword Dao diagram, the floating islands in this area were still ground into dust. Countless cultivators of the Zhang family on the floating immortal island had died. However, the war between high-level cultivators was so cruel. It was easy for low-level cultivators to encounter a situation where immortals fought and mortals suffered. Fortunately, with the star sword Dao diagram and the spatial cage's double suppression, the golden sword's damage to space was not too great. The black hole only appeared for a moment before it was completely repaired. It did not cause any more damage. Below, Zhang Taihao originally saw the array light screen dissipate and his clan leader laughed. He had thought that he had acted in time to help his clan leader, but the next scene made him completely collapse. Damn it, I was so close. Zhang Taihao deeply blamed himself. Even though the light curtain had only dissipated for a moment, he could still see what was happening inside. Chen Daoxuan had already forced the Zhang family patriarch into a desperate situation. The disappearance of the array formation light curtain meant that he had survived the desperate situation. Unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. Chen Daoxuan. Zhang Taihao's escape light flashed as he soared straight up and rushed toward Chen Daoxuan crazily. But in the next moment, sword light flashed in the sky. Zhang Taihao fell to the ground at an even faster speed, finally smashing a huge sinkhole in the extreme night immortal city. Cough cough cough. Zhang Taihao stood up shakily from the sinkhole, his eyes filled with fear. You, how can you have such strength? You're clearly only at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Chen Daoxuan slowly descended and hovered above everyone's heads. He first glanced at the cultivators of the extreme night immortal city. When the cultivators met Chen Daoxuan's gaze, they lowered their heads one after another. No one dared to look him in the eye. Finally, Chen Daoxuan cast his gaze on Zhang Taihao. Zhang Taiyuan has been executed. The matter of your Zhang family kidnapping the Chen family's patriarch has come to an end. He paused for a moment. Of course, if your Zhang family is not satisfied, you can come to Keng Prefecture to find me at any time. I'll be waiting for your Zhang family's arrival. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhang Taihao gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. However, he did not dare to resist. If Zhang Taihao was alone, he would fight Chen Daoxuan even if he had to die today. However, Zhang Taihao still had the huge Zhang family and countless clansmen behind him. He had to swallow his anger. Zhang Taihao took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan. Zhang Taiyuan kidnapped the Chen clan leader without permission. Our Zhang clan doesn't know about this. At this time, the Infinite Star Sea is in the midst of a war with the Xianqing Dao Alliance. I hope this matter will not affect the unity of our two families. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Chen Daoxuan's face. This person, he really could endure it. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan said quietly, in that case, I won't disturb fellow Daoist Jiang's funeral. Farewell. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan's figure instantly disappeared. Seeing Chen Daoxuan leave, the cultivators finally dared to breathe. Chen Daoxuan hovering above everyone's heads just now, the pressure he caused to everyone was really too great. Chapter 558. It was hard to imagine that this was the power of a late-stage Aurus Core cultivator. Seeing this scene, many of the cultivators in the extreme night immortal city had other thoughts. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that the Zhang family and the Chen family had formed a deadly feud. However, considering the overall situation of the war between the Infinite Star Sea and the Xianqing Dao Alliance, the Chen family didn't kill the Zhang family completely. Otherwise, before the war between the Infinite Star Sea and the mysterious Pure Dao Alliance was over, the Infinite Star Sea would be in chaos. Although Qin Zhan had said that Chen Daoxuan would be in charge of the Zhang family, Chen Daoxuan had to give the Qian Yuan sword sect some face. After all, whether it was his Chen family or himself, they were far from being able to compete with the Qian Yuan sword sect. He watched Chen Daoxuan leave. Zhang Taihao put away the respectful expression on his face and his eyes flickered with a cold light. After a long while, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. When the other itinerant array masters saw that Zhang Taihao's expression was not right, they bade him farewell one after another. As a result, they did not dare to mention the reward promised by the Zhang family. When Chen Daoxuan's black-robed avatar also asked him to leave, Zhang Taiyuan suddenly said, Master Chen, please wait. The black-robed clone stopped in his tracks and frowned. Does Senior Immortal have any other instructions? Hearing this, Zhang Taihao sighed. I can see that Master Chen has done his best today. My brother died because of bad luck. Zhang Taihao felt extremely aggrieved when he thought about how Zhang Taiyuan had escaped from the array light curtain and was still killed by Chen Daoxuan in the end. Otherwise, with his clan brother's attainments in spatial laws, even if he couldn't beat Chen Daoxuan, escaping would be no problem. Senior Immortal, if you have something to say, please say it. Alright, Master Chen is straightforward. Zhang Taihao paused. I want to hire Master Chen as the guest of my Chen family. What do you think? Honored guest? Chen Daoxuan's black-robed clone frowned. Master Chen, don't reject me just yet. As Zhang Taihao spoke, he handed over a jade slip. This is the condition that the Zhang family has offered for Master Chen to be a guest. Please take a look. After this battle, the greatest pillar of the Zhang family fell, and the Zhang family immediately fell into a precarious situation. As one of the two remaining nascent souls of the Zhang family, Zhang Taihao had no choice but to consider the Zhang family's future. Zhang Taihao knew that fighting the Chen family head-on was a dead end. With only Chen Daoxuan in the Chen family, the Zhang family was unstoppable. Although he had fought with Chen Daoxuan briefly just now, Zhang Taihao could sense that Chen Daoxuan might not even be able to use 1/10 of his strength. He had a premonition that if the other party attacked with full force, he would probably be instantly killed by Chen Daoxuan. The gap between the two sides was so huge. Now, the two nascent souls of the Zhang family were only at the mid-stage nascent soul realm, and their great Dao realms were not much different. This kind of strength was mediocre among the nascent soul cultivators and could not compete with a top perfected cultivator like Chen Daoxuan. Although Zhang Taihao's strength was not considered powerful, his vision was still very accurate. He knew that for a long time, the Zhang family would live under the shadow of the Chen family. The high-level defensive array formation was the biggest guarantee of survival for the Zhang family cultivators. This battle also allowed Zhang Taihao to see the use of high-level array formations in a battle between nascent soul cultivators. Although Zhang Taihao did not pin his hopes on defeating Chen Daoxuan with the help of a high-level array formation, he still thought of using a high-level defensive array formation to protect himself. As for the candidate to set up the 6th-tier defensive array, Zhang Taihao naturally leaned toward Master Chen, who had just broken the 9 Palaces array. The black-robed clone took the jade slip from Zhang Taihao and quickly scanned it with his divine sense. 1. I really can't refuse the Zhang family's offer. Good, good, good. With Master Chen joining us, our Zhang family will definitely be as stable as Mount Tai. Hearing this, Zhang Taihao was overjoyed. It was worth it for him to pay for it. The jade slip he had just given was not for the treatment of the Zhang family's foreign elder, but for the salary that he, Zhang Taihao, had received from the Zhang family. But for this tier 5 or even tier 6 array formation master in front of him, Zhang Taihao felt that it was very worth it. On an island thousands of miles away from Extreme Night Immortal City, Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared on the island. Chen Daoxuan couldn't be bothered to examine the island's environment. He sat cross-legged and took out a small pagoda with cracks all over its surface. It seemed that this Eden Dharmic treasure he had obtained from the source world of true immortals was already on the verge of being scrapped. Chen Daoxuan couldn't care less about this. His figure flashed and he flew into the small tower's grotto heaven. Inside the paradise, a skinny old man was sitting in a thatched cottage in the valley. This old man was Chen Daoxuan's 13th uncle, Chen Xianhe. Looking at Chen Xianhe, who was about to die, Chen Daoxuan took 2 or 3 steps forward and immediately knelt in front of him. His eyes were red as he said, 13th uncle, Daoxian is late. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's voice, Chen Xianhe's spirits were lifted slightly, and a smile appeared on his withered face. He gently patted Chen Daoxuan's hand and said in a hoarse voice, late, not too late. To be able to see you before you pass away, my heart is very comforted. Not too. Chen Daoxuan seemed to recall something and immediately took out a black pearl-like Tei divine water from his storage ring. He said happily, 13th uncle, don't be discouraged. What do you think this is? This is... Chen Xianhe's cloudy eyes revealed a trace of confusion. This item is called the Tei divine water. It can help cultivators cleanse their souls. With this item, it will definitely help 13th uncle wash away the decaying aura in your soul and successfully establish your foundation. Foundation establishment. When Chen Xianhe heard this word before he passed away, he felt like he was dreaming. Since ancient times, how many people had broken through their cultivation and extended their lifespan before they passed away? Even if there were such cultivators, they could be counted on one hand. Chen Daoxuan couldn't care less about Chen Xianhe's thoughts and took out all the foundation establishment outfits of the Chen family cultivators. 13th uncle, these are foundation establishment pills, and these are vitality pills that replenish qi and blood. And this is the white lotus of fate that qi condensation cultivators of the Chen clan used to build their foundation. Chen Xianhe looked at the white lotus of fate in Chen Daoxuan's hand and couldn't help but gently stroke it. As the clan leader of the Chen clan, Chen Xianhe naturally knew about the white lotus of fate, a treasure that had helped countless cultivators of the Chen clan build their foundation. However, can I really build my foundation? Chen Xianhe was both happy and terrified. No one was not afraid of death, not even Chen Xianhe, who was already prepared. However, compared to death, Chen Xianhe was more afraid of despair. Ever since he escaped from the southern mountain city with the help of his brothers, Chen Xianhe had fallen into despair. After that, the Chen family was in turmoil, and Chen Xianhe lived in despair almost every day. However, he was the clan leader of Chen clan. He couldn't show any despair in front of his clansmen. He had to endure and bear it, and paint a picture of how bright and hopeful the future of his family was to his clansmen. Until Chen Daoxuan's appearance. Chen Daoxuan's appearance made Chen Xianhe feel that the Chen family had hope for the first time. After that, Chen Daoxuan developed the Chen family step by step and brought the Chen family to the position of the number 1 family in Kang Prefecture. At this point, Chen Xianhe felt that he had no regrets in this life. Of course, it could not be said that he had no regrets. After all, Chen Xianhe was also an immortal cultivator. Since he was a cultivator, it was impossible for him not to pursue the great Dao. However, Chen Xianhe had dedicated his entire life to his family, so he could not help but feel a little regretful when he died. But Chen Daoxuan told him at this moment that he still had the possibility of reaching the foundation establishment stage. How could Chen Xianhe not feel terrified? Trembling, he took the supreme divine water from Chen Daoxuan's hands and raised his head. Can you really build your foundation? He can really build his foundation. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. Good. 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 Chen Xianhe cried tears of joy. 13th uncle, Dao Xian will protect you. 13th uncle, please build your foundation here. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan took out a large number of spirit stones from his storage ring. With a slight vibration of his mana, the spirit stones disintegrated in an instant. Countless spiritual qi swarmed out and instantly filled the cave. If other cultivators saw Chen Daoxuan's prodigal behavior, they would probably curse. But Chen Daoxuan didn't care at all. For Chen Xianhe's foundation establishment, he even took out the supreme divine water that helped nascent soul cultivators break through to the primordial soul stage. What was a few spirit stones? Chapter 559. Infinite Star Sea, Qian Yuan Sword Sect. In front of the space teleportation array, Fei Qingxiu stood among the nascent souls of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, looking at the space teleportation array in front of her like stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Because at this moment, they were going to welcome a heavyweight figure of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect, Perfected Lord Lin Wu. As a top Perfected Lord who had been guarding the border for hundreds of years, Perfected Lord Lin Wu was even more famous than the sect master of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect in the Infinite Star Sea. His reputation within the sect was even more resounding than Qin Zhan, Ye Yin, and the others. No matter which faction it was, as long as true Lord Lin Wu was mentioned, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, their hearts filled with heartfelt respect. He's here. Fei Qingxiu stood in front of the formation, her beautiful eyes moving as she softly said. Hearing this, everyone became even more focused. Sure enough, the next moment, the spatial teleportation array lit up and a huge spatial vortex appeared in front of everyone. When the spatial vortex dissipated, a burly figure was the first to enter everyone's sight. Behind this burly figure stood about 300 figures. These figures all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all wearing Ling armor, with only their heads exposed. Their entire bodies emitted a murderous aura, and one look was enough to tell that they were elites who had been through hundreds of battles. Although the number of disciples of the Qian Yuan Sword Sect was greater, their momentum suddenly weakened when they saw these people. The group of people behind Perfected Lord Lin Wu had uneven cultivation levels. There were Qi refinement stage, Golden Core Stage, and Nascent Soul Stage cultivators. It seemed that they were a group of representatives specially selected by True Lord Linwu from cultivators of different cultivation levels. Amongst these figures, there were cultivators of the Qi condensation stage and the foundation establishment stage with lower cultivation bases. When they were stared at by countless disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect, they could not help but stick out their chests. A sense of excitement and pride rippled in their hearts. Perfected Lord Linwu strode forward, cupped his fists at Fei Qingxiu, and said loudly, "Greetings, Sect Master." "Greetings, Sect Master." Behind him, a unified voice resounded through the sky. A gentle smile appeared on Fei Qingxiu's beautiful face. She quickly walked forward and helped True Lord Linwu up, saying sincerely, "Linwu, you've worked hard." Linwu raised his head and found that not only Fei Qingxiu, but Huan Qi, Yayin, and the other palace masters were all present to welcome him. It could be said that the extravagance and courtesy had already been done to the extreme. Perfected Lord Linwu waved his hands again and said solemnly, "This was done by my subordinates." Fei Qingxiu nodded and said nothing. Soon, a banquet to welcome Perfected Lord Linwu was held in the Qianyuan sword sect. With the return of Linwu Zhenjun, it indicated that an unprecedented celebration ceremony would be held in the Qianyuan sword sect. The banquet to welcome Perfected Lord Linwu lasted for 10 days before it stopped. However, the warm atmosphere in the Qianyuan sword sect did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense because everyone knew that the Qianyuan sword sect would reward everyone according to their military achievements after taking over the entire territory of the Yun nation. Next, it was the celebration ceremony to divide the benefits. How could everyone not be excited? At this moment, whether it was the disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect, the major families and forces that were attached to the Qianyuan sword sect, or the largest number of individual cultivators, they all looked like they were waiting for something. Qianyuan sword sect. In a large grotto heaven. There were many floating immortal islands in the grotto heaven, and on the huge floating immortal island in the center, a huge palace group was faintly discernible in the clouds. In one of the immortal palaces. Father, when Perfected Lord Linwu returned to the sect masters and elders all rushed to visit and befriend him. "Why are you not moved at all?" A young cultivator with a divine pattern between his eyebrows said anxiously, "If Perfected Lord Linwu is also concubine." When the young cultivator saw Yayin, who was wearing a purple daoist robe, glance at him indifferently, his aura immediately lowered and he said embarrassedly, If True Lord Linwu is dragged over by the sect master and hall master Qin, then our days will be even worse." Yayin gently fanned the incense burner in front of him. The faint fragrance emitted by the spirit concentration incense immediately filled the entire hall, making people's spirits rise. "You don't have to worry about befriending Perfected Lord Linwu." Yayin paused and raised his head to look at Yewudao. "However, there is one person you can go and befriend. If you can do this, Fei Qingxiu and I'll immediately have a change in position in the sect." "Who is it?" "Chen Daoxuan." Yayin said indifferently. Hearing this name, Yewudao was stunned at first. Then, his face twisted into a ball, and he gritted his teeth. "Father, even if I don't want my face and beg him, will Chen Daoxuan accept us?" he asked in a low, muffled voice. "You have to know that I offended him to death back then." Yayin shook his head. "That was then, and that is now. Now that the entire Yun nation has been taken over by our sect, Fei Qingxiu is even more powerful. She also has a top-notch perfected lord like Qin Zhan under her. Whether it's now or in the future, the overall situation is on Fei Qingxiu's side." But was the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect, who had absolute power, really what the major immortal clans in the Infinite Star Sea wanted to see? Yayin looked at Yewudao. "Don't forget that Chen Daoxuan is also a cultivator of the clan. He also has the cultivation clan of the Chen clan of Kang Prefecture behind him." Hearing Yayin's words, Yewudao fell silent. Although he couldn't compare to Qin Zhan and Chen Daoxuan in terms of talent and was also very arrogant, he wasn't stupid. He knew that every word his father, Yayin, said was reasonable. "But, how can I see Chen Daoxuan? If I go to the Chen family now, I'm afraid Chen Daoxuan will kill me." Yayin looked at Yewudao, who looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and sighed continuously in his heart. "However," he said, "the upcoming celebration ceremony is a good opportunity. Moreover, after all, the southern mountain city was conquered by Chen Daoxuan, and he's been kind to you. It's only right for you to go and thank him." Hearing Ye Yin mention the dark history that he felt the most humiliated in, Yen Yudao lowered his head and said, "Yes, father." Kangzhou, Shuanghu Island. A streak of light flew toward the island. The defensive light screen on the island seemed to exist in name only. The light stopped. 13th uncle, how does it feel to be able to fly after reaching the foundation establishment stage? Chen Daoxuan smiled. Chen Zian he had succeeded in building his foundation. His face had returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man, but his hair was still the same silver white as before. At this moment, Chen Zianhe's face was filled with excitement. He laughed and said, "This flight of light is indeed very different from the wind manipulation technique. If wind manipulation flight is crawling, then this flight of light riding a sword is running. There's no way to compare." It was the first time Chen Daoxuan saw such a relaxed and happy smile on 13th uncle's face after so many years. He also smiled and said, "Let's go, 13th uncle. Let's go home." "All right, let's go home." Chen Zianhe's voice trembled. Chapter 560. Shuanghu Island. The industrial zone on Shuanghu Island had already moved to sea viewing Immortal City on Redwood Island. The former Shuanghu Island Industrial Park had been built with large experimental bases, such as the headquarters of the Chen family's famous Magical Equipment Research Institute. The palaces built around the Sun and Moon Twin Lakes became the center of the Chen family's highest power. Generally speaking, the Chen family's clan meeting and the announcement of various policies would be held in this palace complex. Qiming Palace, the immortal palace where the Chen family held the clan meeting. On this day, the high-level cultivators of the Chen family scattered in every corner of Keng Prefecture quickly rushed back to the Chen family's territory, Shuanghu Island. Before they could rest for a while, they hurriedly flew to the Qiming Hall in front of the Sun and Moon Twin Lakes. Dong dong dong. The melodious sound of the bell echoed in the palace complex. The bell rang 9 times in total. A Zifu disciple of the Chen clan had a solemn expression on his face. As he used his flying light, he frowned at his companion. 9 bell chimes. I wonder what is so important in the clan. I wonder if the clan suddenly called us back because the young clan leader has returned. Hearing this, the Zifu disciple immediately grew excited. My brother is right. The young patriarch must have returned. As long as the young clan leader returns, he will definitely help my Chen clan vent this anger. The Zifu disciple knew what the vile energy in the mouth of this clan brother of his was referring to. The Chen clan's leader, Chen Zianhe, had been abducted by the Zhang clan of Taizhou. Although the Chen clan had kept this matter a secret, they had announced that Chen Zianhe had been invited to the Zhang clan to discuss the matter of conquering the Yun nation. However, everyone knew that the Zhang family had not invited the Chen family patriarch. The Chen family patriarch had been kidnapped by the Zhang family. In the past half a year, the Chen family's prestige among the cultivators of the Azure continent had decreased a lot because of this matter. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't led the Kangzhou cultivators to seize the southern mountain city and won victories at the front line, the Chen family's position as the number 1 family in Kangzhou might have been shaken. Even so, all the cultivators of the Chen family were furious. The capture of a clan leader was a great humiliation to any cultivation clan, let alone the Chen clan that was at the peak of their power in Keng Prefecture. However, the cultivators of the Chen family knew very well that although the Chen family was known as the number 1 family in Keng Prefecture, their strength was still far inferior to the Zhang family in Taizhou. Not to mention the 3 nascent souls of the Zhang family, the Chen family was far inferior to the other party in terms of low-level and middle-level cultivators. Overall, the Chen family, a rising star in Keng province, was far inferior to the Zhang family, a top family that had been operating in Tai province for thousands of years. If not for the fact that the Chen family had a peerless genius like Chen Daoxuan, they would not be able to be compared to the Zhang family at all. Even so, Zhang Taiyuan still dared to barge into the Chen family and kidnap the old patriarch. It was obvious how arrogant and overbearing the Zhang family was. When the Zifu disciple of the Chen clan heard this, his tone became rather low. He shook his head. Even if the young clan leader comes back, it won't be easy to save the old clan leader. Although the young clan leader was strong, he was no match for 3 nascent souls. Moreover, the young clan leader was fighting in the Zhang family's territory and had to deal with the various array formations set up by the Zhang family. Hearing this, the Ze generation cultivator beside him also lowered his head. He knew that what his brother said was true. Although Chen Daoxuan was an omnipotent existence in the eyes of the Chen family cultivators, the Chen family had only risen to power for a short period of time. It was simply incomparable to the Zhang family, which had occupied the Infinite Star Sea for countless years. Before the Qian Yuan sword sect ruled the Infinite Star Sea, the Zhang family was already a top family in the Infinite Star Sea. There were even rumors that the Zhang family was a branch of an ancient immortal clan in the Celestial Cloud continent. Of course, this rumor had not been confirmed. No one knew whether the Zhang family had deliberately flattered them. However, even if the Zhang family was not a branch of the ancient immortal clan, the Zhang family was still the top family force in the Infinite Star Sea except for the Qian Yuan sword sect. In addition, the Zhang family was in the camp of Ye Yin, the third elder of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Even the sect leader of the Qian Yuan sword sect would have to think twice before touching the Zhang family. As for the young clan leader, this Aurus core stage cultivator. When the two Zifu disciples of the Chen clan thought of this, they both felt rather dejected, no longer as excited as before. With heavy hearts, the two of them approached the Chen family's highest power center, the Qiming Palace. When the two of them approached, in the horizon, streaks of light flew over. The two Zifu disciples glanced over. The Chen clan cultivators in the air were all at the Zifu stage and above, and all of them were high-level cultivators of the Chen clan. Furthermore, the expressions of these high-ranking members of the Chen family were exactly the same as the two of them. They all had dark expressions on their faces, as if someone owed them millions of spirit stones. In the past half a year, the Chen clan cultivators all had this cold expression on their faces. The cultivators of the other clans and the scattered cultivators of Kangzhou were all aware of the Chen family's encounter. No one dared to provoke the Chen family cultivators at this time. Although the Chen family's strength could not compare to the Zhang family, it was definitely the number one family in the Azure continent. Even the previously powerful Zhou clan of Guang'an Prefecture was far from comparable to the current Chen clan. Not to mention Chen Daoxuan, who was a top-notch expert who suppressed the fate of the clan. The strength of the Chen clan's high-level cultivators far surpassed that of the Zhou clan thanks to the large amount of Yuan Qi essence that Chen Daoxuan had obtained from the source world of true immortals. This was also the fundamental reason why the Zhou clan was willing to submit to the Chen clan. Chapter 561. Otherwise, with just Chen Daoxuan alone, even if the Zhou family surrendered verbally, it would be inevitable that they would do something that was contrary to their intentions. Only the Chen family's overall strength was powerful enough to suppress the other family forces and itinerant cultivators in Kangzhou, so they did not dare to neglect the Chen family's orders. 2 hours later, rays of light flew into the hall. Stepping into the hall, when everyone saw the figure beside the patriarch's throne, they almost could not believe their eyes. The clan had urgently recalled the high-level cultivators of the clan. Everyone guessed that the young clan leader must have returned to the clan, so they were not surprised to see Chen Daoxuan sitting on the clan leader's throne. However, to everyone's surprise, the person sitting on the first seat to the left of Chen Daoxuan was not the acting clan leader of the Chen clan, Chen Daolan, but the old clan leader of the Chen clan, Chen Zianhe. Furthermore, compared to Chen He's old age, they were surprised to find that the old clan leader had successfully built his foundation. What's going on? Wasn't the old chief kidnapped by the Zhang family? Why are you here? Could it be that the young clan leader has rescued the old clan leader from the Zhang clan? A Zifu disciple guessed. Hearing this, someone immediately stood up to refute. Even so, why would the old patriarch suddenly build his foundation? The Zifu disciple was speechless. Indeed, to the Chen clan cultivators, the scene in front of them was like a dream. The old patriarch, who had always been on everyone's mind, had actually returned. Not only that, the old patriarch, who was supposed to be nearing the end of his lifespan, now looked like a middle-aged cultivator. It was obvious that the old patriarch had successfully established his foundation. While the Chen clan cultivators were extremely puzzled, there were also many things that puzzled them. Silence. Seeing the higher UPS of the Chen clan discussing among themselves, Chen Daolan, who was sitting to the right of Chen Daoxuan, reprimanded. Chen Daoxuan wasn't in the clan, so Chen Daolan was the representative of the clan. He had a lot of prestige in the clan. Everyone quieted down when they heard this. They knew that the young clan leader would definitely give them a reasonable explanation. On the patriarch's throne, Chen Daoxuan looked at the higher UPS of the clan below and said with a cold expression, "It's only been a year since we last met, why are you all hanging your heads?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and their faces were all red. They bowed and said, "Young patriarch, we are useless." "All right, Dao Lian has told me the whole story. This matter is not your fault. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, not only did everyone not feel relaxed, but they felt even more guilty in their hearts. The clan leader of the number 1 clan in the Azure continent was actually kidnapped in the clan. This kind of humiliation was something that no Chen family cultivator could endure. Chen Daoxuan continued, however, you should take this as a warning. You must cultivate diligently in the future. I don't want the same thing to happen to the Chen family in the future. Yes, sir. Everyone cupped their hands. After saying this, Chen Daoxuan's expression relaxed and he smiled. As you can see, the old patriarch has already reached the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, the Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Taiyuan, has also been executed by me. What? The ancestor of the Zhang family is dead. FL2. Chen Daoxuan's words caused the entire hall to explode. Although nobody knew the strength of Patriarch Zhang, the 3 nascent souls of the Zhang family were well known in the Infinite Star Sea. Such a top-notch clan's strength, the other party's clan leader was actually killed by Chen Daoxuan in the clan's estate. From this, it could be seen just how tyrannical the young clan leader's strength was. Even though there were rumors that Chen Daoxuan had killed a late-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Xianqing Dao Alliance when he recovered the southern mountain city. However, firstly, no one had seen how Chen Daoxuan fought with the nascent souls of the Xianqing Dao Alliance. Secondly, such rumors had always been exaggerated. The Chen clan cultivators only thought that their young clan leader was astonishingly powerful and could be compared to a nascent soul. However, they never expected Chen Daoxuan to be able to kill the Zhang family patriarch in the Zhang family's territory. Even the most powerful nascent souls might not be able to do such a thing, right? Everyone guessed. One could imagine what kind of waves would be set off in the Infinite Star Sea after the death of Zhang Taiyuan, the head of the Zhang family, at the hands of Chen Daoxuan. This matter was mixed. The benefit was naturally that the Kangzhou Chen family had established their dominance in front of all the forces in the Infinite Star Sea. From now on, as long as Chen Daoxuan lived, no one would dare to bully the Chen family. The disadvantages are obvious. Chen Daoxuan's action of killing Zhang Taiyuan had helped the Chen family to vent their anger and boost their reputation. However, at the same time, Chen Daoxuan's action had broken the rules of the Qianyuan sword sect. If someone were to attack Chen Daoxuan in the following merit discussion ceremony, it would probably bring him a lot of trouble. After all, the Infinite Star Sea was not a chaotic place. It was under the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect. Unless the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan had the strength to overthrow the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect, it would be unwise to confront the Qianyuan sword sect. This was also the reason why Chen Daolan and the others did not have much excitement on their faces. Chen Daolan had been in charge of the Chen family for so long, so he had instinctively considered things from the perspective of the family. Although Chen Daoxuan's actions had vented his anger, it had indeed caused a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Chen Daolan couldn't help but turn her head and look at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan sensed Chen Daolan's gaze and smiled at her. Seeing the smile on Chen Daoxuan's face, for some reason, Chen Daolan suddenly felt that it was not a big deal. Chapter 562. It was as if in the hands of the young clan leader, even if it was a huge matter, it was only a small matter. The discussions in the hall gradually calmed down. I've called you back today for 2 main reasons. The first thing was to attend the celebration ceremony of the Qianyuan sword sect in a month. The second thing was, worship the ancestors. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan took out a head from his storage ring. The eyes of this head were wide open and filled with disbelief. It was the head of the general of the profound Pure Dao Alliance in the southern mountain city, Daoist Master Yinju. The other Chen clan cultivators didn't react when they saw Daoist Master Yin Vulture's head, but Chen Xianhe stood up abruptly. He walked step by step to Chen Daoxuan and took the head with trembling hands. He muttered, "This is..." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "This is the head of Daoist Yinju, the general of the Xianqing Dao Alliance who attacked Zhenyi's immortal city." Hearing this, Chen Xianhe's tears streamed down his face and he was speechless for a long time. After a long time, Chen Xianhe held the head of Daoist Master Yinju and choked, "Big brother, 7th brother, your great hatred has finally been avenged today." Chen Daoxuan and the rest of the Chen family quietly looked at Chen Xianhe, who was crying. An indescribable emotion surged in their chests. The feeling of revenge made Chen Xianhe happier than the success of the foundation establishment. Chen Daoxuan had been holding back for nearly 80 years. It could be said that he had been living in torment almost every day for the past 80 years. Only at this moment did he truly reconcile with himself. Although Chen Daoxuan had never seen the 13 elders who had passed away, under Chen Daoxuan's pure guidance, he admired them greatly. Chen Daoxuan had always felt that as long as the Chen family's spirit was still there, even without him, there would be a day when the Chen family would slowly rise in the cultivation world. His arrival only shortened the process of his rise. For a moment, the hall was silent. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan finally calmed down. He walked up to Chen Daoxuan and stood side by side with him. He held the head in one hand and grabbed Chen Daoxuan's right hand with the other. He looked around and said, "Today, it just so happens that the higher UPS of the clan are present. As the 5th clan leader of the Chen clan, I have something to announce." Hearing this, all the Chen clan cultivators sat up straight. Chen Daoxuan paused. "I, Chen Daoxuan, the 5th clan leader of the Chen clan, will pass on the position of clan leader to Chen Daoxuan today." Even though Chen Daoxuan had already given full authority to Chen Daoxuan to manage the family since he was getting older, he had also proposed more than once to pass the position of clan leader to Chen Daoxuan. However, Chen Daoxuan was afraid that after Chen Daoxuan passed the throne to him, the last bit of worry in his heart would be gone and he would die, so he never agreed. But today, Chen Daoxuan had once again proposed to pass the throne to him. Chen Daoxuan had no reason to refuse. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to all the cultivators of the Chen family. At this moment, all the cultivators held their breaths. All the Chen clan cultivators stared at Chen Daoxuan with full concentration, their eyes shining. "I, Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator of the Chen family's Dao generation, am here today to officially take over the position of the 6th clan leader of the Chen family." Chen Daoxuan straightened his body and said solemnly. Hearing this, the Chen family cultivators present all cried tears of joy. Without exception, they all knelt down in front of Chen Daoxuan and shouted, "Greetings, Patriarch! Greetings, Patriarch! Greetings, Patriarch!" A loud cry rang out from outside the palace, tearing the sky apart. At this point, the Chen family had completely entered the era of Chen Daoxuan. Chapter 563 Shuanghu Island. In a quiet room, a figure was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan first took out a small pagoda full of cracks. He examined Lil Pagoda from head to toe and finally confirmed that this Eden magic tool was almost on the verge of collapse. Chen Daoxuan had obtained this unknown magic tool from a cultivator of the Zhang family in the source world of true immortals. The grade of this magic tool was no longer worthy of Chen Daoxuan's current strength and status. But he had been busy recovering the southern mountain city and seizing the Tei divine water. Apart from the magical equipment used for combat, he had not had the time to change the other magical equipment, such as the storage ring, alchemy furnace and grotto heaven magical equipment. In addition, Chen Daoxuan's demand for the grotto heaven dharma artifact was not too high, so this matter had been delayed. However, it had to be said that it was much more convenient to bring along family members when traveling with a grotto heaven dharma treasure. Especially when Chen Daoxuan was fighting with other top perfected cultivators, the heavenly abode dharma artifact could effectively protect his family. Previously, Chen Daoxuan had relied on the protection of this small pagoda to prevent Chen Daoxuan from being affected by the aftershocks of the battle. However, after Qin Zhan activated the Emperor Yu's bell, this Eden magic tool was already severely damaged. In addition, Chen Daoxuan was building his foundation in the heavenly abode, and Chen Daoxuan had recklessly injected a large amount of spiritual energy into it, making it even worse. At this point, this small pagoda was already on the verge of collapse. Chen Daoxuan did not dare to casually let anyone enter anymore. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan put the small pagoda into his storage ring and stopped thinking about it. He could go to the artifact refining hall of the Qian Yuan sword sect to buy one of the heavenly abode artifacts. It was not a big problem. Compared to the damaged heavenly abode dharma artifact, Chen Daoxuan was more interested in the Zhang family's gains. Chen Daoxuan had never thought that the Zhang family patriarch would actually possess a grade 7 magic tool. Moreover, it was not an ordinary low-grade 7th tier magic tool, but a middle-grade 7th tier magic tool. This simply made Chen Daoxuan unable to believe it. Logically speaking, although the Zhang clan was not weak, it was absolutely impossible for them to possess a treasure like a 7th tier magic tool. It had to be known that Essence Soul Dao Lords usually only used level 6, Dharmic treasures. A level 7 magic tool was a magic tool exclusive to heavenly venerates who were undergoing tribulation. Chen Daoxuan did have a 7th level magic tool, the Tianji Talisman. But strictly speaking, the Tianji Talisman was not a complete 7th level magic tool. It was very different from the 7th level middle grade 9 palace formation array disc in Zhang Taiyuan's hands. Why would Zhang Taiyuan have a 7th grade magic tool? Chen Daoxuan raised his head and frowned. Don't tell me, was the Zhang family really a branch family of some ancient immortal clan in the celestial cloud continent? He was not afraid because of this. Even if the Zhang family was a branch of an ancient immortal clan in the celestial cloud continent, this so-called ancient immortal clan had not come to look for the Zhang family for countless years. It was likely that the two sides had long cut off contact. This kind of thing was not strange in the circle of cultivation clans. For example, a certain cultivator from the Chen family had been stranded outside and found it difficult to return to the family. Thus, they spread their branches and leaves in the outside world. After several generations or even dozens of generations of development, they formed a new family. Theoretically, this new clan would not have any connection with the Chen clan. In fact, the Chen family would not even know that there was a branch of the Chen family in the outside world. The Zhang family's situation was very likely to be like this. Otherwise, this so-called ancient immortal clan would not have cared about the Zhang family's survival for so many years. Although the Zhang family was powerful, their journey in the infinite star sea had not been smooth sailing. Thousands of years ago, when the Qian Yuan sword sect unified the infinite star sea, the Zhang family was in a precarious situation. Speaking of which, the cruelty of that war was not any less than the war in the Yun nation. Even so, the main branch behind the Zhang family had no intention of showing up. It could be seen that the existence of the Zhang family might not be known to this so-called ancient immortal clan at all. There's another possibility. Chen Daoxuan thought of something. That means the ancestor of the Zhang family in the infinite star sea probably stole some treasure from this ancient immortal clan. That's why he didn't dare to contact the main branch. Then, he thought of the 7th tier middle grade array disc that had appeared in Zhang Taiyuan's hand for no reason, and he felt that his guess made more sense. Whether my guess is correct or not, we'll know at a glance. Chen Daoxuan turned his gaze to the red storage ring in his hand. On the storage ring, there was a miniature dragon-shaped embossed coiling around it. This storage ring was the spoils of war that Chen Daoxuan had left behind after killing Zhang Taiyuan. In the previous battle, if Chen Daoxuan hadn't deliberately held back when he used his last sword, this storage ring would have been turned into ashes long ago. He took a deep breath. Chen Daoxuan used his divine consciousness to slowly erase the soul brand left behind by Zhang Taiyuan. Although Zhang Taiyuan's soul was much stronger than Chen Daoxuan's, it was fortunate that Zhang Taiyuan was already dead. The soul mark he left on the storage ring was just rootless duckweed. Chen Daoxuan only spent more than a day to completely obliterate the divine soul brand on the storage ring. The next day, after wiping out the soul imprint on the storage ring, Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait to restore his soul consciousness, so he quickly invaded the storage ring with his soul consciousness. At a glance, Patriarch Jiang's storage ring was much larger than the one in Chen Daoxuan's hand. Chapter 564. Of course, the advantage of having a bigger storage space was nothing. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength and background, he would not be superficial about the size of the storage space. No matter how many ordinary resources he had, they were just numbers to him. As for the precious resources that were useful to nascent souls, it was impossible for his storage ring to not be able to hold them. Therefore, for high-level nascent souls, it was fine as long as they had enough storage rings. There was no need to blindly seek a larger storage space. Chen Daoxuan scanned the items in Zhang Taiyuan's storage ring with his divine sense. Chen Daoxuan schemed through all the magic tools, pills, spirit stones, and other treasures in the storage ring. Among them, he also found a large amount of blood marrow and true meaning of indestructibility in the storage ring of Zhang Taiyuan, but he didn't find one thing. What about the power of creation? Why isn't there any power of creation? Chen Daoxuan was surprised. Although Zhang Taiyuan's strength and background couldn't be compared to Qin Zhan's, as the leader of the Zhang family, he shouldn't be any poorer than Qin Zhan. Even if Zhang Taiyuan could not compare to Qin Zhan in terms of precious resources such as the power of creation, he would definitely have some. One had to know that even an ordinary nascent soul perfected lord of the Xianqing Dao League had dozens or even hundreds of drops of power of creation, but Zhang Taiyuan, a top perfected lord, did not even have a drop. This didn't make sense. Could it be? Chen Daoxuan took out Zhang Taiyuan's only 7th tier middle grade magic tool, the 9 Palaces formation, from his storage ring. Unless Zhang Taiyuan used all his power of creation to upgrade a magic tool, such as this one. Chen Daoxuan looked at the array disc in his hand and the array flags that were constantly circling around the array disc. He was even more certain of his guess. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, there were too many suspicious points about Zhang Taiyuan's kidnapping of Chen Zianhe. With Zhang Taiyuan's character, he shouldn't have bet in advance before the outcome of the battle between the Qian Yuan Sword Sect and the Xianqing Dao League was completely determined. This was neither in line with Zhang Taiyuan's character nor the interests of the Zhang family. Unless the Xianqing Dao League offered some bargaining chip that Zhang Taiyuan couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Chen Daodao thought of his previous guess. The Zhang family's ancestor might have taken some treasures from the main branch of the Zhang family, which was why he did not dare to contact the main branch. Is there any connection between the treasures of the Zhang family's main branch and the Xianqing Dao alliance? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Immediately, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Heaven Secrets Talisman. Magic Tool Components. Chen Daoxuan looked at the array disc magic tool in his hand. Could it be? What the Xianqing Dao alliance gave Ancestor Zhang was the array flag component of this array disc. But there is no power of creation in Zhang Taiyuan's storage ring. How do you explain that? Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, this line of thought is wrong. It's not a tier 7 formation disc magic tool. If it wasn't this 7th grade magic tool, what treasure could it be that could make Zhang Taiyuan risk his life? Chen Daoxuan gently tapped on the array plate in his hand, and his mind began to recall what the Zhang family had done over the years. Originally, the blood crystals produced in Taizhu were all digested by the Zhang family. Only those that could not be digested internally would be sold to the outside world. Therefore, the blood crystals in Taizhou had always been very precious. However, when Chen Daoxuan went to the Zhang family's extreme night immortal city for the first time, he discovered that the result was not like the rumors. Although the blood crystals in Tai province were precious, the Zhang family was selling them wantonly to the outside world. The only requirement of the Zhang family was spirit stones. Immediately, Chen Daoxuan recalled how the golden cores of Yuan Chen Immortal City mocked Zhang Ziwei, a late-stage golden core cultivator of the Zhang family, when Zhou Minghao was undergoing the golden core thunder tribulation. It seemed like the Zhang family was in need of money. The money here was naturally different from ordinary money. It should be referring to spirit stones. In that case, the Zhang family seemed to be very short of spirit stones. However, the Zhang family was a hegemon of Tai province. The resources of the entire Tai province were at the Zhang family's disposal. How could they lack spirit stones? One had to know that other than increasing the grade of the spirit meridians, the only other function of the spirit stones was to extract the power of creation. As for the spiritual energy that cultivators needed for cultivation, they generally would not directly absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stones. The most precious thing in the spirit stone was not the spiritual energy, but the trace of power of creation wrapped in the spiritual energy. Although this trace of power of creation was small, it had a special power that could turn the rotten into magical. This was especially true for Chen Daoxuan. With the help of the Stellar Sword Doctrine, Chen Daoxuan could use the power of creation to directly increase his great Dao-nomological realm. Such a perverse function was not inferior to the primordial enlightenment scripture. Spirit Stone, Power of Creation, 7th grade medium grade formation disc magic tool. Gradually, a bold guess emerged in Chen Daoxuan's mind. Could it be that the Zhang family has mastered a special method to extract the power of creation from spirit stones? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart began to beat violently. All this time, the lack of power of destiny had severely hindered Chen Daoxuan's growth in power. Otherwise, he might have already become a world-level cultivator. Chen Daoxuan painstakingly searched everywhere in the Xianqing Dao Alliance's territory, but he only raised 2 great Dao laws to the high-stage law realm. After that, he had shamelessly borrowed money from Qin Zhan, which allowed him to raise his strength to the level of a top-notch true lord. Now that he thought about it, he still owed Qin Zhan a huge sum of money. 2,300 drops of power of creation was not as simple as 3 billion spiritual stones. In terms of value, 2,300 drops of power of creation could not even be exchanged for 230 billion spirit stones. Although extracting a drop of the power of creation only cost 1 million spirit stones, it would consume an ordinary nascent soul's 1 year of hard work. Just based on this price alone, it was worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Moreover, very few nascent souls would work as laborers to extract the power of creation for others for mere spirit stones. The power of creation extracted by a nascent soul was usually used as an equivalent exchange for high-level cultivators. As for spirit stones, their only use for high-level cultivators was to act as raw materials for extracting the power of creation. If the Zhang family really had a special method to extract the power of creation from spiritual stones, it would be very meaningful. The power of creation was far more useful than just raising the grade of magic tools. In fact, not only could it increase the grade of spirit meridians and magic tools, it could also increase the grade of various spiritual roots and spiritual objects of heaven and earth. The only difference was how much power of creation it consumed. Generally speaking, the amount of power of creation required to improve one's spiritual roots and other spiritual items was too much. Very few people would do this. On the other hand, the power of creation required to upgrade the spiritual meridians and the spiritual artifacts was relatively less. In particular, to increase the grade of the spirit meridian, there was no need to extract the power of creation. As long as the spirit stone was placed according to the special array, the spirit meridian would automatically extract the power of creation from the spirit stone. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't hold back his excitement any longer and started to rummage through Zhang Taiyuan's storage ring. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan hated Zhang Taiyuan's storage ring for having such a large storage space. There were too many miscellaneous items inside. Even with Chen Daoxuan's divine sense, searching was not an easy task. Of course, Chen Daoxuan wasn't looking for him blindly. He was mainly looking for two things in the storage ring: jade slips and magic tools. Chen Daoxuan felt that the treasure that Patriarch Zhang had hidden to extract the power of creation was either a special method or a special magic tool. Chen Daoxuan was more inclined towards a special method. Because he had mastered the method, Chen Qian could continuously replicate it, thus continuously expanding the production capacity of extracting the power of creation. However, there was only one magic tool. It would be much more difficult to duplicate it. Chen Daoxuan began to search through Zhang Taiyuan's piles of magic tools. As the clan leader of the Zhang clan, Zhang Taiyuan had a lot of magic tools in his storage ring. As the clan leader of the Chen clan, Chen Daoxuan naturally knew why the other party had so many magic tools in his storage ring. Not only was Zhang Taiyuan the family patriarch of the Zhang family, but he was also the most powerful person in the Zhang family. Generally speaking, the patriarch of a cultivation clan would keep a portion of the clan treasury on him in case the clan treasury was wiped out by a powerful enemy. But now, it seemed that a portion of the Zhang family's treasury had fallen into Chen Daoxuan's hands. As he rummaged through the pile, Chen Daoxuan finally found a special item. This is Chapter 565. Shuanghu Island, Magical Equipment Research Institute. Is this the thing? Chen Daoxuan looked at the cauldron in disbelief. Yes, that's it. Chen Daoxuan nodded. The cauldron in front of him was about 10 feet tall and had 3 legs supporting it. There were 6 exits on the left of the cauldron. What was even more amazing was that although this cauldron was a magic tool, it was only a 4th-tier magic tool, so Chen Daoxuan had neglected it when he was rummaging through Zhang Taiyuan's storage ring. Chen Daoxuan stared blankly at the huge cauldron in front of him, his heart surging. Patriarch, do you mean that with it in the future, our Chen family will be able to continuously obtain the power of creation? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan first nodded and then shook his head. I can't say that it's endless. Although this cauldron can extract the power of creation on its own, it costs about 10 million spirit stones to extract a drop of power of creation compared to the accurate extraction of nascent souls. 10 times. 10 times. But, that's not much. Chen Daoxuan spread iris hands and said. Although Chen Daoxuan was only at the Purple Mansion stage, he knew that the value of the power of creation lay not in raw materials like spirit stones, but in high-level labor like nascent souls. Now that they had this cauldron, even if the cost of raw materials was 10 times more, it would still be a huge profit for the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan owed Qin Zhan 2,300 drops of power of creation. If an ordinary nascent soul were to extract this power of creation, it would take 2,300 years. Even if a nascent soul used up all his lifespan, he probably wouldn't be able to extract so much power of creation. Moreover, it only had 2.3 billion spirit stones as its raw materials. Compared to the lifetime of a nascent soul, what could these spirit stones count for? Even if he used this cauldron and multiplied the raw materials by 10 times, it would only be 23 billion spirit stones. 23 billion spirit stones was nothing to the Chen family, the number one family in the Azure continent. Now, the Chen family's sea-viewing immortal city had already completed the process of refining weapons, alchemy, and talisman production. The 9 industrial zones of the Seaview Immortal City could produce a huge amount of spiritual pills, spiritual artifacts, spiritual talismans, and other resources every day. During the year that Chen Daoxuan led the Kangzhou cultivators to recover the southern mountain city, not only did the Chen family cooperate with Yuan Chen, they also cooperated with the King Prefecture and Zhennan Immortal City. One had to know that although Zhenyi's Immortal City was only an immortal city, it was now a logistics supply immortal city for the Qian Yuan sword sect to attack the Xianqing Dao League. During this period of time, there was a huge amount of resources being transported to the front line through Zhenyi's Immortal City every day. Among these military supplies, the Chen family's supplies accounted for a relatively high proportion. With Chen Daoxuan's prestige in the Southern Army and his contribution to the recovery of Zhenyi's Pass, no one would object to the Chen family taking advantage of the situation. After all, the other golden cores of the Southern Army were not fools. Who would dare to offend a peerless genius like Chen Daoxuan? Moreover, the amount of military supplies to be transported to the front line was huge. The families behind the golden core cultivators could not take it all. Hence, he decided to do it. During the year when the Qian Yuan sword sect attacked the Xianqing Dao alliance, the Chen family had made a lot of money. It was even more than 10 times more than the profit that Chen Daoxuan had made by plundering the Xianqing Dao alliance's transportation line. This was because Chen Daoxuan had looted the transport ships of the Xianqing Dao alliance not for the resources on the spirit ship, but to attack the logistics of the Xianqing Dao alliance. This was naturally incomparable to the Kangzhou Business Alliance, which constantly transported supplies to the front line. In the Kangzhou Merchant Union, the production capacity of the Chen family's spirit pills, spiritual artifacts, and spiritual talismans far exceeded the sum of the other families in Kangzhou. It was even more than 10 times their combined production capacity. This was the charm of industrial production. As Chen Daoxuan's strength grew stronger and stronger, the terrifying productivity that the Chen family had produced after the industrialization finally had a place to use. Unlike before, where they were afraid of being taken by other forces. With Chen Daoxuan's strength and potential, even the Qian Yuan sword sect would not dare to act rashly against the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan was able to kill his way in and out of the King Gui sect while being surrounded by nearly 100 nascent souls. One could imagine how difficult it was to deal with him. Although the Qian Yuan sword sect was stronger than the King Gui sect, it was only stronger in terms of the number of nascent souls among the itinerant cultivators. Comparing the number of top perfected cultivators on both sides, the Qian Yuan sword sect really couldn't take advantage of the King Gui sect. Chen Daoxuan could kill his way in and out of the King Gui sect, so in theory, killing his way in and out of the Qian Yuan sword sect was not a big problem. How could the Qian Yuan sword sect dare to offend such a person? Strength was the most powerful weapon to protect one's wealth. Chen Daoxuan had already understood this principle when he first set foot in Guang'an City. It's not much to extract a small amount of power of creation. Chen Daoxuan changed tire topic. But the power of creation I need will be very large. Immediately after, Chen Daoxuan seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "Patriarch, are you about to break through to the world level?" The Chen clan cultivators of today had a different understanding of cultivation from the past. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation and realm were both very low, he knew the changes in cultivation and realm from low to high level like the back of his hand. The Chen family was not like the other families. They clearly did not understand the cultivation and realm of each level, but they still used the excuse that knowing too much would affect the state of mind of cultivators and be detrimental to cultivation. Chapter 566. Chen Daoxuan never believed such nonsense. Just understanding the names and characteristics of different cultivation levels and realms would affect the state of mind of a cultivator. Then, there was no need for the cultivator to cultivate. With such a lousy state of mind, what was the point of cultivating? On the contrary, Chen Daoxuan believed that understanding different levels of cultivation and Great Dao realm in advance would instead allow cultivators to have a clear understanding and positioning of their future path. For example, when Chen Daoxuan first embarked on the path of sword cultivation, he was ignorant of this path, so he suffered a great loss. Even though he had obtained a bit of Zhou Muibai's sword path inheritance, he still felt that this sword path inheritance was full of flaws. Of course, Zhou Muibai wasn't to be blamed for this. After all, Zhou Muibai's ancestors didn't have any high-level cultivators. Back then, the Zhou family only had 1 or 2 golden core cultivators, and that was hundreds of years ago. Thus, when Chen Daoxuan first comprehended sword essence, he took a long detour. This kind of thing would not happen to the pro-disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect. Both Qin Zhan and Qi Yao had comprehended the sword essences of space, time, or other 5 elements. He would not be able to comprehend something like a branch of sword intent. To the Chen family back then, it was already a miracle that they could produce a sword cultivator. Who would have known that there were differences in sword essence? As Chen Daoxuan's strength grew stronger and stronger, the Chen family's power grew larger and larger. Now, the cultivators of the Chen family's Fu and Zi generations not only knew the difference between sword wills, but also knew the detailed characteristics and precautions of different cultivation levels and different great Dao realms. If any of them had a chance to embark on the path of sword cultivation, they would try to comprehend the complete sword essence with the help provided by the family, instead of comprehending the branch sword essence. Of course, it didn't mean that with the help of the clan, the Chen family cultivators would definitely comprehend the complete sword intent. No one could guarantee this. However, it was still 1,000 times better than Chen Daoxuan's blind man feeling an elephant. As far as Chen Daoxuan knew, the Qianyuan sword sect itself did not have a definite way to ensure that the disciples of the sect could comprehend the complete sword essence. The method adopted by the Qianyuan sword sect was basically the same as that of the Chen family. They both cultivated more sword scriptures of the same attribute and accumulated them continuously to increase the probability of comprehending the complete sword essence. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, the only force that could guarantee that a monk would comprehend the complete sword essence was the inheritance he had received in the infinite star sea. When he first comprehended space sword essence, he only learned dozens of space sword scriptures and comprehended the complete space sword essence. The entire process was very smooth, without any surprises. When Chen Daoxuan comprehended the fire element sword essence, he had cultivated countless sword scriptures, but he was just one step away. It could be said that if Chen Daoxuan did not have the primordial enlightenment scripture cheat, he would definitely have failed to comprehend the fire-type sword intent. The inheritance of the infinite star sea. Chen Daoxuan could not guarantee that every cultivator in the Chen family could enjoy it for the time being. After all, even if they used treasures such as the comprehension tea to enter the inheritance space through the back door, they would not be able to enjoy it. The cultivators who came later would be eliminated sooner or later if their comprehension was insufficient. Of course, this was also a way to increase the number of seed cultivators in the clan. In the Infinite Star Sea, there were many big cultivation families that relied on this method to let their elite juniors comprehend the first sword essence. Moreover, once this kind of sword intent was comprehended, it would definitely be a complete sword intent. There would not be any accidents. The Chen family also planned to nurture the elite descendants of the family in the future. The reason Chen Daoxuan had said that Chen Daoxuan was on the verge of breaking through to the world level was because of his understanding of the Dao of cultivators. Cultivators cultivated from low level to high level. In terms of cultivation, it could be divided into 7 levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, Zifu, golden core, nascent soul, nascent divinity, and tribulation transcendence. In terms of the great Dao realm, it could be divided into 7 realms: formless, shapeless, stellar transformation, Dao domain, laws, world, and creation. Basically, after a cultivator cultivated to the nascent soul realm, their great Dao realm was at the same level as their cultivation. Qin Zhan and the sect leader of the King Gui sect, Yi Tiankai, had reached the 6th level of the great Dao realm as nascent souls. Strictly speaking, they should be considered half-step primal cultivators. The so-called primal Dao lords. Compared to nascent souls, there were 3 main changes: the soul, the realm of the great Dao, and the physical body. The physical body was the easiest to break through. After forming the indestructible true body, one would have the physical foundation to step into the primordial soul stage. Compared to the physical body, the great Dao realm was much more difficult. For a nascent soul to break through to the world level, not only did he need to comprehend 3 complete great Dao laws, but he also needed to fuse at least 50% of the 3 great Dao laws. And this was only the prerequisite for a nascent soul to break through to the world level. As for whether or not he would actually be able to break through to the world level, it was still unknown. Once a nascent soul reached this level, it would be someone like Qin Zhan or Yi Tiankai. They were the most supreme nascent souls, and were known as world-level true lords or half-step primal Dao lords. But The most difficult stage to break through to the primordial soul stage was not the physical body or the great Dao realm, but the divine soul. The transformation of the soul was the most difficult stage for nascent soul stage cultivators to enter the primordial soul stage. This was also the reason why the various sects fought so fiercely over the one heavenly divine water. Both Yi Tiankai and Qin Zhan could reach the primordial soul realm if they got the Tei divine water. Chen Daoxuan had used such a heaven-defying treasure to save his 13th uncle. Chapter 567. This was also because the major sects in the immortal cloud continent didn't understand the situation. Otherwise, if they knew that the supreme divine water was used to save a qi condensation cultivator, they would probably vomit blood. Many nascent souls had lost their lives for a treasure like the supreme divine water. Qin Zhan and Chen Daoxuan were able to snatch it, and they were still convinced in their hearts. After all, Qin Zhan's final attack with the Emperor Yu's bell had scared everyone silly. The treasure belonged to the strong. This was the unspoken rule of the cultivation world. However, this treasure was not used by Chen Daoxuan or Qin Zhan. Instead, it was given to a qi condensation cultivator. If the other nascent souls knew about this, how could they accept it? Chen Daoku said. Chen Daoxuan was on the verge of breaking through to the world level because of his understanding of the world level cultivators. As if a disciple's detailed understanding of a world level cultivator might sound like nonsense, but in the Chen clan, it was nothing. The Chen family cultivators might not have high cultivation and Dao realm, but their theories were not low. Otherwise, they would not have been able to graduate from the clan school. The Chen family's clan education was not run for nothing. As the Chen family's system became more and more perfect, those who did not receive a complete family education in their early years all returned to the family school for re-education. Chen Daoxuan agreed with this. The Chen family's clan education was the greatest benefit to the children of the family. Back then, the Chen clan was weak and had no choice but to exploit the earliest batch of Chen clan cultivators. Now that the Chen clan was rich, they naturally had to double the benefits to compensate the Chen clan cultivators in their early years. Chen Daoku was one of them. Even though Chen Daoku had extraordinary attainments in refining weapons, his theoretical level in cultivation was limited. Therefore, before Chen Daoxuan left the family, he forced the other party to return to the family school to study for a year. Now, it seemed that Chen Daoku's theoretical level had improved significantly. He actually knew a lot about world-level experts. Seeing the faint smile on Chen Daoxuan's face, Chen Daoku immediately blushed and said, "Patriarch, don't look at me just because I'm only at the first level of the Great Dao realm. When I graduated from the clan school, I scored full marks in the theory test." "Oh. Then tell me, why do world-level cultivators need to use so much power of creation?" Hearing this question, Chen Daoku was instantly filled with confidence. He raised his head and said, "The so-called world-level cultivators are cultivators at the true Lord level who create their own miniature worlds. The biggest difference between these miniature worlds and the estate worlds that we often see is that they have to be able to grow endlessly." Chen Daoku paused for a moment. The newly opened small world is not only small in size, but it is also in a chaotic state. For a true monarch who had just reached the world level, the first thing he had to do was to recreate the elements of earth, wind, and fire, so that the world would slowly begin to grow with life. Once the small world gives birth to life force, it will be time for the power of creation to take effect. All right. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. "You're so full of yourself. Why is the Great Dao realm only at the first level?" "This. Hee." Chen Daoku rubbed the back of his head. "Clan leader, you know me. I'm not talented, and my cultivation speed is slow. Plus, I have a lot of things to do in the Magical Equipment Research Institute, so I don't have much time to cultivate, so." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan said solemnly, "Dao Chu, the most important thing in cultivation is perseverance. I'll let you take charge of the family's Magical Equipment Research Institute, but you must not abandon your cultivation because of this. Do you understand? Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to remove you from your position as the director of the Magical Equipment Research Institute." Hearing this, Chen Daoku shrunk his neck and whispered, "Understood, Patriarch. All right, let's try this cauldron." Chen Daoku wasn't a child, but an elder of the same generation as him. Chen Daoxuan didn't go too far. Chapter 568. Crash. Above the cauldron, the spirit stones in the storage bag poured into the cauldron like a flood. As the spirit stones poured out, Chen Daoxuan took the initiative to inject a stream of magic power into the cauldron. Under the urging of his magic power, the spirit stones in the cauldron melted like ice under the sun. However, the strange thing was that after the spirit stones melted, no spiritual energy dissipated. All the spiritual energy was trapped in the cauldron. At the side, Chen Daoxuan stared at the cauldron with bright eyes and said excitedly, "Who came up with this method? Using the spiritual energy that should have preserved the power of creation as a driving force to extract the trace of power of creation from the condensed spirit stone." As he spoke, he looked at the 6 jade bottles below the cauldron's 6 ears. There are also these jade bottles. They seem to have nothing to do with the cauldron, but they form a cycle with it. They collect the power of creation that the cauldron has extracted and condensed. Just like the command. The function of formation discs and formation flags. Right, it's the function of formation discs and formation flags. Chen Daoxuan's fist and palm collided, and his brows relaxed. The person who refined this magical equipment must be a genius blacksmith. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation wasn't high, as the leader of the Chen family's Magical Equipment Research Institute, he had high standards. In particular, the Chen family's Artifact Research Institute had received Chen Daoxuan's full support. Compared to the other cultivators of the Chen family, the researchers of the Artifact Research Institute were the easiest to receive. Chen Daoxuan's help. Under the influence of Chen Daoxuan's frequent preaching, the Chen family's Magical Equipment Research Institute also lived up to expectations and laid a good technical foundation for the Chen family's various industrial production. Otherwise, the industrial production of Guanhai Immortal City would not be so easy to build. After activating the cauldron, Chen Daoxuan simply withdrew his hand, leaving only the spirit stones in his storage bag still pouring into the cauldron. According to Chen Daoxuan's previous understanding of this cauldron, refining a drop of power of creation would cost about 10 million spirit stones. This cauldron had 6 exits, and it could extract 6 drops of the power of creation at once. It would cost a total of 60 million spirit stones. 60 million spirit stones was nothing to the Chen family. What Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan were more concerned about was the speed at which this cauldron refined the power of creation. As it was his first time refining, Chen Daoxuan was not confident. The only thing he was sure of was that the speed at which this cauldron refined the power of creation was much faster than the speed at which nascent souls refined it. On one hand, the cauldron consumed 10 times more energy than a nascent soul. Most importantly, the fact that the Zhang family was able to upgrade a medium-grade level 7 magic tool proved that the Zhang family had used this cauldron to refine a considerable amount of power of creation. Moreover, this cauldron was still incomplete, but the Zhang family had already refined a lot of power of creation. It could be seen that the speed at which this cauldron refined power of creation was very shocking. 6 whole days. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daogu remained standing in front of the cauldron. The storage pouches on top of the cauldron were changed one after another. In 6 days, a total of 60 million spirit stones were put into the cauldron, but they were all melted away by it. At the same time, he exchanged for the 6 exits of the cauldron, which emitted the power of creation that was shining with white light. Beep. 6 drops of power of creation fell into the jade bottle below. Chen Daoxuan walked forward and lowered his head to look at the power of creation at the bottom of the jade bottle, his face filled with joy. Patriarch, this cauldron is really a treasure. It can refine a drop of the power of creation in a day. With this cauldron, it's equivalent to having more than 300 nascent souls refine the power of creation for our Chen family day and night. Chen Daoxuan said excitedly. In his opinion, the power of creation was too useful. It could be used to advance magic tools, spiritual armor, and spiritual roots. When Chen Daoxuan stepped into the world realm and opened a small world, he would also consume a large amount of the power of creation. In reality, there was no true expert in the cultivation world who was a lone rogue cultivator. The main reason was that there were too few ways for itinerant cultivators to obtain resources. When a rogue cultivator's cultivation was low, they only needed to worry about ordinary resources such as spirit stones, pills, and magic tools. If there were any itinerant cultivators who were lucky enough to step into the nascent soul stage, they would need the power of creation and other precious resources. As for a precious resource like the power of creation, without the support of a large faction, how many itinerant cultivators could obtain it in large quantities? Even someone like Chen Daoxuan, who was equivalent to a top perfected cultivator, could only get a few hundred drops of power of creation by robbing everywhere with the convenience of war. With a wave of his hand, Qin Zhan lent him more than 2,000 drops of power of creation. From this point of view, it was obvious who had a big force behind him and who didn't. Speaking of which, Chen Daoxuan could not be considered an itinerant cultivator. At least he had the Chen family, the #1 clan in Kangzhou, to rely on. If Chen Daoxuan really wanted the power of creation, it would definitely be 100 times easier for him to exchange it for it with spirit stones at all costs. As for how hard it was for itinerant cultivators, it was obvious from the number of nascent souls who fought for the Qianyuan sword sect. In the Infinite Star Sea, there were nearly 500 nascent souls who were itinerant cultivators, but almost all of them were risking their lives for the Qianyuan sword sect. On the other hand, how many nascent souls were fighting for the Qianyuan sword sect in the front line of the Yun nation? Why? It was all because the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea were rich and powerful. It was one thing for their ordinary disciples to participate in the war, but the pillars of the families did not dare to go to the front line and risk their lives. After all, going to the front lines of the Yun nation required them to fight with cultivators of the same cultivation level. Even if the perfected cultivators of the various nascent soul families had high cultivation levels, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not die. Chapter 569. There were a total of 7 contestants on the other side, and 6 chose him. Other than Xiu, everyone else lit up their light bulbs, including the little vixen Jiminy. She even blinked her big innocent eyes at him, which was quite hateful. Who should he choose? Wang Yi's gaze swept across the 6 of them. Their strength was relatively average. Other than Jiminy, who belonged to the first tier, the other 5 were all experts on the border of the first tier. Taishu Xiaoao and Dong Beiying were the best among those at the border of the first tier. Dong Beiying, in particular, could even reach the first tier. Mu Enyun was a renowned expert of the Nanzheng Eternal Nation and the only elder among the 16. He was experienced and difficult to deal with. Hui Ji and Qifeng Zhenqing were both from the Wuxin Eternal Nation. They had extremely high willpower and balanced combat prowess. Choosing rationally would mean choosing between Hui Ji and Qifeng Zhenqing, whom he had the highest chance of winning. Although the 2 of them did not have any weaknesses, they did not have any particularly strong fortes either. He could take them down steadily. But if he chose based on his emotions, "I'll choose you." Wang Ye didn't think too long and pressed the button. Swoosh! On the screen, the second pair to duel was confirmed. Silence. Wang Ye versus Jiminy. Not only were the other 5 from Group 2 who weren't chosen stunned, but Jiminy herself also didn't expect this. Among the 8 people in the second group, she was obviously the strongest. In addition, her ranking was too high, so she was actually very passive and had no choice. It wasn't just Zhu Gadai and Wang Ye. She had to choose everyone after that if she didn't want to face Xian Yuan. However, she didn't expect Wang Ye, the weakest in Group 1, to choose her. Luck had arrived. She knew that Wang Ye was very smart and good at plotting, but in the finals, strength was the only language. "Little brother, don't blame me for being rude." Jiminy winked ambiguously at Wang Ye, her charm seeping out of her bones. Wang Ye smiled back at Jiminy. It was time to show his true skills. If he couldn't even defeat Jiminy, who was at the bottom of the first tier, he would lose to Dongheng Wanyi, Piao Bibai, Wen Rou or Qi Xian in the next round. He couldn't keep bullying noobs. It was time for a fair fight. Winning or losing was not important. This was an emotional choice. In the finals, he was here to meet the talents of the Supernova Prodigy tournament, so he would pick whoever was stronger. He and Jiminy had partnered up in the first selection world before, so they knew each other very well. Not only did he know her strength like the back of his hand, but he also knew her personality very well. This little vixen was smart but also very proud. She was much harder to pursue than Xiu and Wen Rou. Although he had done her a favor in the second selection world, it was not of much use. It was far better to just beat her here in front of everyone, if it was possible, of course. He would take a gamble and try to make her his. The list of opponents for the free match competition was out. Qing Yu chose Qifeng Zhenqing, who was also a girl. Dongheng Wanyi chose Mu Enyun, the only person who chose him. Piao Bibai was against Dong Beiying, Wen Rou was against Dong Xiu, and Qi Xian was against Hui Ji. Taishu Xiaoao looked at Xian Yuan, who was left behind, and wanted to cry but had no tears. This round, I'm convinced by Wang Ye. He has guts. Who gave him the courage? Nong Bai? Did he win the first 2 rounds too smoothly and get carried away? This is Jiminy, who has the highest attainments in the soul. The battle between Piao Bibai and Dong Beiying should be quite interesting. Dong Beiying is very fierce in a one-on-one battle. Piao Bibai's condition in the first 2 rounds was rather mediocre, so he might not be able to defend his ranking. I feel that the battle between Qing Yu and Qifeng Zhenqing will be the best to watch. It's a battle between 2 energetic girls. I rarely see Lolas fighting each other, haha. Speaking of girls fighting each other, is Wenro unhappy with Dong Xiu? She chose her instantly. Netizens, do the 2 of them have any grudges? In competition world number 3, Wang Ye looked at Jimeny from afar. Her soul attainments were extremely high, and she possessed a rather powerful spatial illusion ability. She specialized in the path of the soul, with top-notch willpower. However, if he could break her spatial illusion and get close to her, with his current close combat ability, he would definitely be able to win this battle. He was no longer the same as before. Be it his soul or willpower, they had both transformed. Start the battle. Boom. Whoosh. Both sides did not hold back and attacked with their fiercest attacks. As usual, Wang Ye released his top-rank internal world which pressed down on Jimeny. The latter was smart enough to choose not to fight head-on. Instead, she started with an illusion and used her trump card right off the bat. Myriad Flower Sinking Illusion. I've long guessed that your internal world has broken through to stage 3. A charming smile hung on Jimeny's face as she used the primordial intent spell. Her psyche shook, and her beautiful eyes emitted unparalleled beauty. Stage 9 Illusion Spell and Stage 9 Realm Item Spell, combined with her talent of True Mirror Realm. Their souls and willpower collided directly, and Wang Yi's mind rumbled. Jimeny was strong and he could not dodge at all. He instantly entered an illusion. I knew you would do this. A warm fragrance appeared in front of Wang Yi's eyes. Illusions attacked the human heart, emotions, and the weakness of willpower. Even though one knew that it was an illusion, one would be unable to break free at times, just like a dream. In the illusion, all of one's true desires would be magnified infinitely. The moment one's heart had a moment of hesitation, no matter how strong one's willpower was, one would be powerless to reverse the situation. It was like sinking into a swamp. The more one wanted to pull out, the deeper one would sink. You don't understand me at all. Wang Ye remained calm in the face of danger. I'm an upright gentleman. He had already played with these things in the myriad races brothel. Wang Yi's willpower was firm and his emotions were calm. There was no flaw in his actions. Pang! The illusion shattered like a mirror. Everything vanished into thin air. In an instant, a white-robed and black-haired Xian Yuan appeared in front of Wang Ye. She smiled at him and at that moment, it was as if his heart would melt. Beside him, Wenro and Dong Xiu were grabbing his arm intimately. They were in harmony, and their eyes were filled with affection. Husband! Qing Yu and Qifeng Zhenqing held hands and ran over happily. The 2 innocent girls were pure and beautiful. I want more. Jimeny hugged him tightly from behind and muttered the 3 words that married men were most afraid of hearing. What? A double illusion. This time, it struck the depths of his soul. This little vixen was spying on his privacy. With a firm mind, Wang Ye ignored all the temptations of the outside world. His strong willpower didn't fall into Jimeny's will illusion. He cast the primordial intent spell in the illusion. His illusion spell was also at stage 9. Pang! The intense collision of willpower caused the soul energy to shake violently. The flaws in the illusion appeared and it disappeared like a mirage. The double illusion was broken. You're so powerful. A charming smile appeared on Jimeny's face. She looked at Wang Ye flirtatiously. I didn't expect you to be able to hold back the desires in the depths of your heart. I didn't hold back. I simply released them. Everyone loves beauty, Wang Ye said. I've always admitted my inner desires. But isn't your love for beauty a little too much? Jimeny smiled. One day, it will come true. Wang Ye looked straight at Jimeny. Their eyes met. Jimeny giggled. I like you more and more. Come on, defeat me and I'll let you fulfill your first desire. Swoosh! 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 Jimeny displayed her strongest ability spell and used the spatial illusion. Top-grade supreme treasures and supreme-grade supreme treasures were used one after another. The various treasures covered the sky and the earth. On the other side, Wang Ye used the path of time as the core to launch a fierce attack. His dual blades were fierce and his close combat power was much stronger than when he was in the first selection world. The fierce battle continued, and the strength of both sides continued to be depleted. Wang Ye witnessed Jimenni's true strength. Although she wasn't like Qing Yu, who had self-created a high-dimensional cosmic energy spell, she was proficient in all 5 types of ability spells. She could be said to be an encyclopedia among ability users. She was also extremely proficient in the use and coordination of various treasures. All kinds of strange combinations displayed unimaginable power under her intelligence and wisdom. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the world's energy dissipating. Time was in chaos as spatial rifts were everywhere. Boom! In the end, Wang Ye won by a hair's breadth and defeated Jimenni, who was like a kaleidoscope. This was the most difficult battle he had won so far. You win. Floating in the air, Jimenni revealed a weak and pale expression. She closed her eyes. Defeat me and take the championship of the Supernova Prodigy Tournament. Does what you said before still count? Wang Ye looked at Jimenni. Jimenni was slightly stunned, but then she smiled gently. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to speak as she nodded gently. Chi! Wang Yi's blade landed. The black flames of the Hellfire Devil blade burned fiercely as if they would burn the entire world. Jimenni, who didn't feel any pain, opened her eyes in shock. She looked at Wang Ye, who was in front of her. The blade had shattered the dimension in front of her, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. Evil Breaker! Wang Ye swung the flowing light wing blade in his left hand, completely tearing apart the world. Rumble! The dimensional world collapsed. The figures of the two shifted and appeared in the undamaged competition world N0. 3. The battle just now seemed like an illusion. Is this your talent? Wang Ye looked at Jimenni and sighed. One illusion after another, if he hadn't been careful, he would have fallen into the trap. 3 illusions. The last was not even an illusion, but the real world. With his attainments in the illusion spell, he could not sense it at all. Even the battle in the world just now was real. He had fought with Jimenni and she was very strong. You're so powerful. Jimenni's beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated gaze. Her beautiful face was a little pale and weak, but the smile she forced out was still beautiful and moving. She looked at Wang Ye. This time, I'm sincere. Does what you said before still count? Wang Ye laughed. Jimenni rolled her eyes at him. You wish. Suddenly, she was stunned. She looked at Wang Yi's calm expression and wrinkled her delicate nose, saying somewhat angrily. I won't reveal any flaws next time. Is that so? Wang Ye said with a smile. Well, if you lose again, you must keep your word. Can you believe everything a beautiful woman says, idiot? Jimenni laughed and looked at Wang Ye charmingly. She said weakly, but I like the strong. If you can win the championship, I might consider it. Hee hee. Jimenni's figure slowly dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Wang Ye won, advancing to the top 8. Chapter 570. 317 pills, really little, end. Chen Daoxuan scanned the storage ring with his divine sense and raised his head. They are all realm origin pearls left behind by the dead realm demons at the Foundation establishment stage. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel speechless for the stinginess of the artifact refining hall of the Qianyuan sword sect. But even if he was speechless, it was better than nothing. There was only one star core left in his sea of consciousness that revolved around the golden scripture. The situation of not having any comprehension stardust made Chen Daoxuan feel insecure. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan immediately began to absorb the chaotic qi within the 300-odd world origin beads. The chaotic qi was transformed by the golden scripture and quickly turned into pieces of comprehension stardust. They were automatically absorbed by the star core that revolved around the golden scripture. Soon, the naked star core became full again. As he felt the star of comprehension growing bit by bit, a heartfelt sense of satisfaction gushed out from Chen Daoxuan's heart. If the stardust consumed by 100 times comprehension in a day was used as a standard unit, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness now had about 3 standard units of comprehension stardust. But if it was used to derive Dao, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to guarantee how long it would last. This was because Chen Daoxuan had only used the Dao development function once. That was when he used it in the source world of true immortals to analyze the image of a mysterious axe-wielding expert from tens of thousands of years ago splitting the source world of true immortals apart with a single strike. This scene was still stored in the depths of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, this giant axe expert's heaven-splitting axe was extremely profound, far from what the current him could comprehend. However, he had previously created a sword scripture and had benefited greatly from this move. However, the sword scripture he created back then was too different from the three laws fused by the array and the power of his thoughts. Chen Daoxuan no longer used this sword scripture much. However, he did not think that creating his own sword scripture was the wrong path. On the contrary, he felt that using the array formation to forcefully fuse the laws was an opportunistic act. Forcing the fusion of nomological laws like this was indeed extraordinary, but his personal understanding of nomological fusion was not thorough. In fact, he only had a smattering of it. If this continued, he might not be able to see any problems in the short term, but the further he went, the more difficult it would be for him to move forward. Of course, all of this was not something Chen Daoxuan considered for the time being. What he was thinking about now was to do everything possible to increase his strength. Because Chen Daoxuan had a sense of danger from the beginning to the end. Although the Qianyuan sword sect had taken down the entire Yun nation, it was still unknown whether the Xianqing Dao League and the surrounding sects would join forces. Even if everything was as Fei Qingxiu had expected, the other party would not ally together. Chen Daoxuan had another worry, which was that the Qianyuan sword sect had exposed the existence of Emperor Yu's bell. One must know that Emperor Yu's bell was a pure Yang immortal artifact. This fairy weapon was different from Chen Daoxuan's stellar sword Dao diagram and Qin Zhan's six paths reincarnation banner. It was a fairy weapon in perfect condition. If this fairy weapon was leaked by the Xianqing Dao League or the three major sects present at the time, it would be a disaster for the Qianyuan sword sect. At that time, not only primordial spirit Dao lords, but even heavenly venerates of tribulation transcendence might come to the Qianyuan sword sect to snatch the treasure. Although these primordial spirit Dao lords and heavenly venerates of tribulation transcendence wouldn't invade the infinite star sea with great fanfare, it was inevitable that they would secretly attack the Qianyuan sword sect like Chen Daoxuan and Qin Zhan. Chen Daoxuan found it hard to imagine what kind of conflict would erupt between primordial soul Dao lords and even heavenly venerates who were trying to snatch the immortal artifact. However, it would definitely be 100 times more intense than him and Qin Zhan attacking the King Gui sect. At that time, as the top force in the infinite star sea, would the Chen family be able to protect themselves? He couldn't guarantee it. Only by constantly improving his strength could Chen Daoxuan protect the Chen family and protect his cherished relatives and friends. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan didn't correct it even though he saw the drawbacks of using the power of the array to forcefully fuse the laws. Throw away the thoughts in my mind. Chen Daoxuan took out the cauldron from his storage ring again and used the Dao development function on it. At this moment, time seemed to be moving backwards. Around Chen Daoxuan, images flashed rapidly. After an unknown period of time, the image in front of Chen Daoxuan finally froze. This was a world full of spiritual energy. A cultivator in a light purple Daoist robe was sitting cross-legged in the mountain stream with his back to him. Suddenly, the purple-robed cultivator stood up and glanced back. Chen Daoxuan met his gaze and felt a galaxy reverse in his sea of consciousness. With just a glance across the river of time, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness was almost torn apart by the other party. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Chen Daoxuan's heart could not help but tremble violently. True immortal. He was definitely a true immortal. Chen Daoxuan held his breath. Fortunately, the golden scripture was as powerful as ever. The true immortal hadn't noticed his spying as an ant from the other end of the river of time. Furthermore, the golden scripture had stabilized his chaotic sea of consciousness. This time, Chen Daoxuan finally calmed down. Although he could not tell the strength of a perfected immortal expert, he could vaguely sense from the golden scripture that the strength of this purple-robed perfected immortal was even more terrifying than that of the battle axe expert. Could it be, was he the one who created this cauldron to extract the power of creation? The scene continued. The purple-robed cultivator gently waved his hand, and a spatial rift immediately appeared in front of him. Unlike Chen Daoxuan, the purple-robed cultivator tore open a spatial rift and was faced with a pitch-black void. Chapter 571. Where was this place? Chen Daoxuan was stunned. A bold guess suddenly appeared in Chen Daoxuan's mind. This was not Fenjiun realm. Could this be the world created by this true immortal? Emperor Yu, Emperor Xi and the others have already left. I have already stayed in the fallen phoenix realm for 10,000 years. The violet-robed true immortal murmured. After saying that, 7 cultivators suddenly appeared in front of him. These 7 cultivators were extremely powerful and terrifying. Chen Daoxuan couldn't see through their cultivation at all. It must be understood that he had a level of mastery of the Great Dao that was close to that of a world-level cultivator. Even if a primordial spirit Dao Lord were to appear in front of him, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't be unable to recognize his level of cultivation. There was only one possibility for him to be unable to see through the depths of his cultivation, the creator realm. In other words, all 7 of them were tribulation transceivers. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared silly when they saw 7 tribulation transcending elders at the same time. However, Chen Daoxuan had been baptized by the experience of seeing true immortals several times, and he was already numb to seeing big shots transcending tribulations. Ancestor. The 7 of them suddenly appeared in front of the true immortal. At first, they were slightly stunned, but then they realized that they had been forcefully teleported here by the patriarch. They bowed again. When Chen Daoxuan heard the old ancestor's address, he made a judgment in his heart. Generally speaking, when a sect or force addressed a ruler, they would either address him as the sect master, sect leader, or grand elder. Very few people would address him as ancestor. Usually, only the cultivation clans and factions were able to call it that. Just as Chen Daoxuan's imagination was running wild, the purple-robed true immortal spoke again. I've already paid for the karma of the fallen phoenix realm. Remember to cultivate hard and create less karma. I'll wait for you in the upper realm. When everyone heard that their ancestor was about to ascend, their eyes all turned red. One of the silver-haired cultivators choked with sobs. Ancestor, after you leave, what will happen to the war between my Fenjiun realm and the true demon realm? No. The purple-robed true immortal shook his head. Although there are many experts in the true demon realm, it is much more chaotic than our Fenjiun realm. There is nothing to worry about. Ancestor, we. I can't bear to part with you. We. These words actually caused the 7 heavenly venerates to cry out in grief. There were 9 lightning tribulations in the crossing calamity stage. Since ancient times, there were as many heavenly venerates as carps crossing the river, but how many of them could become a Mahayana true immortal and ascend to the upper world? Perhaps this farewell was forever. How could the Zhang clan's heavenly venerates, who had grown up under the wings of the purple-robed true immortal, not feel extremely sad? Seeing the heavenly venerates of the Zhang family, who had been with him for tens of thousands of years and had started to follow him from little kids, crying out loud, the purple-robed true immortal's eyes became a little melancholic. He stroked the head of a female cultivator of the Zhang family and sighed. Silly child! Silly child! Ancestor! Ancestor! The cultivators could no longer hold it in. They knelt at the feet of the Zhang family's ancestor and kowtowed. After a long time, everyone stood up. After venting his emotions, everyone knew that the Zhang family patriarch's ascension to the upper realm was a foregone conclusion. Even if he wanted to stay, Fenjiun realm could not tolerate him anymore. The Zhang family's ancestor looked at the sky. His gaze pierced through the world barrier and saw the world that was constantly floating in the endless void. Then, he looked at the crowd. Before I leave, I'll give you one last small gift. A cultivator in the crowd endured his grief and cupped his hands. Please instruct me, ancestor. The violet-robed true immortal let out a carefree laugh. He raised his hand and grabbed at the void outside the world barrier. In just a breath, a ball of power of creation was extracted from the endless void into his palm. Chen Daoxuan stared blankly at the other party's palm. There were at least tens of thousands of drops of power of creation. This was too abnormal. However, the rest of the Zhang family's heavenly venerates did not know what their ancestors' intention was. Although the power of creation was rare for nascent souls, it was easy for heavenly venerates like them to extract the power of creation from spirit stones. Although their efficiency in extracting the power of creation couldn't be compared to the Zhang family's ancestor, it was tens of thousands of times higher than nascent souls. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, the purple-robed true immortal continued, although extracting the power of creation isn't difficult for you all, if we want to upgrade the small world we've opened up, the demand for the power of creation is massive. With your speed of extracting the power of creation, it's still too slow. The purple-robed true immortal paused for a moment, then continued, I've created a new type of magical treasure that can automatically extract the power of creation. Although it will consume a lot of spirit stones, it will save you a lot of hard work. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A small amount of power of creation was indeed useless to them, but it was different when there was more. Not to mention them, even if their ancestor wanted to fly to the upper world, he would have to pay off the karma of the origin world's Fengyun world. And the thing used to repay Feng Yun's karma was the power of creation. Speaking of which, this was also a very fair matter. Cultivators started cultivating from the Qi condensation stage and cultivated all the way to the Mahayana stage, consuming countless resources. Once a cultivator ascended to the upper realm, it meant that he would take away a large amount of matter and energy from this realm. In the long run, the origin world would inevitably fall into an era of chaos where spiritual energy was exhausted. In order to avoid this situation, every cultivator would extract the power of creation from the void before ascending to the upper realm to replenish the Fengyun realm and repay the karma of their cultivation in this realm. This was the only way that the world consciousness of Feng realm would allow Mahayana true immortals to enter. Although the strength of a Mahayana true immortal was astonishing, if he wanted to ascend to the upper world, in addition to the upper world being willing to accept him, he also had to be willing to let the lower world pass. Otherwise, if the world consciousness of Phoenix Fall realm did not allow a Mahayana true immortal to ascend, this Mahayana true immortal would have to stay in Phoenix Fall realm for the rest of his life. Under normal circumstances, the world consciousness of the Phoenix Fall realm would not do such a thing, because a Mahayana true immortal was like a whale in a lake to a main world like the Phoenix Fall realm. The lake was too small, and the whale was too big. Every second that a Mahayana true immortal stayed, Fengyun realm would have to bear an enormous amount of pressure. The purple-robed true immortal saw the anticipation in the eyes of the crowd and smiled. Call this magic tool the Greenwood Cauldron. It has the ability to grow endlessly. This is the method to refine it. The purple-robed true immortal stretched out his palm, and spirit ores disintegrated one after another in his palm. The impurities and essence of the spirit ores were automatically separated, but there was not a single flame in his palm. The Greenwood Cauldron is a middle-grade 4th-tier cauldron. It's quite easy to refine it. With your artifact refinement skills, you can refine a cauldron in 4 to 5 days at most. The violet-robed true immortal continued. However, Chen Daoxuan was not prepared to continue watching because he discovered that in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, half of the stardust in his sea of consciousness had been consumed. According to the words of this Mahayana perfected immortal of the Zhang family, it would take several days to refine this cauldron. How many days of comprehension would that consume? Forget it, he couldn't afford the consumption of the comprehension stardust for the time being, so he could only give up for now. After exiting the Dao development state, Chen Daoxuan discovered that he had only analyzed the 17 kinds of spirit ore materials needed to refine the Greenwood Cauldron. These 17 types of spirit ores weren't difficult to find. The key was the purple-robed true immortal's forging techniques. With Chen Daoxuan's current refining level, if he was allowed to finish looking at it, he would be able to try refining it. Although his artifact crafting skills were not high, his array formation realm was extremely high. If he was only crafting a 4th-tier middle-grade magic tool, he was very confident. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was to obtain a large number of world origin beads. As he stared at the 1.5 units of stardust left in his sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan suddenly had the idea of breaking through to the world level. If Chen Daoxuan wanted to continue to grow stronger, the only way was to break through to the world level. With the help of the divine origin fruit, his cultivation had already reached the late gold core realm. It would be difficult for him to improve in a short period of time. It was the same for the cultivation of the physical body. Only at the great Dao realm, Chen Daoxuan had the stellar sword Dao chart and the primordial enlightenment scripture, which allowed him to quickly increase his great Dao realm. World-level cultivators, who were as difficult as ascending to the heavens for nascent souls, didn't seem to be that difficult for Chen Daoxuan. He had already fulfilled the condition of having a 50% fusion rate with 3 high-level great Dao laws. With his 100-fold increase in comprehension, breaking through to the world level wasn't impossible. Chapter 572. Chen Daoxuan was not the day to delay. He estimated that he would have enough time to break through to the world level several times during the Qian Essence Sword Sex celebration. With this in mind, Chen Daoxuan sent a message to Luo Li through Divine Sense, then began to focus on breaking through to the world level. He broke through from the 5th level of the Great Dao realm, the Law realm, to the World realm. Other than the Law fusion level meeting the requirements, the fused Law would be used as the foundation and the cultivator's Dao domain would be the flesh and blood. A new world would be created in the endless void outside the fallen Phoenix world. The only medium between this world and fallen Phoenix realm was the cultivator who created this small world. It was not an easy task to establish a world in the endless void. even though it was near the endless void of the Phoenix Fall realm. If the endless void was compared to an ocean, the fallen Phoenix world would be an island in the ocean, and the newly opened small world would be a reef near the dock of this island. In the vicinity of fallen Phoenix Field, there were countless reefs like this. Although there were many small worlds created by cultivators, there was not even one that could grow into an origin world like fallen Phoenix realm. Most of the small worlds near the Fengyun realm were desolate and lifeless. This indicated that the cultivator who had created this world had already fallen. The world it created would also collapse step by step, eventually turning into nothingness under the scouring of the endless void. To a certain extent, a world-level cultivator was very similar to a realm demon. The only difference was that the origin world that a realm demon created was within their body, while the small world that a human cultivator created was in the endless void. Moreover, the human cultivators had opened up the world, which was much more powerful than the world demons who had cultivated step by step from the world seeds. It was roughly equivalent to comprehending the internal world of several laws of the demon lord. Chen Daoxuan had already committed the key to breaking through to the world god level to memory. The next step was to practice. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and took out the dust banner. Although this flag could only teleport within this world and not across other worlds, it had one advantage. It could lock onto spatial coordinates, which meant that the spatial coordinates it could lock onto were limited. However, Chen Daoxuan only needed to use the spatial coordinates provided by it to return to Fengyun realm after he failed to open up the small world. With his current cultivation, he could not expose himself to the endless void for long. It was said that the endless void not only had strong space-time turbulence, but it was also a land of no spirit. It was very difficult to survive in the endless void for a long time without reaching the crossing calamity stage. Chen Daoxuan naturally didn't dare to break through to the world level without making any preparations. He used the dust-covering banner to record the spatial coordinates of the quiet room. Chen Daoxuan summoned 3 immortal swords and slowly fused them into one. In the end, he controlled the giant golden sword to slash. Recruit. A void black hole appeared in front of him. Chen Daoxuan didn't dare to delay. He stepped into the black hole. As he stepped into the black hole, it slowly disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Daoxuan only felt himself falling into darkness. There was no distinction between up and down, and the concept of time no longer existed. Is this the endless void? Chen Daoxuan muttered. The next moment, he saw a huge ball of light. This ball of light was like a shining torch in the dark endless void, very eye-catching. The faint trace of connection allowed Chen Daoxuan to instantly recognize this huge ball of light. It was the origin world that Chen Daoxuan was in, the fallen Phoenix world. However, Chen Daoxuan did not see any of the countless small worlds that were rumored to be close to the fallen Phoenix realm. Of course, now was not the time to dwell on this problem. His cultivation was limited and he could not stay in the endless void for long. He had to open a small world as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan slowly spread out his Dao domain. Up until now, Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain was the same as the area covered by his divine sense. It had a diameter of more than 2,300 kilometers. A Dao domain with a diameter of 2,300 kilometers could barely be considered decent in Guang'an Prefecture's territory, but it was not even a speck of dust in the vast void. Chen Daoxuan came from Earth in his previous life. He didn't know how Earth's universe was related to the endless void where Phoenix Fall Field was. In any case, based on the spatial scale of his Dao domain, whether it was in the Earth universe or the endless void, he was an extremely small existence. He now understood why he could see the glowing Phoenix Fall realm but not the small worlds attached to it. Who could see the specks of dust next to the giant celestial body? In the endless void, Chen Daoxuan only felt that his body, including the magic power in his body, seemed to be guided by an inexplicable force. When he steadied himself, he realized that his magic power was leaving his Danshan bit by bit uncontrollably. This situation shocked him. This was because he discovered that this pulling force did not come from anywhere else, but from the huge ball of light in front of him, Phoenix Fall realm. Fengyun realm was absorbing his magic power. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the law of gravity in his previous life. The Phoenix Fall realm, which was in the endless void, was absorbing the matter and energy in the endless void. Just like how cultivators desire to become stronger, the world also has the instinct to upgrade. Suddenly, an epiphany appeared in Chen Daoxuan's heart. Seeing his own magic power leaving his Danshan bit by bit, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to delay any longer. Chapter 573. In the endless void, the three laws that had fused into one fused with his Dao domain once again. Dao domain fusion law. The new world was created in the endless void. Thus, the cultivator would step into the sixth level of the Great Dao, the world level. Chen Daoxuan's Great Dao laws had completely met the requirements, but his Dao domain, as a newly established world, was too small. This was a world so small that even world-level cultivators had never heard of it. This was because it was impossible for a nascent soul's Dao domain to only have a diameter of 2,300 kilometers. In the Dao domain, the three types of nomological laws transformed into a fireball that hung high in the sky. He continued to look outside. A thin world barrier was slowly forming. However, this new world barrier was like a softened eggshell, extremely fragile. Even a qi condensation cultivator could easily break through the barrier, let alone Fenjiun realm. But Chen Daoxuan didn't care at all. The newly opened world was fragile to begin with. Whether it was the world barrier or the size of the world, it would be unsatisfactory. However, as long as one became a world-level cultivator, they would be able to make up for all of these shortcomings. However, Chen Daoxuan knew that he couldn't lure enemies into his world like Yi Tiankai did. Luring foreign enemies into this fragile new world was simply something that only a fool who had cut off his own path would do. Under the enhancement of 100 times comprehension, Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain and nomological fusion was very smooth. The fusion of the Dao domain and nomological laws was irreversible. What followed was a long wait. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain was very small, and the fusion of the nomological laws and Dao domain was very fast. About a month later, the fusion of Dao domain and nomological laws had reached the final stage. Success! Chen Daoxuan looked at the small ball of light in front of him that was grey and emitting a faint light. With a thought, he stepped into it. As a creator, Chen Daoxuan had a different feeling as he entered a new world for the first time. This new world was completely different from the Eden world. Even though its surface area might not be as large as some grotto heavens, it was a small world in the endless void. Other than being slightly smaller, it was essentially no different from the origin world like the fallen Phoenix realm. More importantly, this was the world he had created. He stood in the center of the small world. Chen Daoxuan looked at the grey and chaotic new world and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although it was still very small and broken, it was the foundation of his Dao. Chen Daoxuan looked at the sun above his head, then at the grey clear air and the yellow turbid air intertwined. After pondering for a moment, he said, "From today onwards, I shall call you Xianhuang World." The moment Chen Daoxuan named his name, the Xianhuang world trembled slightly. As expected, the world was conscious. Chen Daoxuan once again confirmed his guess. This was also the biggest difference between a world created by a cultivator and a grotto heaven world. Although the Eden world was also called a world, it was dead. Without the replenishment of resources from the outside world, it could not achieve the cycle of matter and energy. Cultivators often said that there was no end to it. But the world that Chen Daoxuan opened up was alive. Even if the pure and turbid qi of this world had not been separated, it was still alive like a newborn baby. Even as the creator, Chen Daoxuan could feel the joy of its birth. Feeling the joy of the Xianhuang world, Chen Daoxuan could not help but feel happy. However, before he could indulge in his joy, a sense of weakness suddenly attacked him. Not good. Chen Daoxuan discovered that his dharmic powers had actually run out. Although Chen Daoxuan was only at the golden core stage, he possessed the 6th grade White Lotus of Fate. In terms of the depth of his magic power, most nascent souls were far inferior to him. Even so, he still felt that his magic power was almost depleted. At this moment, the Xianhuang world had just been born. Although there was spiritual energy, it was so thin that it made one's hair stand on end. There was no hope of replenishing it at all. Of course, even if the Xianhuang world had sufficient spiritual energy, Chen Daoxuan was reluctant to replenish it. Drawing spiritual energy from his own world was like spending his own money. How could he not feel heartache? Moreover, this was still the early stages of the business. Without thinking too much, Chen Daoxuan took out the dirt banner and sensed the spatial coordinates he had left in the Fenjiun world. His figure flashed and disappeared from the Xianhuang world. His figure appeared again. Chen Daoxuan had already returned to the quiet room. More than a month had passed. Chen Daoxuan returned to his meditation room, but he was already a world-level cultivator. Chen Daoxuan estimated that a world-level cultivator at the Aurus core stage would be the first to achieve such a feat in Fengyun realm. Before he could be complacent, Chen Daoxuan once again felt the weakness of his Danshan. Thus, he calmed down and quietly refined the spiritual energy to accumulate magic power. Shuanghu Island was the ancestral land of the Chen family. The Chen clan cultivators, who were not short of money, had used spirit stones to forcefully upgrade their spirit meridians to grade 5. To be honest, a 5th-tier spirit meridian was a bit of a waste for the Chen family, whose highest cultivation was only at the golden core stage. However, upgrading a grade 5 spirit meridian only required a measly 1 billion spirit stones. This was nothing to the wealthy Chen family. Chen Daoxuan hadn't cared about the Chen family's financial situation for a long time. However, he could roughly tell that the Chen family really didn't lack money now through the continuous upgrading of the family's spiritual heritage. In the Infinite Star Sea, upgrading the spiritual heritage was not a one-time thing. Due to the existence of the Qianyuan sword sect, the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea that had spiritual veins had to pay taxes to the Qianyuan sword sect. When the Chen family was weak, they did not pay taxes to the Qianyuan sword sect because they were not qualified to pay taxes at that time. In the Infinite Star Sea, if the grade of the spirit vein reached the 2nd grade or above, the Qianyuan sword sect would collect the spirit vein tax. Fortunately, the Qianyuan sword sect only collected the spirit vein tax. The Chen family's main source of income came from various trades. The Chen family did not care much about the spirit vein tax. However, just because the Chen clan didn't care, it didn't mean that the other cultivation clans didn't care. Although the strength of the Chen family was now among the top families in the Infinite Star Sea, the Chen family was still very powerful. However, compared to the nascent Soul Realm clans with a long history, the biggest shortcoming of the Chen family was that the family population was small. Even though the Chen family had been encouraging childbirth ever since Chen Daoxuan came to power. Back then, in order to encourage the Chen family to have children, Chen Daoxuan even bought female slaves from the Yun nation. However, no matter how much he encouraged them, the Chen family had made their fortune late. Not to mention those nascent Soul Realm clans that had been passed down for an unknown period of time, the current population of the Chen family was still a level lower than the Zhou family of Guang'an Prefecture. As far as Chen Daoxuan knew, the Zhou family had tens of millions of people, including mortals. As for the Chen family, they only had a population of a few million. The population was too small, which was inconsistent with the status of the Chen family in the Infinite Star Sea. However, considering that the Chen family had only a few thousand people decades ago, it had developed to a scale of millions of people now. In less than 50 years, the population had increased by nearly 1,000 times. It was already very exaggerated. There was once a rogue cultivator in the Seaview Immortal City who joked that after the ordinary men of the Chen family grew up, they would all walk with the help of the wall. From this, it could be seen how exaggerated the Chen family's policy of encouraging childbirth was. The outside world did not know. Another world-level cultivator had been born in the Infinite Star Sea. Just as Chen Daoxuan was consolidating his realm, recovering and replenishing his magic power, the Kangzhou cultivators stationed in the southern mountain city had returned. Although there were not many Kangzhou cultivators who rushed back this time, the outstanding talents of the various large families in Kangzhou that Chen Daoxuan was familiar with were all among them. However, the first thing these outstanding people of Kangzhou did when they rushed back to Kangzhou was not to attend the celebration ceremony of the Qianyuan sword sect. Instead, they went to the Chen family to visit Chen Daoxuan. It could be seen that Chen Daoxuan's current status in the hearts of the Kangzhou cultivators. After several months, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes after replenishing his mana. His spiritual sense swept across the room and he understood the general situation of the outside world. In the next moment, Chen Daoxuan's figure suddenly disappeared. When his figure reappeared, he was already in the Chen family's Qiming Hall. In the Hall of Enlightenment, Chen Fuxian, who had just returned to Shuanghu Island, stood in the main hall. When he saw Chen Daoxuan, excitement flashed in his eyes. He immediately knelt down and saluted. Fuxian greets the patriarch. After the ceremony, Chen Fuxian stood up and looked at Chen Daoxuan, waiting for his orders. Chapter 574. After more than a year. Seeing Chen Fuxian again, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. Compared to a year ago, Chen Fuxian, who had gone through the battle to recover the southern mountain city, looked more mature and steady. Fuxian, have you heard about the celebration ceremony of the Qianyuan? Sword sect. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. He paused. Not only that, but the patriarchs of the major families in Kang Prefecture have also been waiting on Zhuanghu Island for many days. Oh! Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolan on his left in surprise. Seeing Chen Daoxuan looking at her, Chen Daolan smiled and said, Patriarch, the patriarchs of the various large families in Azure Continent know that you are in seclusion and don't dare to disturb you. I'll arrange for them to stay on Twin Lake Island for a few days. If that's the case, it's my Chen family who has been neglecting you. Since that's the case, let's take this opportunity to invite the various clan leaders to discuss the celebration ceremony. Yes. Chen Daolan nodded slightly. Then, she took out a communication talisman and gave a few instructions before putting it away. Although Zhuanghu Island was the Chen family's territory, the island's area was not large. The clan leaders of the various clans in Kangzhou who could set foot on Zhuanghu Island were at least at the Purple Mansion stage. With the Purple Mansion realm's light, it didn't take long for the clan leaders of the Azure Continent to arrive at the Enlightenment Hall. Speaking of which, this was the first time that the Chen family had invited outsiders to the Chen family's meeting hall. Moreover, those who had come were the leaders of the various forces in Kangzhou. Chen Daoxuan looked at the people standing in the hall. Zhou Minghao, Yang Linyuan, Zhang Xianling, Zhou Mubai. The people who were once unattainable in the eyes of the Chen family were now standing respectfully in the Chen family's meeting hall, as if they were following the Chen family's lead. Greetings, clan leader Chen. When everyone saw Chen Daoxuan sitting at the head of the table, they did not dare to be negligent and bowed one after another. After the battle in the Yun Nation, all the cultivators in Kangzhou understood that Chen Daoxuan alone had completely established the Chen family's unshakable dominance in Kangzhou. In the future, if the various families in Kangzhou wanted to mingle in Kangzhou, they had to obey the Chen family. No one felt the slightest bit of resistance, because in the cultivation world, strength spoke. The Chen family's strength in Kangzhou was undisputed, so they naturally sat in this overlord position. Moreover, the news of the Zhang family in Taizhou had spread some time ago. Chen Daoxuan had personally killed the Zhang family patriarch, Zhang Taiyuan, in the extreme night immortal city in front of tens of millions of cultivators from Tai province. This matter caused a great shock in the Infinite Star Sea. Just when the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea thought that the Qianyuan sword sect would use this as an excuse to deal with the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan, they found that the Qianyuan sword sect had no reaction. It was as if the person who had died in the Zhang family was not a famous nascent soul but some unknown person. The unpredictable attitude of the Qianyuan sword sect made the cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea speculate about the strength of the Chen family. Someone said, the strength of the Chen family in Kangzhou had already threatened the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect, so the Qianyuan sword sect did not dare to act rashly. There were also people who said that not only was Chen Daoxuan's strength unfathomable, but his potential was also amazing. The Qianyuan sword sect was unwilling to offend him for the Zhang family. Anyway, after Zhang Taiyuan's death, rumors spread everywhere in the Infinite Star Sea, which cast a shadow over the upcoming celebration ceremony of the Qianyuan sword sect. In the Hall of Enlightenment, Chen Daoxuan looked at the various clan leaders in the hall and raised his hand with a smile. We're all Kang Prefecture cultivators. We're all family, so there's no need to be restricted by vulgar etiquette. When everyone heard this, they all stood up straight and looked up at Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting in the high seat. Inside the hall, Zhou Mubai looked at Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting on the Chen clan leader's throne and receiving everyone's salutations. He was in a daze. Time had passed. He did not expect that the small clan cultivator he had met back then, who was not even at the foundation establishment stage, would actually grow into an existence that even he had to look up to. When Zhou Mubai faced Chen Daoxuan, his emotions were extremely complicated. Chen Daoxuan seemed to sense Zhou Mubai's gaze and turned to smile at him. In a friendly manner. Zhou Mubai hurriedly cupped his hands when he saw this. He didn't dare to be negligent. With the change in their strength, the status of the two sides could no longer be called brothers like before. In fact, this kind of situation was very normal in the cultivation world. Unless there was a direct master or bloodline relationship between cultivators, the seniority and status of each other were often determined by cultivation and strength. With Chen Daoxuan's current cultivation base of late-stage Aurus core, Zhou Mubai had to address him as senior. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan was not just a simple late-stage Aurus core cultivator. Even excluding Chen Daoxuan himself, the Chen family behind him was now the number one family in Kang Prefecture. Chen Daoxuan had not been in the family for more than a year. Under the hard work of Chen Daolan and the others, the Chen family had completely monopolized the market of spiritual artifacts, spiritual pills, spiritual talismans, and so on in Kang Prefecture. The other cultivation families in Kang Prefecture had gradually become the Chen family's raw material supplier. This move had indeed met with dissatisfaction from the various races in Kangzhou. However, this dissatisfaction vanished after Chen Daoxuan killed perfected Lord Ming Huang of the Xianqing Dao League by himself. At the end of the day, this world still relied on strength to speak. After the Chen family monopolized the market of magic tools and pills in Kangzhou, they didn't stop. They also relied on Yuan Chen Immortal City to sell all kinds of products produced by Sea Viewing Immortal City to various states and prefectures in the Infinite Star Sea. Chapter 575. Even the Yun nation's Chinese Immortal City had a large portion of the Chen family's business. These newly opened trading markets also greatly digested the production capacity of the Seaview Immortal City. At the same time, the various races in Kang Prefecture that had suffered losses because of the Chen family also benefited greatly from the soaring orders of the various factories in the Sea Viewing Immortal City. This time, the resentment of the various races in Kangzhou towards the Chen family completely disappeared. Compared to using force to suppress them, the most stable relationship in this world was to bind them with benefits. This principle was no exception anywhere. At this point, the various families in Kangzhou were completely convinced by the Chen family. Seeing the clan leaders of the various clans in the hall treat the Chen clan with such respect, Chen Daoxuan knew that as the acting clan leader, Chen Daolan's contribution was not to be overlooked. "It's been hard on you during this period of time?" Chen Daoxuan asked through divine awareness voice transmission. When Chen Daolan heard the familiar voice in her sea of consciousness, her body stiffened slightly. Then, a happy smile appeared on her face. "Patnarch, don't forget that I'm also a member of the Chen family." Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly and looked at everyone in the hall again. "I'm sure you all know about the celebration ceremony that the Qianyuan sword sect is about to hold." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Chen Daoxuan continued, "In this celebration ceremony, merit is the most important thing, and the benefits of the Yun nation are the most important." He paused. "I think this was what everyone was most concerned about." Hearing such blatant words, the patriarchs and young patriarchs of the various races in Kang Prefecture all laughed. Suddenly, the solemn atmosphere in the hall disappeared. Everyone began to discuss fervently. "Clan leader Chen, our Azure Continent Alliance army has made a lot of contributions in recovering the southern mountain city. We can be considered the vanguard of the Yun nation's war this time." "That's right. This time, we Azure Continent cultivators have to fight for the benefits of the Yun nation," Zhou Minghao said in a deep voice. "Clan leader Zhou is right." Yang Linyuan nodded his head and said, "In recent years, our Kangzhou sect's strength has declined due to the rebellion of God Vanishing sect. In addition, we have no leader. We have no right to speak in the Qianyuan sword sect. We can't even touch the prophets near the Chinese Immortal City, let alone the benefits of the Yun nation." Hearing this, everyone revealed an indignant expression. This was also the reason why the Ye family was hated. This was because Ye Wudao's escape back then not only killed 1 million cultivators in the Azure continent, but also the interests that originally belonged to the Azure continent. Such a great enmity! If Ye Wudao did not have the backing of Ye Yin, he, a golden core cultivator, would not have been able to withstand the anger of tens of millions of cultivators in Kang Prefecture. The Ye family is extremely hateful. I heard that this bastard has been released again. How hateful! Tutu. Seeing that everyone was agitated, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and pressed down. Seeing this, everyone's voices gradually quieted down. "All of you know what I want." Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, "Today, I can give everyone a guarantee. I will fight for the interests of the cultivators of Kang Prefecture." Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Chen Daoxuan continued, "Not only that, from now on, the Ye family is not allowed to take a step into the Azure continent." Boom! Chen Daoxuan's last sentence completely ignited the atmosphere in the hall. What did they hear? Chen Daoxuan actually wanted to expel the Ye family. After all, that was the Ye clan. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner to beat a dog. No matter how disappointing the Ye family was, they were still considered Ye Yin's descendants. Chen Daoxuan's action was undoubtedly a slap to the face of Ye Yin, the third elder of the Qianyuan sword sect. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing gradually quickened. For a moment, everyone was silent. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chen Daoxuan leaned back slightly and said with a faint smile, "What? Are you afraid?" Hearing this, before the others could speak, Zhang Xianling took the lead and said, "Regarding the matter of expelling the Ye family, count my Zhang family in." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was a little surprised. This was not an act he had arranged. The idea of expelling the Ye clan was something that had only just occurred to him after he had broken through to the world level. Zhang Xianling couldn't possibly have known about it. However, Chen Daoxuan immediately thought of the Cloud Palace in the Qianyuan sword sect. Zhang Xianling was the bravest. He was not afraid of Yan Yudao at all and dared to argue with Yan Yudao in front of a group of nascent souls. One had to know that Yan Yudao had Ye Yin as his backer back then, while Zhang Xianling did not have any backer that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ye Yin. Zhang Xianling could be said to be a hothead or have a strong sense of justice. In any case, he was indeed the first person in Kangzhou who dared to take the initiative to attack Yan Yudao. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but have a better impression of this old friend. The first person stood up. Zhou Mubai pondered for a moment and stood out from the crowd. He cupped his hands and said, "What Brother Zhang said is what I think. The Kangzhou Immortal City is the #1 immortal city in the hearts of Kangzhou cultivators. The current Ye family occupied the Azure Continent Immortal City and should be expelled." Hearing this, everyone reacted. Speaking of which, the Qianyuan sword sect only rewarded the Chen family with Chongping County, State City, Prefecture City, County City, and County City. This was the imperial rank given by the Qianyuan sword sect to the major families in the Infinite Star Sea. Although Chen Daoxuan had contributed the most to the zombie tide in Kang Prefecture, he had used all his battle merits to exchange for a large transport ship. In addition, at that time, the battle between the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect and the third elder, Ye Yin, was fierce. No one paid attention to the small Feng county of the Chen family in Kangzhou. This time, no matter what, the Chen family had to obtain the imperial title of the provincial capital of Kangzhou. Because only in this way could they officially be the #1 clan in Kangzhou. The current Chen family was equivalent to the strength of the largest family in Kangzhou, but it had not been officially recognized by the Qianyuan sword sect. No wonder the Chen family was in a hurry to expel the Ye family, everyone thought to themselves. At this moment, everyone reacted and voiced their support. Patriarch Zhou is right. The Ye family is immoral and doesn't deserve to occupy the Azure Continent Immortal City. Patriarch Zheng is right. 2-2. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar clan leaders of Kangzhou, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt a little disappointed. He waved his hand at everyone and said, "The matter of expelling the Ye family is settled. When the celebration ceremony begins, I will personally discuss this matter with the sect master." "Yes, sir." Everyone bowed. If there is no other thing, then there is no other thing. If there is no other thing, then there is no other thing. Everyone didn't know why Chen Daoxuan's expression suddenly turned hostile, but with Chen Daoxuan's strength and status, no one present dared to question his words. "Clan leader Chen, we will take our leave." Just as everyone was leaving, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Xianling and said, "Brother Xianling, please wait." Zhang Xianling stopped in his tracks. The people from the other families didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly left the hall and left on their flying lights. Seeing everyone leave, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Xianling and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, if I remember correctly, you were also the first to stand up and berate Yan Yudao in front of the Cloud Sky Palace." Zhang Xianling thought about it and nodded. "In that case, Brother Zhang, do you dare to sue Yan Yudao again in the Cloud Sky Palace?" As Chen Daoxuan spoke, he looked straight at Zhang Xianling. Being stared at by Chen Daoxuan, Zhang Xianling raised his head slightly. "Why not? Good." Chen Daoxuan stood up from his throne. "Brother Zhang, I want you to sue Yan Yudao for death in Cloud Sky Palace. Sue Yan Yudao for the death penalty." This. Before Zhang Xianling could respond, the cultivators of the Chen family began to discuss in low voices. Yan Yudao was not a threat, but his backer, Ye Yin, was not easy to deal with. He was one of the top experts in the Qianyuan sword sect. At this moment, Zhang Xuanling's heart was like a drum. Expel the Ye family and kill Ye Wudao were two different concepts. Expel the Ye family would only make Ye Wudao lose face and Ye Yin lose face. However, with Ye Yin's status in the Qianyuan sword sect, even if the Ye family left Kangzhou and went to any other state, they could still develop smoothly. And Chen Daoxuan obviously didn't just want to expel the Ye family, he also wanted Ye Wudao's life. Ye Wudao was Ye Yin's only son, would Ye Yin agree? It was impossible. Suddenly, a terrifying thought quietly rose in Zhang Xuanling's mind. Could Chen Daoxuan be planning to unite with the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect to completely eliminate Ye Yin's faction? Chapter 576. Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhang Xuanling quietly and did not urge him. Zhang Xuanling stood in the main hall, frowning. The discussions of the Chen family gradually stopped. Everyone looked at him, waiting for Zhang Xuanling to make a decision. After a long time, Zhang Xuanling exhaled and said solemnly, "This Zhang is willing to follow clan leader Chen's lead." He agreed. Seeing Zhang Xuanling agree, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. Chen Daoxuan had this idea after he killed Zhang Taiyuan to eliminate Ye Yin and the Cultivation clan behind him. The reason was actually very simple. Although the Infinite Star Sea was nominally ruled by the Qianyuan sword sect, in fact, it was not the Qianyuan sword sect that really ruled the states of the Infinite Star Sea, but the major cultivation families. For example, the Zhang family of Taizhu, the Ji family of Jingzhou, and the Ling family of Hanzhou controlled most of the resources and trade in the Infinite Star Sea. It was very difficult for people from other states to interfere in other states. For example, although the Chen family was the largest family in Kangzhou, it was difficult for them to expand their business to Taizhu, Jingzhou, and other surrounding areas, let alone the further away Hanzhou, Yuzhou, and other places. Although the strength of the Qianyuan sword sect was strong, the relationship between the high-level members of the sect and the major Yuanying stage families was inextricably linked. It was simply unrealistic to want a hindrance that could destroy a cultivation clan. The elders of the Qianyuan sword sect, represented by Ye Yin, were the typical ones who stood on the side of the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea. It was almost impossible for the Qianyuan sword sect to achieve complete rule over the Infinite Star Sea without destroying this force. From this perspective, Chen Daoxuan dealing with Ye Yin seemed to be a very stupid thing to do, because he himself represented the power of the family and should stand with Ye Yin. In reality, this was not the case. The Chen family had reached the ceiling, just like all the other cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea. If they did not encounter any major changes, there was basically no possibility of advancing further. The Chen family wanted to take another step forward. The first option was to learn from the Qi family and expand its territory to the outer states. But this was a dead end. Although the relationship between the Qianyuan sword sect and the immortal cultivation clans in the Infinite Star Sea was complicated, the Qianyuan sword sect would never break this bottom line. Because once this opening was opened, the ruling position of the Qianyuan sword sect would be completely shaken in a few hundred years at most. The second option was gentler, which was to open up the trade barriers of the various states. That's right. Although the Infinite Star Sea was under the rule of the Qianyuan sword sect, in fact, with the control of the cultivation families over the states, it was difficult for non-local forces to intervene in the foreign states. It was just like how the Zhang family tried every means to extend their influence to the Azure continent, but they were unanimously resisted by the various families in the Azure continent. This was Kangzhou, where there was no leader at that time. If it were places like Tai province or Jing province that were led by nascent soul stage families, the other provinces would not even think about getting involved. Degree B. The only way to get involved was to let the cultivation clans in the various states take the initiative to open up trade protection. Although Chen Daoxuan had obtained a lot of trade from other states through Yuanchen Immortal City, compared to opening the local trade barriers of the states, this amount of trade was not even a drop in the ocean. It was not easy to achieve this. The immortal cultivator families in the Infinite Star Sea were not weak persimmons. Even if the Qianyuan sword sect wanted to touch the cultivation families, they would have to think twice. Not to mention that they also had Ye Yin and other high-level officials in the Qianyuan sword sect who acted as umbrellas for them. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan wanted to cooperate with Fei Qingxiu. To the Chen family, it could open up the trade barriers of the various states. As for Fei Qingxiu, she could completely remove the stumbling block of her rule over the Qianyuan sword sect. As for what their relationship would be like after they both achieved their goals, that was for another time. Perhaps by then, Chen Daoxuan would have already broken through to the primordial soul stage? Or perhaps, the Qian Yuan sword sect had been expanding its territory and easing the internal conflicts in the infinite star sea? These were all unknown things. But right now, he and Fei Qingxiu had the same goal. The next day, large spirit boats soared into the sky and set off from Shuanghu Island in a mighty manner. They flew in the direction of the Qian Yuan sword sect's residence. A month later, Qian Yuan sword sect. In a fairyland-like estate world, there were many immortal islands, and immortal cranes and spiritual birds were flying freely. On the immortal island, the palaces stood tall, giving off a scene of a holy land. This grotto heaven world was one of the thousands of grotto heavens in the Qian Yuan sword sect. However, compared to the grotto heavens of the disciples and elders, this grotto heaven world was exceptionally large. It seemed that it was almost comparable to some of the smaller states in the infinite star sea. In an immortal palace, a fairy with a graceful figure was wearing a simple and elegant long brocade dress. Her fair fingers were gently playing a pipa. The sound of the pipa was like the sound of jade beads on a plate, crisp and clear. Suddenly, the jade-like finger stopped. Fei Qingxiu raised her head and looked in a certain direction in the hall. She sighed and said, "When are you going to change your habit of never knocking on my door?" As soon as he finished speaking, in front of Fei Qingxiu, the space distorted slightly. A white figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Qin Zhan? When Qin Zhan heard this, he immediately revealed a mischievous expression and said, "Forget, forget, forget, forget. Next time, I'll be sure, next time. Have you recovered from your injuries?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan immediately stretched out his arms and said with a smile, "Senior apprentice sister, I'm a world-level true lord. How can such injuries be difficult for me?" Fei Qingxiu shook her head. "Don't be careless. Although I have refined the Emperor Yu's bell for hundreds of years, using it forcefully with your cultivation will still hurt your foundation. After the celebration ceremony, you should rest well in the sect." Chapter 577. At this point, Fei Qingxiu seemed to have thought of something, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "It's just nice, let me, your senior sister, hold a dual cultivation ceremony for you." Dual cultivation ceremony. Qin Zhan was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately knew that senior sister must have misunderstood. He said rather helplessly, "Senior sister, I'm wholeheartedly devoted to the Dao and have no interest in matters between men and women." As he spoke, he added, "Women are too troublesome." Fei Qingxiu narrowed her eyes. Cough cough. Qin Zhan's face revealed an embarrassed expression, but he immediately had a matter-of-fact expression. Women were too troublesome. This was what he really thought. As for his senior sister Fei Qingxiu, Qin Zhan had never treated her as a woman. After being rebuked by Qin Zhan, Fei Qingxiu snapped, "Forget it, you blockhead. I don't think you'll fool around outside. Let's skip this matter. This time, I want to take back the power of the sect completely." "So fast?" Qin Zhan frowned. For so many years, he and Fei Qingxiu had been suppressed by Ye Yin and the others until now they had the upper hand. During this period, he endured countless humiliations and burdens. Today, Fei Qingxiu finally made up her mind to completely eradicate Ye Yin's faction. The war in the Yun nation is over. Since the external threat has been settled, it's time to get rid of the internal worries. As Fei Qingxiu spoke, she gently raised her right hand. 5 rays of light continuously circulated in her palm. Seeing the 5 rays of light in Fei Qingxiu's palm, Qin Zhan's face immediately revealed an excited expression. 5 elemental laws. Senior apprentice sister, you've reached the world level. Yes. Fei Qingxiu nodded slightly. I just broke through a few days ago. The 5 elemental laws are complete. You can now divide the yin and yang in the small world you have opened up, repeat the earth, wind, water, and fire, and nurture the life force of the world. Qin Zhan was incomparably excited. He was even happier than he was when he broke through to the world level. As he spoke, Qin Zhan clapped his hands and laughed. When Fei Qingxiu heard this, a smile appeared on her pretty face. I didn't expect it either. Perhaps it was because the sect and the Xianqing Dao alliance fought and gave me too much pressure, so I broke through in an instant. Qin Zhan nodded. I don't care how you broke through to become a world-level cultivator. Given your foundation, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the primal Dao Lord level. I wish you all the best in your immortal Dao. The two of them laughed for a while. Fei Qingxiu's pretty face also seemed to be relieved, revealing a faint smile. She was no longer as cold as before. Qin Zhan saw senior sister's change. He knew that this was because his senior sister had conquered the Yun nation and completed his master's last wish. In addition, the power of the Qianyuan sword sect was gradually taken back by Fei Qingxiu, so he naturally felt happy. After talking about Ye Yin, Fei Qingxiu pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Junior brother, what do you think of Chen Daoxuan?" Chen Daoxuan. Qin Zhan pondered. After a long time, he looked up at consort Qingxiu. Senior apprentice sister, Chen Daoxuan's talent far surpasses mine. I reckon that it won't be long before he breaks through to the world level. I've never heard of a golden core cultivator reaching the world level. Yes, Lamb. Qin Zhan sighed. Sometimes, he even suspected that this person was the reincarnation of a true immortal from the upper world. Fei Qingxiu could not help but laugh. Ever since the last Mahayana perfected immortal ascended to the upper realm, there has never been a cultivator who broke through to the Mahayana perfected immortal realm in Fenjiun realm. Which perfected immortal dares to reincarnate into this world? As a cultivator, he felt despair when he heard that the immortal opportunities in this realm were gone. However, this was the reality of Fenjiun realm. At this point, Qin Zhan suddenly felt a little angry. The realm demons of the true demon realm are all ambitious. The war in the two-realm abyss has subsided, but the true demon realm is still devouring my Fenjiun realm bit by bit. If this continues, I won't be surprised at all if there are no heavenly venerates passing the tribulation in the future. There's nothing we can do about it. The true demon realm and my Phoenix Fall realm meet, and the true demon realm is a level higher than the Phoenix Fall realm. It's normal for it to devour the Phoenix Fall realm. One world devoured another world. Just like what Chen Daoxuan had seen in the endless void, the fallen Phoenix realm devoured the small worlds around it. The true demon realm was larger than the fallen Phoenix realm, so devouring the other party was within common sense. Although Fenjiun realm could not compare to the true demon realm, it was still a main world that could give birth to Mahayana true immortals. If the true demon realm wanted to completely devour it, it would take at least 100 million years. After such a long time, he, Qin Zhan, had either become an immortal or reincarnated tens of thousands of times. How could he still care about the matters of the true demon realm? But now, the true demon realm had devoured the fallen Phoenix realm, and the effect it had on the cultivators of this realm was that no Mahayana perfected immortal was born in this realm. Furthermore, as time passed, the cultivation of cultivators in the future would become more and more difficult. There was still heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence guarding the Phoenix Fall realm. Perhaps when this batch of heavenly venerates passed away, the highest cultivation level would only be an essence soul Deo Lord. After that, there might only be a nascent soul. At that time, this world would face a true disaster. This was because the true demon realm's true demons would definitely make a comeback and invade fallen Phoenix realm again. At that time, no one in this world would be able to stop them. In Fenjiun field, anyone with insight could see the future of this world, but no one cared. They knew that none of them would live to see that day. By the time all of this really happened, they would have been dead for countless years. After I die, who cares if this world is destroyed or not? This was what most of the cultivators thought, including those heavenly venerates who were undergoing tribulation. When it came to the future of Fenjiun field, the two of them suddenly lost interest in talking. Qin Zhan cupped his hands at Fei Qingxiu and disappeared. Fei Qingxiu fiddled with the pipa in frustration and sighed deeply. In front of the world, in front of the world, in front of the world. Forget about her, a mere sect master of a second-rate sect, what was the use even if heavenly venerates were to gather? Rumble. The spirit boats broke through the void and headed towards the Qianyuan sword sect. Vaguely, the encampment of the Qianyuan sword sect was already in sight. Everyone had already set foot in the Qianyuan sword sect's residence many times, and the shock in their eyes when they saw it for the first time was long gone. Chen Daoxuan stood on the spiritual boat and sized up the sect's encampment that was formed by countless grotto heavens. Before everyone could get close, Chen Daoxuan found that the sect protection array of the Qianyuan sword sect was open. The spirit boats entered the interior of the Qianyuan sword sect without any hindrance. He had just entered the Qianyuan sword sect. A golden core cultivator quickly flew towards Chen Daoxuan and the others. Chen Daoxuan's eyesight was amazing. From afar, he recognized the owner of this light. This person was none other than Fairy Qi Yao, the disciple of Fei Qingxiu, the commander-in-chief who had recaptured the southern mountain city with him. The light landed on Chen Daoxuan's spirit ship. Fairy Qi Yao was wearing a light purple dress. When she saw Chen Daoxuan, she quickly bowed to him and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Chen, my master has invited you." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. After saying that, he used his divine sense to envelop the entire Kangzhou squadron and said to everyone through divine sense transmission, "I'm going to meet the sect master. Please go ahead." Hearing this, everyone cupped their hands towards the spirit ship that Chen Daoxuan was on. As clan leader Chen commands. After instructing everyone, led by Fairy Qi Yao, Chen Daoxuan flew toward a grotto heaven world of the Qianyuan sword sect. There were countless grotto heavens in the Qianyuan sword sect. If no one led the way, it was easy to get lost. Of course, with Chen Daoxuan's 6th tier array formation master's array formation realm, even if no one led the way, this little spatial maze would not affect him in the slightest. The two of them moved quickly. Along the way, the two of them did not speak. When they were almost there, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but ask, "Fairy, do you know why sect master is looking for me?" Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao blushed and turned her head away. No, no, no. I don't know. Chapter 578. In the Eden world. In a pavilion with beautiful mountains and rivers, a fairy dressed in a rainbow dress was sitting. "Master." Qi Yao walked slowly to Fei Qingxiu. "Perfected Chen is here." 11. Hearing this, Fei Qingxiu sized up Chen Daoxuan, who was standing beside Qi Yao, and turned her head. "You can leave first." "Yes, Master." Qi Yao bowed and turned into a beam of light, disappearing in front of them. At this moment, only Chen Daoxuan and Fei Qingxiu were left in front of the huge celestial pond. "Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat." Fei Qingxiu waved her sleeves and pointed at the stone bench beside her. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and took the opportunity to sit down. The two of them were only 3 feet apart at this moment, and he could even easily smell the refreshing fragrance on the other party's delicate body. "Speaking of which, this is my first time meeting fellow Daoist Chen in private." "It's the first time." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Previously, when I chatted with Junior Brother praised you as a rare genius. Now it seems that my junior brother is still too conservative." Fei Qingxiu's beautiful eyes looked warmly at Chen Daoxuan. Didn't expect fellow Daoist to become a world-level cultivator so quickly. Chen Daoxuan's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "Sect Master, you flatter me. Compared to Sect Master who has already stepped into the realm of separating yin and yang and reenacted the realm of earth, phoenix, water, and fire, my insignificant realm is really nothing." Neither of them could have imagined that the other would actually become a world-level cultivator. This was especially true for Chen Daoxuan. He had never imagined that Qingxiu, the sect master of the Qian Essence Sword sect, would not only reach the world level, but would also take another step further, reaching the level of yin and yang severing. This level was also known as the second level of the world level, the yin-yang realm. To reach this realm, a cultivator had to comprehend the 5 great Dao laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth at the same time. On this basis, the 5 elements had to transform into yin and yang. As Chen Daoxuan saw it, Fei Qingxiu couldn't possibly have gained insights into 2 other great Dao laws as soon as she broke through to the world level. The only possibility was that he had already gained insights into 5 types of great Dao laws before becoming a world-level cultivator. Such talent, it was simply terrifying. The outside world had always claimed that Qin Zhan was the most talented cultivator in the history of the Qianyuan sword sect. Unexpectedly, his senior sister, Fei Qingxiu, was no less talented than him. Moreover, Fei Qingxiu hit it even deeper. His own strength was clearly above the 3rd elder Ye Yin, but for the sake of the overall situation and the stability of the infinite star sea, he had endured the other party for hundreds of years. Chen Xian knew that he would never be able to endure this. At this moment, he and Fei Chen Shui could see the admiration in each other's eyes. Chen Daoxuan admired the other party's forbearance for the sake of the big picture. Fei Qingxiu admired Chen Daoxuan's unparalleled talent. Most importantly, both sides were quite pleasing to the eye. To quote a saying from Chen Daoxuan's previous life, he and Fei Qingxiu were both good-looking people. Looking at Chen Daoxuan with her beautiful eyes, Fei Qingxiu suddenly smiled, "Fellow cultivator Chen, what do you think of the families in the Infinite Star Sea?" Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment and said, "It depends on whose position you are standing on." "Oh? What do you mean? From the perspective of the cultivation families, the Qian Yuan sword sect is a huge rock that is pressing on their heads and an obstacle that prevents them from going further. From the standpoint of the Qian Yuan sword sect, the family forces in the infinite star sea had gradually become too big to fall after thousands of years of development. Not only did they dominate the various states, but they also had a large number of forces in the Qian Yuan sword sect. It had already posed a serious threat to the rule of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Hearing this, the imperial consort Chen Shui let out a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Your analysis is right. The Qian Yuan sword sect seems to be prosperous, but in fact, it is in danger. There are more and more elders in the sect who are entangled with the interests of the cultivation families. It has even affected my control of the Qian Yuan sword sect." Sect master is referring to Ye Yin. Fei Qingxiu nodded, then shook her head. "It's not just Ye Yin, he's just a representative of these elders, even Huan Qi and the others, aren't they inextricably linked to the various cultivation clans?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan fell silent. Perhaps Huan Qi himself didn't have a deep connection with the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea, but Huan Qi was in charge of the weapon refining palace, and there were more than 1 million disciples in the palace. With so many people, how could they not be involved with the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea? In fact, the development of the Qian Yuan sword sect to this point had been deeply tied to the cultivation families. There were too many disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect who had become Dao partners with disciples of cultivation families. Their children would either join the Qian Yuan sword sect or return to the cultivation families. When these people who joined the Qian Yuan sword sect had a high cultivation and occupied a high position in the sect, would they be able to be ruthless to their mother? It was impossible. Although the Qian Yuan sword sect later realized this and began to review the disciples who were accepted into the sect, those children who were deeply involved with the cultivation families were not accepted. However, this ban was issued too late. There were already too many cultivators who were deeply involved with the cultivation families and occupied high positions in the Qian Yuan sword sect. It was impossible for the Qian Yuan sword sect to completely abandon the influence of the cultivation families. On the other hand, the Qian Yuan sword sect also needed to rely on the power of the family. Whether it was the increasing number of passages to the true demon realm in the Infinite Star Sea or facing the external enemy, the Xianqing Dao League, they needed the help of the family forces. Therefore, he had no choice. Fei Qingxiu's feelings toward the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Seas were rather complicated. Chapter 579. He had to use it and guard against it. For this reason, Fei Qingxiu started to send troops to the Yun nation more than 400 years ago to support the itinerant cultivators to resist the increasingly powerful family forces. From the looks of it, this move was indeed not bad. With the rise of the rogue cultivators, the clan forces indeed felt an unprecedented crisis. It was precisely because of this that, over the past 400 years, the connection between the forces of the immortal cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea had become closer and closer, and the confrontation between Ye Yin and Fei Qingxiu had become more and more intense. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's frown, Fei Qingxiu's pretty face had a faint smile as she said, "May I know where fellow Daoist Chen stands?" "Sect Master, have you forgotten that I'm also a member of the Azure Continent's cultivation clan?" Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly. Fei Qingxiu shook her head and said, "With your talent, whether it's the Qian Yuan sword sect or the family forces in the Infinite Star Sea, they're not your obstacles. You're the only one in the Infinite Star Sea who can jump out of the power struggle." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at her in surprise. Chen Daoxuan did not expect Qingxiu to have such a high valuation of him. But thinking about it carefully, Chen Daoxuan had cultivated for less than 100 years, but he had already reached the 6th level of the Great Dao, the world level. In the future, he would definitely reach the primal stage or even the tribulation stage. How could such a peerless heaven's favorite be bound by the small pond of the Qian Yuan sword sect? One day, Chen Daoxuan and the Chen family behind him would reach a higher level. It was precisely because she had seen this point clearly that Fei Qingxiu did not have much hostility towards Chen Daoxuan. Because from the beginning to the end, Chen Daoxuan was not a competitor of the Qian Yuan sword sect. He was destined to stand at a higher level in the future. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally understood Fei Qingxiu's attitude. As expected, she was thinking the same thing as him. This feeling of telepathy was very wonderful. Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, "I'm willing to follow Sect Master's lead." After receiving Chen Daoxuan's positive reply, Fei Qingxiu smiled and said, "Good. When does sect master plan to make a move? Since the external threat has been pacified, we should eliminate the internal threat as soon as possible. I think this celebration ceremony is a good opportunity. Fei Qingxiu looked at him. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, then smiled and cupped his hands. We'll do as sect master says. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and said, it's just. After the Chen family helped the sect master to eradicate the opposing forces of the sect, how should the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Chen family get along? Chen Daoxuan's expression when he said these words was very calm. It didn't sound like the words of a patriarch of a cultivation family under the rule of the Qian Yuan sword sect. His words completely placed the Chen family on the same level as the Qian Yuan sword sect. Even though there was still a huge gap between the power of the Chen family and the Qian Yuan sword sect. But Chen Daoxuan was one of the 3 world-level cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea, and the youngest of them all. He was qualified to say such words. Both Chen Daoxuan and Fei Qingxiu knew that with Chen Daoxuan's talent, he would break through to the primordial soul stage sooner or later. At that time, how could the Qian Yuan sword sect command the family of a primordial soul Dao Lord? The relationship between the two parties was destined to never be subordinate again. Both of them were well aware of this. Who knew that when Fei Qingxiu heard these disobedient words, not only did she not get angry, she even smiled and said, the Phoenix Fall realm is very big. The Infinite Star Sea in your eyes is just a corner of the entire Phoenix Fall realm. The vast Fengyun realm was only an insignificant world in the endless immortal domain. Just like how you and I seek the Dao, when you reach a higher level and look back at what you have today, you will find it very laughable. Perhaps, by that time, whether it is the Qian Yuan sword sect or the Infinite Star Sea, you will no longer take them seriously. Fei Qingxiu paused. I heard from my junior brother that you and he both received the inheritance in the Infinite Star Sea, right? Chen Daoxuan nodded. This kind of thing was a secret to outsiders, but to Fei Qingxiu, it was not a secret. With Qin Zhan's relationship with her, he would definitely tell the other party. Even though I have never participated in the Infinite Star Sea's inheritance trial, I know that it is an inheritance trial used by some big force in the upper realm to test their disciples. Tell me, compared to this celestial force, what is my Qian Yuan sword sect? Fei Qingxiu's words made Chen Daoxuan fall silent. Unknowingly, he had already reached this point. Whether it was strength or potential, he could truly suppress a region. Given his world-level cultivation base, he was no longer a minor figure in the entire Fengyun realm, let alone the Infinite Star Sea. After all, ever since the war between the two world abyss subsided, heavenly venerates who passed the tribulation rarely appeared. Almost all of them were holed up in the worlds they had established. Some were in seclusion, while others were comprehending the creation realm. He had no time to care about the power struggles in the celestial cloud continent. In the eyes of heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence, the battle between second-rate sects and even first-rate sects was meaningless. Heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence wanted to become a Mahayana true immortal and ascend to the upper world to live as long as heaven and earth. They wouldn't stay in Phoenix Fall Field and fight for resources that they didn't want. This was because Heavenly Venerate Duji knew that the more resources they obtained from the Fengyun realm, the more karma they would have to pay in the future. Low-level cultivators killed people for treasures and used all kinds of resources to increase their cultivation. It seemed extremely lively. However, they did not know that everything that fate bestowed came with a price. Karma sounded like a thing in the void, but when one reached the crossing calamity stage, they could feel it clearly. To heavenly venerates who were transcending tribulations, they should avoid karma as much as possible. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to their tribulation. However, the situation was different when the war between the two realm abyss started. Usually, cultivators who went through tribulations in Phoenix Fall realm would expend resources to cultivate because they owed karma to this realm. And the reason why they fought the realm demons of the true demon realm in the two realm abyss battlefield was to extend the life of Fengyun realm, which was being devoured by the true demon realm. Even though the fate of Fengyun realm and the true demon realm merging was already decided, doing so would allow Fengyun realm to owe the cultivator karma, which would be extremely beneficial for the cultivator to pass through the 9 heavenly tribulations. People were all like this. If there were benefits, they didn't need to be urged. They ran faster than anyone else. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan did not speak, Fei Qingxiu smiled. Of course, if fellow Daoist Chen is still worried, our two families can become in-laws. Marriage. Chen Daoxuan was stunned. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and mutter, is sect master joking? What kind of joke is this? Fei Qingxiu said with a matter-of-fact expression, a political marriage between you and me will ensure that we will get along better in the future. It's just like how Profound Sun sect and King Gui sect were formed by a political marriage between the two sects' ancestors. But Chen Daoxuan carefully sized up Fei Qingxiu. He had to admit that Fei Qingxiu was the most elegant and beautiful woman he had ever seen. His Taoist partner, Luo Li, might have their own merits in terms of looks, but in terms of temperament, Fei Qingxiu was much better than Luo Li. Fei Qingxiu was stunned by Chen Daoxuan's stare. Suddenly, she thought of something, and her pretty face turned red. She stood up abruptly and reprimanded, "You! What are you thinking?" "I'm not thinking about anything." Chen Daoxuan was quite innocent. "No. What I mean is, you and my disciple Qi Yao are to be married." Fei Qingxiu's face turned red, and even her snow-white neck turned pink. "Fairy Qi Yao." Chen Daoxuan suddenly remembered Fairy Qi Yao's shy look and his expression froze. He had misunderstood. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two of them was very awkward. After a long time, only then did both sides adjust their mentality. However, this time, both of them were a little embarrassed to look at each other's faces. Concubine Chen Shui has been cultivating for nearly 800 years. In terms of age, I don't know how much older than Chen Daoxuan. However, for cultivators, as long as their cultivation continued to break through, time would not leave any traces on their bodies. Age did not matter. With Fei Qingxiu's age, she was actually very young among nascent soul cultivators. Not only that, with Fei Qingxiu's cultivation, she would definitely break through to the primordial soul stage within 1,000 years and become a primordial soul Dao Lord. At that time, she would have 10,000 years of lifespan. If it's really a political marriage, how can it be more reliable to marry a disciple of the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect than to marry the sect master himself? Looking at Fei Qingxiu's shy appearance, Chen Daoxuan suddenly had this thought in his heart. Chapter 580. Cough cough. Chen Daoxuan coughed to cover it up. Fei Qingxiu heard him cough and couldn't help but turn her head to look at the celestial pond outside the pavilion. She changed the topic and said, "Since both of us have the same goal, you can just wait until the celebration ceremony and act according to my expression. I've already gathered all the evidence of Ye Yin's crimes, so there's no need to worry about this. Fellow Daoist Chen, farewell." After saying that, Fei Qingxiu's figure gradually faded until she completely disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. In order to avoid awkwardness, the other party directly teleported to his newly opened small world in front of Chen Daoxuan. Seeing Fei Qingxiu flee, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile. Space rippled slightly and his figure disappeared. After Chen Daoxuan left for a while. In the pavilion, Fei Qingxiu, who was wearing a colorful dress, appeared in the pavilion again. She looked at the place where Chen Daoxuan had disappeared and was lost in thought. Even as the woman at the top of the infinite star sea, Fei Qingxiu had to admit that Chen Daoxuan was indeed the best match for countless female cultivators. Be it appearance, character, talent, or strength, he was a top-notch person. If there was anything lacking about Chen Daoxuan, it was probably that his background was not shocking. Compared to Chen Daoxuan's strength as a perfected lord, the Chen family behind him was not worth mentioning. As far as Fei Qingxiu knew, chosen like Chen Daoxuan, who had broken through to the world level as a mere golden core cultivator, were virtually unheard of in the fallen phoenix realm. Even if there were such freaks, they were secretly nurtured by some ancient immortal clans or sects using various extremely precious resources in various small worlds. Most importantly, they couldn't be as young as Chen Daoxuan, who had only cultivated for a few decades. Qin Zhan was hailed as the most talented cultivator in the history of the Qianyuan sword sect. It took him hundreds of years to reach the 6th level of the Great Dao. Fei Qingxiu had never heard of someone like Chen Daoxuan who had only spent 1/10 of the other party's time to reach Qin Zhan's level of achievement. This was also why Fei Qingxiu believed that her Qianyuan sword sect and Chen Daoxuan were destined to be no match for each other. Because of the speed of Chen Daoxuan's rise, it seemed that the conflict between the Chen family and the Qianyuan sword sect would soon disappear. It was impossible for the Qianyuan sword sect to control such a peerless genius. Not to mention the Qianyuan sword sect, which was only a second-rate sect in the celestial cloud continent, even the ancient sects, which were top forces, might not be able to control a monster like Chen Daoxuan. For such a peerless heaven's favorite, they either had to make good friends with him or destroy him completely when the other party was weak. In short, Don't think about controlling him. As for killing Chen Daoxuan in the bud, the Qianyuan sword sect had long lost this opportunity, and Fei Qingxiu would not do such a stupid thing. She could see that if the Qianyuan sword sect wanted to truly occupy a place in the celestial cloud continent, the opportunity was on Chen Daoxuan. This was also the reason why she had just proposed a marriage alliance with the Chen family. She wasn't just trying to ease the conflict of interest between the two parties in the future. In the pavilion, Fei Qingxiu stood there quietly. She didn't come back to her senses until Fairy Qi Yao appeared behind her. Master! A weak voice sounded from behind Fei Qingxiu. Fairy Qi Yao bowed slightly, trying to suppress the burning shyness on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation as she said, "I don't know, I wonder how he responded." Hearing this, Fei Qingxiu was shocked. "Oh, this matter," he said he would consider it. "I see." A look of disappointment flashed across Fairy Qi Yao's face. For some reason, Fairy Qi Yao had a good impression of Chen Daoxuan since the first time she met him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in Seaview Immortal City when she first met him. At that time, although the light on Chen Daoxuan's body was dazzling, it was only limited to the low-level cultivators in Kangzhou. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, Chen Daoxuan, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, was really insignificant. However, he did not expect that in just a few decades, not only did the foundation establishment cultivator back then jump to the late-stage Golden Core realm, but he also broke through to the 6th level of the Great Dao realm and opened his own small world. The reason why the cultivation factions led by Essence Soul Dao Lords were regarded as first-rate factions in the outside world was because of the pocket world that they had established, which was independent of the Fallen Phoenix realm. The pocket world created by an Essence Soul Dao Lord was different from the estate world that Fei Qingxiu was in. In essence, a miniature world created by an Essence Soul Dao Lord could be upgraded to the level of the Fallen Phoenix realm. As for the Eden world, no matter how many resources were invested, it would not be like the Fallen Phoenix realm, which could exist independently in the endless void. The Eden world was dead and could only be stored in a main world like the Fallen Phoenix realm. Looking at her disciple's desolate expression, Fei Qingxiu suddenly felt a sense of guilt. She couldn't help but think that if the marriage between the Chen family and the Qianyuan sword sect was more suitable than the marriage between the head of the family and the head of the sect. Thinking of this, Fei Qingxiu's face couldn't help but turn red. It wasn't that she didn't know that her disciple had feelings for Chen Daoxuan, but the more this was the case, the more she felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Qi Yao didn't know what her master was thinking. She looked up and forced a smile. He's different from others. Other than the family's interests, he sometimes acts according to his own preferences. I've spent some time with his Dao companions, and I know that their relationship is very good. Chapter 581. Chen Daoxuan isn't someone who will easily fall in love with someone else, but this is also why I like him, isn't it? Hearing her disciple's words, Fei Qingxiu immediately threw away the throbbing in her heart and sighed, "Silly child, although Chen Daoxuan is extremely talented, you must not become an obsession in your heart. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your cultivation. You have to know that cultivators like us can only rely on ourselves in the end." "I know." Fairy Qi Yao lowered her head and said softly. He left the Eden world where Fei Qingxiu was. Chen Daoxuan randomly found a purple mansion stage disciple of the Qianyuan sword sect and asked him to lead the way. Although Chen Daoxuan had stayed in the Qianyuan sword sect for a while, he still knew too little about its internal environment. The Qianyuan sword sect was different from the Qinggui sect. The Qinggui sect's encampment was built on a crisscrossing high-grade spirit vein. The Qianyuan sword sect didn't have such a good geographical environment. When it was defeated in the Infinite Star Sea, it lost all the territory of the Yun nation. Naturally, it couldn't find any treasure land to rebuild its sect. Therefore, strictly speaking, the current sect of the Qianyuan sword sect was somewhat like a super-large magic weapon. However, this kind of super-large magic tool was formed by the combination of independent grotto heavens. Looking at them individually, these grotto heaven worlds were not worth mentioning to the sects and factions of the celestial cloud continent. However, putting them together and forming a formation was a little scary. The core of the sect was a super-large island in the Infinite Star Sea. However, over the past thousands of years, the Qianyuan sword sect had refined this island into a grotto heaven world and used it as the foundation of thousands of grotto heavens. The other grotto heaven worlds were attached to this super-large island. But this was also the problem. This was because the grotto heaven world was not like the spirit veins in the outside world, It could not produce resources by itself. The various spiritual chi, spirit plants, and spirit minds that cultivators needed for cultivation were highly dependent on the outside world. This included this huge island. Ever since it was refined into an estate world, it was separated from fallen phoenix realm by a layer. Although this method improved the safety of the sect's residents by several levels, it also brought a huge pressure on the resources of the Qianyuan sword sect. This meant that the consumption of resources in the Qianyuan sword sect was highly dependent on the outside world. This was also one of the reasons why the Qianyuan sword sect started the war against the Yun nation. The huge resource consumption of the Qianyuan sword sect's encampment was already unbearable by relying on the supply of the various states in the Infinite Star Sea. At that time, the Qianyuan sword sect had to either start a civil war in the Infinite Star Sea or expand outward. There was no third way. Perfected Chen, this grotto heaven in front of us is the place where the Kangzhou cultivators will stay for the celebration ceremony. Beside Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator wearing the Daoist robe of the Qianyuan sword sect said respectfully. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. He couldn't help but think of the Kangzhou cultivators who had come to receive the reward from the Qianyuan sword sect after the last time they had pacified the zombie tide in Kangzhou. At that time, they only lived in a palace in the island's grotto heaven. It was not like now, where a complete grotto heaven world was temporarily handed over to the King Prefecture cultivators for use. Perfected Chen, we're here. As he spoke, the purple mansion cultivator stopped. He took out a jade pass from his storage bag and handed it over. This is the pass that the weapon refinery hall made especially for this celebration. Please keep it well, Perfected Chen. The Zifu disciple bowed. Thank you. Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands. Who knew that when this Zifu disciple saw how polite Chen Daoxuan was, he would immediately be so frightened that he would shudder. Perfected Chen, you're really a junior. Seeing his appearance, Chen Daoxuan did not stand on ceremony and took the token from afar. As soon as he immersed his divine sense into it, he instantly understood the use of this token. He injected a strand of dharmic powers into the token, and a door immediately appeared in the barrier of the grotto heaven world in front of him. Chen Daoxuan stepped in and the door slowly disappeared. He watched Chen Daoxuan leave. Only after a long time did the Zifu disciple slowly relax. He realized that Perfected Chen was not as vicious as the rumors made him out to be. He had made a name for himself by killing Perfected Bloody Butcher and had even killed a nascent soul of the Xianqing Dao alliance like a dog on the battlefield in the Yun nation. Finally, when they returned to the Infinite Star Sea from the battlefield in the Yun nation, the first thing they did was to kill the patriarch of the Zhang family, the overlord family of Taizhu, in the family's residence. Chen Daoxuan had not killed many people along the way, but they were not nameless people. Therefore, the outside world gave him the title of Daoist Raksha. Of course, this kind of name was only called by everyone in private. No one was stupid enough to dare to call Chen Daoxuan in front of him. He entered the grotto heaven. A different scenery entered Chen Daoxuan's eyes. It had to be said that there was a particularly good place in the sect residence of the Qianyuan sword sect. The scenery in each cave was different. These grotto heavens could be adjusted according to the needs of the master to change the climate of the season and even the landscape. There were floating immortal islands, snowy peaks, mountains, forests, and lakes, as well as the ancient wind immortal city. In short, the Qianyuan sword sect's every grotto heaven had different sceneries. For example, Huan Kai's dojo was like a volcanic furnace. People with weak willpower would not be able to stay in that place for even a moment, but Huan Qi was willing to endure it. This time, the grotto heaven world that Chen Daoxuan and the others lived in was an ancient immortal city. Outside the city, there was also a vast snowy landscape and a special spiritual lake. Chapter 582. Combining the snowfield with the spirit lake was almost impossible in the eyes of mortals, but for cultivators, it was just a matter of setting up an array. This grotto heaven world was not big. With Chen Daoxuan's divine sense, he could easily envelop the entire paradise world. With a sweep of his supernatural awareness, he soon found the residence of Luo Li and the Chen family. However, when his divine perception swept across Luo Li, his expression turned cold instantly. In the immortal city, in the spiritual residence of the Chen family, a group of uninvited guests, led by a white-robed cultivator, was blocking the spiritual residence of the Chen family. In front of the spiritual residence, Chen Fuxian was confronting the Golden Core cultivator who was the leader. This Golden Core cultivator had narrow eyes and his face was a vicious and narrow-minded person. The most eye-catching thing about this golden core cultivator was probably the divine pattern between his eyebrows. This person was none other than Yan Yudao, who had abandoned the southern mountain city and fled. Do you know who I am? I want to see your patriarch. You, a mere Zifu disciple, dare to stop me. Yan Yudao had been blocked outside the door by Chen Sheng. His persuasion was futile and he finally lost his temper. However, Chen Fuxian remained indifferent. He neither spoke nor moved aside. This attitude completely angered Yan Yudao. Just as Yan Yudao was about to stir up some commotion and get Chen Daoxuan to come out, the array formation of the spiritual house suddenly opened. A group of women walked out from the spiritual residence. Leading the group were Luo Li and Chen Dalian. When he saw Chen Daolan and Luo Li, Chen Fuxian immediately bowed to them. Greetings, Aunt, Patriarch's wife. Although Yan Yudao had never met Chen Daolan and the others before, he had seen the images of the important figures of the Chen family, so he recognized Chen Daoxuan's cultivation partner at a glance. Before Chen Daolan and Luo Li could speak, Yan Yudao turned to Luo Li and bowed. You must be Fairy Luo Li, right? Luo Li knew about the enmity between the Chen family and Yan Yudao, so she did not give him a good look. She said coldly, why have you been pestering me? Yan Yudao was delighted to finally see a person who held enough weight in Chen Daoxuan's heart. Fairy, I have indeed come to see perfected Chen for an important matter. Speaking of this, Yan Yudao vowed, I dare to guarantee with my life that this matter concerns the future of the Chen family in the infinite star sea. Please introduce immortal Chen to me. Upon hearing this, Luo Li, who did not have many opinions, panicked. She turned her head and looked at Chen Dalian. Chen Dalian held Luo Li's hand and patted it gently. Then, she looked at Yan Yudao and said coldly, you can leave. Our clan leader will not see you. This must be Goddess Chen Dalian, right? Yan Yudao cupped his hands and said firmly, I'm here today to tell you one thing. If you're still dissatisfied, I'll turn around and leave. Just as everyone was in a deadlock, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. What are you looking for me for? Chen Daoxuan looked at Yan Yudao indifferently. Hearing this sentence, Yan Yudao felt a chill run down his spine to his glabella, where the Shen glyph on his glabella was pulsing wildly. This person was extremely terrifying. Not knowing why, Yan Yudao actually felt a sense of oppression from Chen Daoxuan that was much stronger than his father, Yayin. Greetings, Chen Dao. No, Senior Chen. Yan Yudao didn't dare to say the words fellow Daoist out loud. He could only lower his head and call out to Senior Chen. Chapter 583. Yan Yudao, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, was now bowing down in front of Chen Daoxuan. However, no one felt that anything was wrong. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was the same as Yan Yudao's, both in the golden core stage, his true strength was a notch higher than his father Yayin. Naturally, he was qualified to be arrogant in front of Yan Yudao. Yan Yudao's breathing quickened as he felt the prickling pressure. Senior. Yan Yudao bowed, his posture very humble. I know that I had some misunderstandings with you, but fortunately, these misunderstandings did not lead to actual disasters. Our two families can completely mend our relationship. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan's face did not change, Yan Yudao's tone became even more anxious. Besides, the Chen family behind you is also one of the many families of immortal cultivators in the infinite star sea. Our two families should belong to the same camp. Since Sect Master Fei took the throne, she has been suppressing the forces of our families and supporting the individual cultivators. Senior should have seen all these actions. Otherwise, we would have been the ones to decide the infinite star sea. Chen Daoxuan looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, if that's all you want to say, you can get lost now. Yan Yudao didn't know that Chen Daoxuan had already sentenced him to death. The reason why he kept him alive now was that he wanted to wait until the celebration ceremony to punish him in front of all the cultivators in the infinite star sea. Seeing how stubborn Chen Daoxuan was, Yan Yudao finally unleashed his ultimate move. Senior, perhaps you think that after Qin Zhan broke through to the world level, the sect master's faction's power has increased tremendously. But I'm afraid Senior doesn't know that our clan's power isn't completely without foundation. At this point, Yan Yudao's face revealed a trace of arrogance. Get lost. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand, and the nomological patterns in his hand circulated. With a flick of his finger, Yan Yudao and the others were sent flying by Chen Daoxuan like flies. In the next moment, dozens of miles away. Yan Yudao lowered his head and saw a huge gash on his chest. At his chest, countless flesh and bones were surging wildly, healing the wound. In just a few short breaths, the wound on Yan Yudao's chest was completely repaired. However, looking at his pale face, Chen Daoxuan's casual attack had still caused him quite a serious injury. As for the few golden core cultivators he brought, they were even worse off. All of them were seriously injured. Seeing everyone's miserable state, Yan Yudao was extremely resentful in his heart, but he didn't dare to say another word, afraid that Chen Daoxuan would really kill him here. At that time, he would have nowhere to reason with. Let's go. Yan Yudao glared at the spiritual residents in the celestial city, but he didn't dare to say anything. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned into a streak of light and left. The people who followed him also followed him with gloomy expressions and disappeared on the spot. In front of the spiritual residents, the Chen family members were delighted to see the patriarch casually send Yan Yudao away. Once upon a time, Yan Yudao was like a mountain pressing down on the Chen family's hearts, making them breathless. Now, even without Chen Daoxuan, the Chen family was not afraid of a golden core cultivator like Yan Yudao. Among the crowd, only Luo Li still had a worried look on her face. While no one was paying attention, she secretly sent a message through Divine Awareness voice transmission, Chen Lang, from the other party's tone just now, it doesn't seem like he was bluffing. Hearing this, of course not. Chen Daoxuan replied with a smile. Speaking of which, they really found an incredible backer. An incredible backer. Luo Li was even more surprised. This kind of news should be classified as top secret in Ye Yin's camp, and it was impossible for non-important people to know. How did Chen Daoxuan know? Seeing Luo Li's puzzled look, Chen Daoxuan smiled. When I killed Zhang Taiyuan, I left my clone in the Zhang family. Perhaps because they valued my clone's identity as a high-level array master, my clone was entrusted with an important task as soon as he became a guest of the Zhang family. He narrated. Luo Li finally understood why Chen Daoxuan knew Ye Yin's trump card. You're saying that Ye Yin and the others brought in an external enemy? Luo Li was furious. No matter what, the fight between Ye Yin and the sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect was just an internal struggle. As long as Ye Yin admitted defeat in time, Fei Qingxu would not kill him. However, the situation would be very different if an external enemy were to intervene. After Luo Li heard Chen Daoxuan's words, she was angry, but at the same time, she felt a lingering fear in her heart. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan left a spy in the Zhang family. Otherwise, they might really have been successfully schemed by Ye Yin and the others this time. In another large grotto heaven world, inside the paradise, there were many floating immortal islands. On the immortal islands, countless palaces surrounded the clouds, showing the aura of immortals. In front of a palace on the central immortal island, several streaks of light descended. It was Yan Yudao and the others. Yan Yudao walked into a hall with a gloomy face. Inside the hall, 4 cultivators were sitting cross-legged. The one in the middle was the core leader of the Infinite Star Sea family, Ye Yin. On Ye Yin's left was an old acquaintance of Chen Daoxuan, the leader of the Xianqing Dao League, Yi Tiankai. On his right was the current patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Taihao. As for the one on the far right, he looked like a young cultivator, but his cultivation was the same as Ye Yin's, at the late-stage nascent soul realm. Moreover, the aura on his body was even stronger than Ye Yin's and was not weaker than the leftmost Xianqing Dao Alliance's leader, Yi Tiankai. This person had a great background and was the help that the Zhang family had found. Chapter 584. Seeing Yan Yudao walk into the hall angrily, Yi Tiankai smiled and turned around. Brother Yet, looks like you're still more accurate in judging people. That Chen Daoxuan really rejected. When Ye Yin heard this, his expression was very calm as he said, peerless geniuses like Chen Daoxuan must be very proud. My son humiliated him in front of everyone back then, and now he has the upper hand. He won't compromise easily. Yi Tiankai nodded. In the end, I still have to do this. However, the young cultivator on the far right was very disdainful when he heard Ye Yin and Yi Tiankai praise Chen Daoxuan. But he didn't want to argue about such a boring topic with everyone. If Zhang Taihao, a branch of the Zhang family, hadn't found him through an ancestral item, he wouldn't have come to such a barren place like the Infinite Star Sea. Cultivators like Zhang Chenjai, who came from the ancient immortal clan, either cultivated in the small worlds of the Zhang family or fought realm demons in the foreign battleground of the two-world abyss. They rarely paid attention to the conflicts between sects in the celestial cloud continent, let alone the internal power struggle of a second-rate sect in the infinite star sea. Alright, enough chit-chat. Zhang Chenjai looked rather impatient. He looked at Yan Yudao and asked, "Let me ask you, how did Chen Daoxuan choose?" Hearing this, Yan Yudao's expression changed. He quickly lowered his head and said in fear, "Senior, that Chen Daoxuan is arrogant and despotic. Not only did he not agree to join us, but he also injured us." Hearing this, Yayin took a deep look at Yan Yudao. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than a father. Yayin had some doubts about whether Yan Yudao had really clarified the matter to Chen Daoxuan. But thinking of their own strength, Yayin did not say anything more. No matter how one looked at it, they had two world-level true lords on their side, Yi Tiankai and Zhang Chenjai. Zhang Chenjai, in particular, was a member of the Zhang clan, an ancient immortal clan. Not only did he have a noble status, but he also possessed unfathomable power. As the pride of the Zhang family, Zhang Chenjai naturally saw that Yan Yudao's words were not true. But he didn't care about that. In Zhang Chenjai's eyes, the purpose of his trip was not to help Yayin seize power, nor to recruit Chen Daoxuan. He only had one purpose for coming here, and that was to find the ancestral treasure of the Zhang family that was once lost, the Greenwood Cauldron. The Greenwood Cauldron itself was not precious. After all, the Zhang family had the complete Greenwood Cauldron refining method. With the Zhang family's foundation, they could refine as many level 4 Greenwood Cauldrons as they wanted. However, the Greenwood Cauldron that was wandering outside was different. It was rumored that this Greenwood Cauldron was personally refined by the Zhang family's patriarch in ancient times. Its symbolic meaning to the Zhang family far exceeded its actual use. If Zhang Chenjai was able to find this item in the family, he would definitely be appreciated by the heavenly venerates in the family. This was what he valued the most. In Zhang Chenjai's opinion, it would be best if Chen Daoxuan could join them and hand over the Greenwood Cauldron personally. If he couldn't, he could force him to hand over the item after beating him into submission. With Zhang Chenjai's experience in the two world abysses foreign battleground, even nascent soul cultivators of the same cultivation level could be counted on one hand, let alone a mere Aurus core cultivator. In the celestial cloud continent, the existences known as top perfected lords were only slightly stronger ants in the two realm abyss. In the two world abyss, the main force of the battle was the cultivators above the nascent soul stage and the realm demons above the demon lord stage. This was because only nascent soul cultivators could survive in the two world abyss foreign battleground for a short period of time. Otherwise, a golden core cultivator would not be able to survive in the endless void, because a mutant like Chen Daoxuan was hard to find. Only the two world abysses foreign battleground was a place where geniuses truly fought. Although there had never been a fierce battle in the foreign battlefield of the two world abyss over the years, battles between nascent souls and essence soul Dao lords were not uncommon. The upper echelons of both sides seemed to be happy to use the two realm abyss foreign battleground to nurture their younger generation. As long as there was no battle between heavenly venerates. In the eyes of the higher UPS of both sides, a battle between mere nascent souls was nothing. This was a path that all the experts of Fenjiun realm had to take. Zhang Chenjai looked displeased. He raised his hand and said, "All right, I'm not interested in knowing the grudge between you and Chen Daoxuan. I'm only concerned about one thing." Seeing that Yan Yudao still wanted to defend himself, Yayin coughed lightly and said with a smile, "True monarch Zhang is right." Then, he glared at Yan Yudao and reprimanded, "Useless trash, back off." First, he was injured by Chen Daoxuan, and now, he was scolded by his father. Yan Yudao felt that there was resentment in his chest, and he had to vent it. However, his strength was too low, and there was no room for him to defend himself. When Yan Yudao walked out of the palace, Zhang Chenjai thought of something. He looked at Yi Tiankai and Yayin with a smile and said, "As far as I know, the Xianqing Dao Alliance and the King Gui Dao sect are enemies, right?" Hearing this, Yayin's expression changed slightly, but he immediately regained his composure and said with a light smile, "Perfected cultivator Zhang doesn't know. Our sect master has gone against the trend and suppressed my family's power in the infinite star sea to raise the status of the itinerant cultivators. Although Alliance Master Yi had been hostile to our sect before, he was more resentful of Fei Qingxiu's suppression of the cultivation families in the infinite star sea than the conflict between the two sides. That was why he had come to help regardless of the past. Brother Ye is right." Yi Tiankai nodded. The Qianyuan sword sect sent out nascent souls who were itinerant cultivators to the battlefield in the Yun nation. Although there are many of them, they are very weak. It usually takes several people to fight against one person from our Xianqing Dao alliance. To nurture a group of weak cultivators at the same level at all costs is simply a waste of the limited resources of the fallen Phoenix realm. Zhang Chenjai came from a cultivation clan and had participated in many battles in the foreign battleground. He knew how precious the resources of the fallen Phoenix realm were. In Zhang Chenjai's eyes, the limited resources of the fallen Phoenix realm should be given to talented cultivators. As for those unaffiliated cultivators who fled when they encountered a war and had poor talent, Zhang Chenjai had always despised them. In his opinion, these wandering cultivators didn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder in the two-world abyss. Hearing Yi Tiankai's words, Zhang Chenjai felt better about him. As someone who spent most of his time in the foreign battleground, Zhang Chenjai had always been dissatisfied with the conflicts between the various cultivation forces in the Celestial Cloud Continent. In his opinion, rather than being arrogant in the Celestial Cloud Continent, it was better for these cultivation forces to go to the foreign battleground to kill their enemies. However, this was not something a mere nascent soul cultivator like him could decide. After all, the cultivation forces in the Celestial Cloud Continent were complicated. Almost every sect had some connections with the top ancient sects or ancient immortal clans. If the Zhang family were to forcefully interfere, it would inevitably trigger conflicts between the top sects and families behind these cultivation forces. As the saying goes, pulling one hair can affect the whole body. In order to defend against the realm demon, the top forces of the fallen Phoenix realm had finally come to an agreement. They would ignore the internal strife of the Celestial Cloud Continent and focus on guarding the two-realm abyss. This was how the internal stability of fallen Phoenix realm was maintained. Other than that, there was another reason why these top forces let go of the internal strife of the immortal Cloud Continent, and that was to nurture Gu through these conflicts, and to filter out some true experts. It had to be known that in the foreign battleground of the two-world abyss, a single heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence was often more useful than thousands of essence soul Dao lords. However, this was the path of cultivation. The further one went, the harder it was to make up for the quality with the number of cultivators. Yayan and Yi Tiankai heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the Zhang family's pride's expression gradually ease. This big shot was not easy to serve. Not only was he extremely powerful, but his background was also extremely strong. With Yayan and Yi Tiankai's background, they couldn't afford to offend them. Coupled with the fact that Yayan still had to rely on the other party's efforts, he did not dare to offend the other party even more. Zhang Chenjai knew these principles, but he didn't care at all. Zhang Chenjai knew that he and the people present were destined to be from different worlds. The goal of Yayan and the others might only be to become the sect leader of a sect in the Celestial Cloud Continent. At most, they would only be able to break through to the primordial soul stage. As for Zhang Chenjai, he hoped to become a heavenly venerate of tribulation transcendence and follow the example of his ancestor to guard the two-world abyss. Chapter 585. At the same time, in the Grotto Heaven world where the King Prefecture cultivators were staying, on the peak of the snowfield, a pair of young cultivators who looked like a celestial couple were standing on the top of the snow mountain, looking at the green forest at the foot of the mountain. Under the effect of the array, the two extreme scenes of winter and summer appeared in front of the two of them. So beautiful! For a moment, Luo Li looked at the magnificent scenery in front of her and could not help but be mesmerized. Chen Daoxuan followed Luo's gaze. The forest and the snow mountain blended together. It was indeed interesting. Luo Li's sigh reminded him of the time when he went to the Yun Nation and the idea of touring the Celestial Cloud Continent in the future. Chen Daoxuan nodded with a smile. No matter how beautiful the scenery in the Grotto Heaven world is, it's only man-made. How can it be as beautiful as the vast and boundless Celestial Cloud Continent? Celestial Cloud Continent. Luo Li's pretty face revealed a hint of fascination. I've never really seen the Celestial Cloud Continent since I was born. The last time I went to the southern mountain city, Sister Daolian and I took the teleportation array of the Qianyuan sword sect directly, so we didn't pay attention to the scenery of the Celestial Cloud Continent. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt. It seemed that ever since he had confirmed his relationship with Luo Li, he had not accompanied her properly. If they were not cultivating, they would be dealing with clan affairs, or participating in the war in the Yun Nation. All in all, the time he spent with Luo Li could be counted on one hand. However, Luo Li always waited for him quietly at the same place without any complaints. Looking at Luo Li's beautiful side profile, Chen Daoxuan could not help but blurt out, "After this celebration ceremony is over, I'll bring you to the celestial cloud continent to take a look, all right? Really? When Luo Li heard this, she quickly turned her head, her pretty face full of excitement. To be able to spend time with her lover day and night, hand in hand, was Luo Li's greatest wish in her life. It was even more exciting than letting her become an immortal. Chen Daoxuan's heart could not help but soften slightly when he saw Luo Li's agitated expression. He gently raised his hand and caressed her hair, saying gently, "Of course I'm the real one, I'm the one who lied to you." Unexpectedly, Luo Li did not give Chen Daoxuan any face at all. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Who says you haven't lied to me before? You used to lie to me, saying that you wanted to stay with me in the clan, but in the end, you always left me behind and wandered the world alone." As she spoke, Luo Li lowered her head, feeling a little down. The expression on Chen Daoxuan's face froze. He knew that everything Luo Li said was true. That was indeed what he did. According to his thoughts, the situations he had faced along the way were too dangerous. Bringing Luo Li along did feel like a burden. But Luo Li was a living person. She was not Chen Daoxuan's puppet. In terms of danger, Luo Li had followed her clansmen to migrate and fight in the Infinite Star Sea. The dangers she had encountered along the way were many times more dangerous than the ones she had encountered with Chen Daoxuan. That was what it meant to be in real danger. But when had Luo Li ever backed down? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan held Luo Li's soft hand tightly and said firmly, "I promise that no matter where I go in the future, I will bring you along." Unexpectedly, Luo Li raised her head and shook it gently. She gently leaned her head on Chen Daoxuan's shoulder and said softly, "I know that you've carried too much along the way. The expectations of your clansmen, your own Dao path, including mine, like a heavy burden on you. I can't help you much, but I don't want to be a burden to you, Chen Lang." Luo Li raised her head and her beautiful eyes met Chen Daoxuan's. "I just want you to know that no matter what, I will always be waiting for you at the same place, even until the end of my life." "Idiot, we will all become immortals. Where is the end of life?" Chen Daoxuan rubbed her little head and said dotingly. Hearing this, Luo Li buried her head into Chen Daoxuan's arms and hugged him tightly with both hands. She was unwilling to speak for a long time. Luo Li had never thought of the heroic words of becoming an immortal that Chen Daoxuan had spoken. Although Luo Li's talent was extraordinary, she was worthy of being called a genius among the cultivators. However, it had been hundreds of thousands of years since anyone had broken through to the Mahayana stage. With Chen Daoxuan's talent, he did have the confidence to talk about becoming an immortal. However, to Luo Li, becoming an immortal was too illusory. She only hoped that she could be by her lover's side every day and every moment while she was alive. If she could do that, even if she reached the end of her lifespan and died, she would have no regrets. Just as the two of them were snuggling together, quietly and affectionately, a streak of light approached them from afar and flew toward them. He sensed that someone was coming. Luo Li quickly let go and stood at the side. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolan, who was rushing over, and said with a smile, "Has the celebration ceremony begun?" "That's right." As the beam of light descended, Chen Daolan first glanced at Luo Li, then at Chen Daoxuan. With a smile on his face, he said, "Clan leader, sect leader Fei has personally sent someone to invite you. Sect master Fei also sent someone to bring a message. She had already prepared it, so please don't worry, clan leader." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded and turned to look at Luo Li. "Let's go. We'll go together." "All right." Luo Li smiled faintly. About 2 hours later, the spatial barrier of the grotto heaven world slowly opened. Rays of light slowly leaped out from the exit of the spatial barrier, setting off rays of light in the air. It was not just the grotto heaven world where the Azure Continent cultivators stayed. Chapter 586. In the heavenly abode of the main island of the Qianyuan Sword Sect, countless streaks of light flew towards the cloud palace of the Qianyuan Sword Sect. As the highest meeting hall of the Qianyuan Sword Sect, the Cloud Sky Palace was also the main venue for the celebration ceremony. However, there were too many cultivators attending the celebration ceremony this time. There were roughly hundreds of thousands of them. This was even the participation of the representatives chosen from the various races and the rogue cultivators. Otherwise, just the Kangzhou cultivator army alone had mobilized more than 1 million people. Moreover, the number of troops sent by the Kangzhou cultivators in the various states of the Infinite Star Sea was relatively low. It could be seen that the number of cultivators sent by both sides in this war with the Yun nation was terrifying. Of course, the scale of the war between the Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao League seemed terrifying, but the largest number of people were only low-level cultivators in the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage. These low-level cultivators were often the least qualified to participate in this celebration ceremony. Therefore, he looked around. Among the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who had come to participate in the celebration ceremony, the largest number were actually Zifu disciples, followed by foundation establishment cultivators. As for the Qi condensation cultivators who had participated in the most battles, almost no one could come to participate in this celebration ceremony. This was because regardless of whether it was from a practical point of view or from the unspoken rules of the cultivation world where strength reigned supreme, the Qi refinement stage cultivators who were the most numerous in the Yun Nation 1's war were merely cannon fodder. Perhaps in the future, some of the Qi condensation cultivators among them would break through to the Aurus core stage or even higher due to the resources they obtained from the war in the Yun Nation. However, for this war in the Yun Nation, if one's strength did not reach the nascent soul realm, they would not be able to influence the direction of this war. Only a battle between nascent soul stage cultivators was the key to determining the outcome of this war in the Yun Nation. This was also the real reason why the battle between Fenjiun realm and True Demon realm did not stop in the two-realm abyss foreign battleground. This was because in the two-world abyss, a battle between nascent soul realm and even primordial soul realm experts would not affect the foundation of both parties at all. Only when Heavenly Venerate Duji attacked would the two worlds start a war again. It was just that a battle of this level had only erupted once in a few thousand years. It had never happened before. To conclude the reason, the realm demons of the true demon realm were not in a hurry to start a war. Due to the difference in status between the two realms, the true demon realm had been slowly eroding and devouring the Phoenix Fall realm. In the long run, true demon realm would become stronger and stronger, and fallen Phoenix realm would become weaker and weaker. There was no need for the demons of the true demon realm to rush into war, because the general trend was on the side of the true demon realm. The other party only needed to quietly wait for the decline of the Phoenix Fall realm. When all the heavenly venerates of the Phoenix Fall realm passed away and no new heavenly venerates could be born, they would come and reap the fruits of victory. Wouldn't it be safer than fighting the heavenly venerates of the Phoenix Fall realm now? Even if the true demon realm was stronger than the Phoenix Fall realm, they would have to pay a huge price to take down these Phoenix Fall realm heavenly venerates who were desperately resisting. The top experts of the true demon realm were not stupid. They naturally knew what to choose. There was another reason. Although the overall strength of the true demon realm was strong, the battles between the various factions in the true demon realm were even more brutal than those in the fallen Phoenix realm. Although the Fenjiun field had its own power struggles, they were all limited to cultivation forces below first rate. For example, the top forces with heavenly venerate tribulation transcendence were affected by the external enemy, the true demon realm, and there was no direct conflict between them. But the true demon realm was different. Chen Daoxuan had once set foot in the true demon realm. There, a demon lord at the level of a top perfected lord was qualified to establish a demon kingdom in the true demon realm. In terms of the size of the true demon realm, it was even larger than the fallen Phoenix realm. It was unknown how many Fey kingdoms and factions were present in such a huge territory. How intense would the battle between them be? The war in two-realm abyss made the realm demons of true demon realm realize that if they did not join forces to deal with the cultivators of Phoenix Fall realm, it would be difficult for true demon realm to be a match for Phoenix Fall realm. However, the advantage of true demon realm made the realm demons of true demon realm unable to realize the threat of Phoenix Fall realm. With just one point, true demon realm still had a perfected immortal realm demon guarding it, but Fenjiun realm did not even have a single late-stage perfected immortal. With such an advantage, how could the realm demons of the true demon realm unite? Everyone wanted to get more resources and benefits from each other in the fallen Phoenix realm. They did not fight each other until they were bleeding because they had already considered the face of the realm demons at the perfected immortal realm. As for realm demons at the true immortal realm, they usually didn't care about the war between true demon realm and Fenjiun realm. This was because realm demons at their level only needed to quietly repay the karma of this realm and ascend to the upper realm. As long as the cultivators of Fenjiun field did not charge into the territory of the true demon realm, it would be wishful thinking if they wanted these perfected immortal level realm demons to risk their lives. In ancient times, The human cultivators of the fallen phoenix realm had obtained an absolute advantage in the battle against the demon beasts. After occupying the dominant position in this world, there were many human true immortal cultivators. Thus, the ancient era was also the most glorious era of the fallen phoenix realm. After that, Fengyun realm welcomed the collision and integration of the two realms with true demon realm. Given the status of the Fengyun realm and the true demon realm, even Mahayana true immortals would be helpless in this situation. At this point, the most tragic war between the true demon realm and the fallen phoenix realm since their encounter had broken out, a war between true immortals. In that tragic war, many true immortal experts who had originally succeeded and jumped out of the barrier of longevity died directly. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation were destroyed. The true immortal realm that Chen Daoxuan had gone to should be the world left behind by the true immortal realm that had fallen after that great war. There were many small worlds like this in the two-realm abyss. Some were left behind by the demons of the true immortal world, while others were created by the Mahayana true immortals of the human race. Now, after these small worlds lost their masters, some of them had merged with the fallen phoenix realm or the true demon realm. However, many small worlds were still floating in the endless void of the foreign battleground. They died quietly with their masters, turning into ruins. These world ruins seemed to be telling the story of how tragic the war was. At this point, the realm demons at the level of perfected immortals and the Mahayana perfected immortals of the human race, who were tired of this kind of war, decided not to fight anymore. They all chose to ascend to the heavens. Because to them, this war was both tragic and meaningless. It was more like a battle of wills. The fusion of the two realms was a major trend that no one could stop. The situation of the true demon realm devouring the Fengyun realm could not be changed, and the future of the human cultivators was already determined. So what if these Mahayana perfected immortals won this war? As the fallen phoenix realm was devoured by the true demon realm, the human cultivators would eventually usher in the age of chaos. Moreover, these Mahayana true immortals could no longer stay in the phoenix fall realm. As the last batch of Mahayana perfected immortals had no choice but to ascend to the upper realm, Fengyun realm no longer produced any Mahayana perfected immortals. As for the newly born realm demons of the true demon realm, they knew about this tragic history and didn't want to repeat the mistakes of their predecessors. Even though the true demon realm was stronger than the phoenix fall realm, if a full-scale war broke out between the two realms, how heavy would the losses of the true demon realm be? He could have won lying down, so why did he have to risk his life? It was precisely because of this that the true immortal realm demons of the true demon realm showed a lack of interest in invading fallen phoenix realm. However, the low-level cultivators living in fallen phoenix field knew very little about this history. Thousands of years ago, the high-level cultivators of the Qianyuan sword sect rushed to the two-realm gulf and witnessed the tragic scene of the foreign battlefield. The sect had some sporadic records of this history. With Chen Daoxuan's strength and status, he naturally had the qualifications to flip through these classics. However, only someone with his strength would be interested in the two-realm abyss. As for other low-level cultivators, they might not even have the right to set foot in the endless void in their entire lives, let alone enter the two-world abyss foreign battlefield. Knowing this part of history was meaningless to them. For high-level cultivators, even if they did not deliberately understand this, they would still see the scene when they opened their own world in the endless void. Chen Daoxuan had stayed in the endless void for too short a time and was busy opening up his own world. In the future, when he had free time to build the world he had created, he would definitely find the darkest and most despairing scene of fallen phoenix realm being devoured. Countless Fengyun realm cultivators would give up on themselves and change their personalities when they saw this scene. Because they knew that the path of cultivation that they had been pursuing for a lifetime had long been cut off. This was also the reason why the higher the cultivation level of the cultivators, the less desire to fight. If even the path of Dao was cut off, what was the point of fighting? Chapter 587. On the floating immortal island where the Cloud Sky Palace was located, rays of light tore through the sky and flew toward the immortal island. Chen Daoxuan was mixed in the crowd, followed by a large group of representatives of cultivators from various clans in Kangzhou. He did not look very eye-catching. However, the cultivators who were closer to him all showed respect after recognizing him. In the cultivation world, strength spoke for itself, so Chen Daoxuan was used to it. As all the lights in the sky descended, the huge floating immortal island under their feet immediately showed signs of being overcrowded. There were hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the infinite star sea who had come to participate in the celebration ceremony. In addition to the disciples of the Chen Yuan sword sect who were maintaining order, there were at least more than 1 million cultivators gathered on the floating island where the Cloud Sky Palace was located. With so many people, it was enough to catch up to the population scale of Seaview Immortal City. After many years of development, the Chen family's Seaviewing Immortal City had gradually surpassed the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City in terms of the number of permanent cultivators. It had become the largest immortal city in Keng Prefecture. Although it couldn't be compared to a giant immortal city like Yuanshan Immortal City, it was still considered a large-scale immortal city in the Infinite Star Sea. However, the number of cultivators gathered in front of the Cloud Sky Palace alone had surpassed the number of permanent cultivators in the Seaview Immortal City. One had to admit that this celebration ceremony was grand. With so many cultivators gathered together, the Cloud Sky Palace would definitely not be able to hold them all. The Chen Yuan sword sect simply built an open-air ring-shaped venue on this floating immortal island. The appearance of this ring-shaped venue looked somewhat similar to the stadium in Chen Daoxuan's previous life, except that this ring-shaped venue was floating in the clouds under the effect of the floating array. It looked like it was much more stylish than an ordinary stadium. Chen Daoxuan's light descended on the ring venue and spread out his divine sense to search. Soon, he found the location of the Kengzhou cultivators. Just as he was about to sit down, a voice suddenly came from his sea of consciousness. "Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat." Chen Daoxuan swept his divine sense over. It was Fei Qingxiu who was transmitting a message to him. Chen Daoxuan thought about it and nodded. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan looked at Luo Li, who was beside him. After explaining a few words, he rode on the light and flew toward Fei Qingxiu. When the light approached, Chen Daoxuan realized that the people sitting here were the strongest and most powerful people in the Infinite Star Sea. Chen Daoxuan was no stranger to these people. Fei Qingxiu, Qin Zhan, Ye Yin, Huan Qi, True Lord Lin Wu. All the well-known big shots in the Infinite Star Sea were sitting together at this moment. It looked very harmonious. However, most of the people present knew in their hearts what kind of storm was waiting for them. "Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat." Fei Qingxiu, who was sitting at the head of the table, pointed to the empty seat on the left and said gently. However, before Chen Daoxuan could thank him, an untimely voice rang out. "Sect Master, isn't it inappropriate for perfected Chen to sit here?" Hearing this, everyone's gaze focused on the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a late nascent soul elder surnamed Wu from Ye Yin's faction. This elder Wu had a wide face and a wide mouth. His hair was like steel needles. From his appearance, he seemed to be an upright person. But those who understood him all knew that this elder Wu had always been the vanguard of Ye Yin's faction, the messenger. Usually, in the battles between Ye Yin's faction and Fei Qingxiu, he was the one who charged the fiercest. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was simple. Elder Wu's cultivation partner was the patriarch of the largest family in the Jade State of the Infinite Star Sea. Fei Qingxiu's suppression of Infinite Star Sea's family power had touched his fundamental interests. Naturally, Elder Wu and Fei Qingxiu were irreconcilable. "Elder Wu, what's wrong?" Before Chen Daoxuan could speak, Fei Qingxiu smiled faintly and said, "With fellow Daoist Chen's achievements and strength, don't you have the right to sit beside me?" After saying that, Fei Qingxiu no longer gave him face. She looked at Chen Daoxuan and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat." "Wait." Wu Kuei stood up and raised his right hand abruptly. "I, Wu Kuei, naturally acknowledge perfected Chen's strength, but I cannot agree with his achievements." As he spoke, Wu Kuei looked at the nascent souls present and said in a clear voice, "May I ask who here did not go to the Yun nation's battlefield to serve? In terms of achievements, how can we not be compared to fellow Daoist Chen?" "That's right. I admit that fellow Daoist Chen has put in a lot of effort to recover the southern mountain city. However, please forgive me for not being able to claim credit for the battle between him and Hall Master Qin at the King Gui Daoist sect." Upon hearing this, before Fei Qingxiu could speak, Qin Zhan, who was at the side, was unhappy. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Wu Kuei. "What does Elder Wu mean?" Wu Kuei cupped his hands. "I didn't mean to offend Hall Master Qin. I admire you for attacking the King Gui sect alone. Since Hall Master Qin and fellow Taoist Chen had seized the divine water of Tai, where was this treasure stored now?" When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Indeed, the Tai divine water was a treasure to the King Gui sect, but it was the same for everyone else. After all, it was a treasure that could help everyone break through to the primordial soul stage. Who wouldn't be tempted? Do I have to explain to you, Wu Kui, about the treasures I seized? Qin Zhan did not back down in the slightest and directly went against Wu Kui. However, his words made Ye Yin, who was at the side, laugh. As expected, when everyone heard Qin Zhan's domineering words, they all frowned. Chapter 588. Qin Zhanding was the most talented person in the Qianyuan sword sect, and many people in the sect were jealous of him. Now, he showed such a domineering attitude in front of everyone, which inevitably made people unhappy. Wu Kui did not dare to go against Qin Zhan. He cupped his hands and said, I naturally have no intention of questioning how Hall Master Qin handled the treasures. However, I want to know if this treasure is in Hall Master Qin's hands or in fellow deist Chen's hands. After all, this treasure is the spoils of war from the war in the Yun nation. However, according to the system of the Heavenly Cloud Palace, the spoils of war obtained by cultivators should be distributed after the battle. At this moment, Fei Qingxiu, who was sitting at the head of the table, finally frowned. Ye Yin and the others used her system to attack her people. It had to be said that this move was very brilliant. The system of the Heavenly Cloud Palace is naturally to be used for the battle. Fei Qingxiu said, it's just that the Supreme Divine Water was indeed taken by fellow deist Chen. This item is also of great use to him, so I've already given my approval to let fellow deist Chen deal with it. I wonder if I, as the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect, have the privilege to deal with military supplies and spoils of war first. Sect master, you naturally have this authority. Wu Kui bowed and said, however, since fellow deist Chen's contribution has been cancelled out, how can he still be qualified to sit beside you, sect master? The plot was revealed. Chen Daoxuan looked at Wu Kui, who was jumping up and down, and felt that it was very boring. He had always thought that arguing was the most boring thing. In the end, the cultivation world still relied on strength to speak. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but look at the most special person among them. At this moment, it seemed that Zhang Chenjai didn't hear the argument at all. Even at the most tense moment, he was completely focused on the fine wine and delicacies on the table, stuffing himself with food without stopping. He did not have the demeanor of a disciple of an ancient clan at all. Chen Daoxuan looked at this person and felt that it was very interesting. The attitude that the other party showed gave him a completely different feeling from the disciples of the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea. He did not care about his image, nor did he care about the argument. It was as if all of this was not as practical as the good wine and food on the table in the eyes of the other party. The other nascent souls could not help but frown when they saw Zhang Chenjai reincarnate like a hungry ghost. If not for the fact that this person was personally invited by Ye Yin, he would probably have scolded him out. Even so, everyone still maintained a distance from him in disdain. Where did this rogue cultivator come from? This is really a disgrace to the nascent soul cultivators. This fellow deist. Everyone shook their heads in their hearts. The tense atmosphere of Ye Yin and Fei Qingxiu's confrontation was diluted by quite a bit. After Wu Kui finished speaking, he looked down at Chen Daoxuan like a victorious general and said, "What do you think, fellow deist Chen?" Fellow deist Chen. Chen. Chen Daoxuan did not seem to hear Wu Kui's words. He flew straight to Zhang Chenjai and cupped his hands. "I'm Chen Daoxuan. Greetings, fellow deist Zhang." Zhang Chenjai wiped the corner of his mouth and then wiped his hands randomly. He raised his head and said, "You know me. I've heard of the name of the ancient immortal clan, the Zhang family." "What?" Zhang Chenjai was rather surprised. "But I've never seen you before. How do you know my background?" "Because of the item on fellow deist Jiang's waist." Chen Daoxuan pointed at the jade pendant on Zhang Chenjai's waist. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the token of your Zhang family's disciples, the ring dragon jade." Zhang Chenjai's expression changed completely. "Who are you? How do you know so much about the Zhang family?" Since the two of them were conversing through divine awareness, outsiders didn't know what Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Chenjai were talking about. "Not only do I know this, but I also know that fellow deist Zhang is here for the Greenwood Cauldron." "Oh." Zhang Chenjai had a rough guess in his heart. There must be something wrong with Ye Yin. Otherwise, this cultivator called Chen Daoxuan would never know him so well. Before this, Ye Yin kept saying that you were a chosen. Now that I think about it, he wasn't exaggerating at all. You've only been a Dao cultivator for less than 100 years, but you've already reached the first level of the world god realm. Fellow deist, you flatter me. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and said, logically speaking, the greenwood cauldron belongs to your Zhang family, so I should give it to you. However, I obtained this item from Zhang Taiyuan, so I can't just give it to you for free. Hearing this, since you know that Zhang Taiyuan is also from a branch of the Zhang family, aren't you afraid that I'll avenge him? Zhang Chenjai said with a smile. Revenge. Chen Daoxuan laughed. A descendant of a traitor. Shouldn't your Zhang family thank me? Haha, you are interesting. Zhang Chenjai clapped his hands and smiled. I'm not interested in the internal strife of your Qianyuan sword sect. However, the greenwood cauldron in your hand is an ancestral item of my clan. I have to take it away. Can you name a price? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. What, you don't want to? Zhang Chenjai's tone was somewhat unfriendly. I can give you the greenwood cauldron, but I need to borrow it for a period of time. This won't do. I still have to rush back to the two-world abyss. How can I have the time to waste here with you? Zhang Chenjai rejected the emperor on the spot. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment and said, in that case, why don't we make a bet? Bet? Yes, I bet. Chen Daoxuan nodded, the bet is this greenwood cauldron. If you lose, you must let me keep it for a period of time. If you win, you can take it away on the spot. Of course, if you lose, you have to pay another bet. Hearing this, Zhang Chenjai thought for a moment. How do you want to bet? I've long heard that the disciples of the Zhang clan guard the two-world abyss all year round, and I'm filled with admiration for them. Ever since I broke through to the world level, I've always wanted to go to the extraterrestrial battleground in the two-world abyss to broaden my horizons. Therefore, I would like to ask fellow Daoist Zhang for advice. You want to fight me? Zhang Chenjai was stunned. If I'm not mistaken, you've broken through to the world level in less than a year. You haven't even consolidated your foundations, much less split yin and yang. You're already famous. Among all of you, only that person can compete with me. As for you... Zhang Chenjai shook his head. Fine. I don't want to take advantage of you. As long as you can last 3 moves against me, I'll let you use the greenwood cauldron for a while. Zhang Chenjai took out a jade slip from his storage ring. This is the secret of the inheritance of the infinite star sea. I think it's enough to be a bet. Chen Daoxuan's pupils shrank slightly when he heard about the inheritance of the infinite star sea. You don't have to be so surprised. Although the infinite star sea is vast, it is too barren. The only thing worth praising here is the inheritance of the infinite star sea. However, for countless years, no one had been able to obtain the real inheritance of the infinite star sea. Even those who had made it to the supreme tower were very few. The inheritance of the infinite star sea. Tong Tian Tower. When Zhang Chenjai casually mentioned the secret of the Tong Tian Tower, Chen Daoxuan was immediately interested in the jade slip in his hand. Although Chen Daoxuan had reached the level of Tong Tian Tower in the infinite star sea, he was still a genius. According to the Daoist in white, there were more than 900 people in this world who could make it to the Tong Tian Tower. It could be seen that there were many forces in this world who knew about the inheritance of the infinite star sea. The Zhang family was one of the top factions in the entire Fallen Phoenix realm. There was no reason for them not to know about this upper realm inheritance trial. Moreover, the other party definitely knew more than Chen Daoxuan. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan became even more curious about the jade slip in Zhang Chenjai's hand. Deal. Awesome. Zhang Chenjai laughed. Just as the two of them were discussing everything, Wu Kui, who had been ignored by Chen Daoxuan, completely exploded. Humph. Sect Master, it seems that this fellow Daoist Chen doesn't put my Qianyuan sword sect in his eyes at all. Clown, noisy. Zhang Chenjai had an impatient look on his face. He stood up and raised his hand to wave at Wu Kui. Although Wu Kui was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, his strength was not even at the level of a top-notch perfected cultivator, let alone a heaven's favorite from an ancient immortal clan like Zhang Chenjai. Just as Wu Kui was about to die under Zhang Chenjai's palm, Yin's expression finally changed. Fellow Daoist Zhang, please show mercy. After saying that, Yin's figure flashed and he took out an ancient shield, blocking in front of Wu Kui. Chapter 589. In a flash. Zhang Chenjai's sudden appearance shocked everyone. What surprised everyone even more was Zhang Chenjai's terrifying strength. World-level cultivators. An elder of the Qianyuan sword sect trembled as he felt the terrifying pressure on his body. Just when everyone thought that Wu Kui would not be able to escape death, Zhang Chenjai, who was about to attack Ye Yin, suddenly stopped. In front of Ye Yin, a simple shield-shaped magic tool floated quietly. Zhang Chenjai's slender hands were less than a foot away from the shield. He looked at Ye Yin with a slightly mocking expression and said, "Do you know why your power and reputation in the sect have been weakening over the years?" Ye Yin's face darkened as he cupped his hands and said, "I hope fellow Daoist Zhang can enlighten me. Because you are too weak." Zhang Chenjai didn't give him any face at all. "Your sect leader and her junior apprentice brother are both at the second stage and first stage world level. Do you think that you'll be able to seize her authority just because you've lured in a foreign enemy? What a huge joke." Elder Yat, the most reliable thing in this world was not political tactics, but one's own strength. After saying that, he looked at Wu Kui, who was hiding behind Ye Yin and trembling non-stop, with contempt. Elder Wu, who was still in high spirits in front of everyone just now, did not dare to say anything more after feeling the danger of life and death. He could only lower his head and hide behind Ye Yin without saying a word. He completely lost his previous arrogance. Looking at the farce in front of him, Chen Daoxuan smiled. In a flash, he appeared in front of the seat next to Fei Qingxiu. Chen Daoxuan sat down and looked at Fei Qingxiu. "I've already negotiated with him." "I heard it," Fei Qingxiu whispered. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was quite surprised. With the strength of his divine sense, it was not strange for Fei Qingxiu to hear his divine sense voice transmission. However, Chen Daoxuan did not expect that Fei Qingxiu's divine sense was actually stronger than Zhang Chenjai's. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's surprised expression, Fei Qingxiu did not explain and just asked casually, "He's a second-stage world-level cultivator, and he's not far from being able to replicate the earth, wind, water, and fire realm. Are you confident?" Chen Daoxuan thought about it and shook his head. "Although I'm much more powerful now than I was when I went to the King Gui sect, the difference between me and a senior second-stage world-level true lord is still quite obvious. Not to mention that my cultivation is inferior to his. You knew you were no match for him, yet you still made a bet with him." Fei Qingxiu chuckled. "Tell me, what do you want?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but turn to look at Qin Zhan, who was not far away. Qin Zhan felt Chen Daoxuan's gaze and transmitted his voice without looking sideways, "I didn't betray you, senior sister forced me to say it." As expected, Qin Zhan told Fei Qingxiu about how he had borrowed money from the other party. "You don't need to look at junior brother Qin. I was the one who asked him to tell me the entire process of you snatching the supreme divine water. Only by clearly understanding your strength would I not make the wrong decision." These words were already very naked. If Chen Daoxuan wasn't strong enough, then the Chen family, as a member of the Infinite Star Sea, would certainly be suppressed by Fei Qingxiu, just like the other cultivation families. However, with Chen Daoxuan's strength and potential, he would not allow Fei Qingxiu to do so. The only thing she could do was to acknowledge the Chen family as an ally. Strength was the basis of equal dialogue. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan could not help but have a clearer understanding of this sentence. Fei Qingxiu treated him differently, not because of his good looks, but because of his strength. If Ye Yin had Chen Daoxuan's strength or potential, presumably Fei Qingxiu would still choose to continue tolerating the other party and not finish him off at the celebration ceremony. "I want the world origin pearl." Fei Qingxiu frowned. Although she was puzzled, she still nodded in agreement. "How much do you want? How much do you have?" Fei Qingxiu tilted her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan with her beautiful eyes. Thousands of years ago, the Qianyuan sword sect rushed to the two-realm abyss. Although we didn't obtain much other spoils of war, we did obtain a lot of things like the world origin bead. There's also the new passage to the true demon realm in the Infinite Star Sea. For so many years, the Qianyuan sword sect has been guarding the passage. Although the conflict with the King Kaihu demon kingdom isn't big, we still kill many realm demons every year. Accumulating all of this, the number of world origin beads he obtained was not a small number. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's breathing couldn't help but quicken. "I want so much." "Do you have it?" he asked, raising a finger. 10,000. 100 million. Pfft. Fei Qingxiu picked up the wine on the table and almost choked herself before she even drank it. She couldn't help but look at Chen Daoxuan angrily and shout in a low voice, "What do you think the world origin pearl is? Spiritual stones? As many as you want." This time, Chen Daoxuan was somewhat puzzled. He looked at Fei Qingxiu and asked in surprise, "Is the world origin pearl very precious? With the strength of the Qianyuan sword sect, it shouldn't be difficult to kill these realm demons." Hearing this, "It's not difficult to kill realm demons." Fei Qingxiu stroked her forehead. "However, it's not easy to preserve a low-grade realm origin pearl. It's very easy for the internal world to collapse and turn into chaos. Other than expanding the Eden world, this world origin pearl did not have much use. The world origin beads that can be preserved for a long time with special methods must be at least at the Purple Mansion level. How many of these world origin beads do you think our Qianyuan sword sect has?" Chapter 590. Wait. Chen Daoxuan understood why Fei Qingxiu was so agitated. She must have misunderstood him and thought that the world origin pearl he needed had to be a high-grade one. The other party probably thought that he was going to use the high-grade world origin bead to perfect some kind of spatial magical treasure. However, to Chen Daoxuan, what he needed was not a world origin pearl that had not collapsed. What he needed was a world origin pearl that had collapsed into nothingness, leaving only chaos chi. Although both parties were talking about the world origin bead, they were fundamentally different things. After understanding the differences between the two sides, Chen Daoxuan immediately explained again. This time, Fei Qingxiu was even more confused. "You mean, a useless pearl that will collapse into nothingness?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan didn't know that the origin bead had such a particular requirement. Back when he had killed a Zifu disciple, the origin bead he had obtained had indeed taken a very long time to slowly disintegrate. The Zifu level world origin bead was indeed different from the world origin bead of a Foundation Establishment realm demon. "So it's a useless pearl." Fei Qingxiu looked at Chen Daoxuan bitterly. A useless pearl is basically a world origin pearl below the Foundation Establishment realm. After this kind of world origin pearl is taken out, the origin world will instantly disintegrate into nothingness before it can be processed. It doesn't have the value to refine an Eden world at all. Only the Zifu level world origin pearl could use a special method to preserve its origin world for a long time and wait for it to be refined into an estate world in the future. Fei Qingxiu explained briefly. Only now did Chen Daoxuan understand that there were so many differences and details in the tiny world origin pearl. However, thinking about it carefully, the true demon realm and the Phoenix Fall realm had been enemies for so long. Both sides must have studied each other thoroughly. Realm demons could devour human cultivators to expand the origin world, so human cultivators could naturally hunt realm demons and use their world origin beads. But overall, the realm demons had the upper hand. That was because they could directly expand their origin world and increase their strength by devouring humans. However, the human race could not directly increase their own strength after obtaining the world origin pearl. They could only refine it into Grotto Heaven Dharmic artifacts to nurture their younger disciples. Just like today's Qianyuan sword sect, the entire sect was built by Grotto Heavens. Fei Qingxiu finished explaining and communicated with Huan Qi through divine sense. After a long time, Huan Qi raised his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan. He nodded with a pained expression and then took out a storage ring and handed it over. Fei Qingxiu took the storage ring and handed it to Chen Daoxuan, 1100 million wasted pearls. In Fei Chen's snow-white palm, a small storage ring lay quietly. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and impatiently took the storage ring. "What do you plan to do now?" "Closed-door cultivation to perfect your estate world magic treasure." Fei Qingxiu was quite curious. It wasn't that she hadn't seen cultivators practice before, but she had never seen someone as overboard as Chen Daoxuan. The battle between the two was to be held after the celebration ceremony. No matter how grand the celebration ceremony of the Qianyuan sword sect was, it would end in less than a month. A month was only a short period of time for mortals, let alone cultivators with long lifespans. What could Chen Daoxuan do in such a short time? Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Fei Qingxiu was thinking, and he didn't want to care. At this moment, all he could think about was the small storage ring in his hand. This was because this storage ring contained the most wealth he had ever obtained. 100 million world origin beads. Regardless of whether it was a useless bead or not, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, a complete world origin bead was useless to him, and he didn't need to use it to refine a heavenly abode. Why did he want the complete realm pearl? On the contrary, even if he obtained a complete origin bead, he would only destroy its origin world completely and disintegrate it into chaotic chi for the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness to absorb. Thinking of this, in front of everyone, Chen Daoxuan extended his finger and pointed at the ball. Immediately, a spherical spatial cage enveloped Chen Daoxuan. He actually went into seclusion in front of so many nascent souls of the Qian Yuan sword sect. A voice sounded in Fei Qingxiu's ears. "Protect me. You." Fei Qingxiu couldn't help but be angered by Chen Daoxuan's overbearing manner. However, Chen Daoxuan was her most important ally in the future. Regardless of whether it was for personal or public reasons, she did not want to offend him from the bottom of her heart. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan would not have borrowed 2 million world origin beads from Fei Qingxiu so easily. Even though these world origin pearls were worthless pearls in Fei Qingxiu's eyes. However, these useless pearls could also slightly expand the grotto heaven world. They were not worthless. If not for that, who would keep a pile of trash in their hands? Thinking of this, Fei Qingxiu helplessly covered the space cage Chen Daoxuan had set up with her divine sense to prevent others from prying. With Chen Daoxuan's comprehension of spatial laws, the spatial cage he set up was 1,000 times safer than any cultivation room in the world. In addition to the fact that he had a second-level world realm true monarch to protect him, he could go into seclusion in peace. In the outside world, when the other nascent souls saw that Chen Daoxuan had directly locked them up in a spatial cage that looked like an eggshell, they were quite surprised. What was perfected Chen doing now? Especially Yayan and the others. He had been defeated by Chen Daoxuan more than once. No matter how much he pretended to be profound, he hated this person to the core. However, for all of this, Chen Daoxuan, who was eager to enter seclusion, didn't care at all. Yayan didn't know that the moment Chen Daoxuan single-handedly snatched the Tei divine water away from nearly 100 nascent souls, he, a top-notch nascent soul, was no longer in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Chen Daoxuan had never looked back at the people he had surpassed. Because he knew that as long as he surpassed him, he would no longer be his opponent. If he couldn't do this, wouldn't all his cheats be wasted on a dog? Inside the spatial cage, Chen Daoxuan excitedly took out the storage ring that Fei Qingxiu had given him. After checking it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but become even more excited. A total of 100 million world origin beads were neatly placed in the storage ring. It was no wonder Qi Yao was so unconcerned about him collecting the Qi of Chaos from the source world of true immortals. If Chen Daoxuan had so many world origin pearls when he entered the true immortal source world, why would he take the risk? Get rid of all distracting thoughts. Chen Daoxuan frantically broke open the world origin pearl in his storage ring. Immediately, countless chaotic Qi wrapped around Chen Daoxuan like a cocoon. Furthermore, as Chen Daoxuan continued to destroy the world origin pearl, the chaotic Qi enveloping him increased. Sensing this massive amount of chaotic Qi, the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness reacted immediately and began to absorb the chaotic Qi in the middle of the stage. Countless strands of chaos Qi were absorbed and transformed by the golden scripture, turning into specks of comprehension stardust. They were absorbed by Chen Daoxuan's comprehension star, which had shrunk by a large margin. Immediately after, the comprehension star began to expand visibly under the gathering of countless stardust. An entire day passed. Chen Daoxuan maintained this stance. Chen Daoxuan had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the 2 million world origin beads. Phew! Chen Daoxuan stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to absorb it anymore, but his sea of consciousness could no longer contain this huge star of comprehension. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was in the space of his sea of consciousness. The stars of comprehension were almost as big as the space of his sea of consciousness. By a rough estimate, the diameter of this comprehension planet was at least 2,000 kilometers. It was many times larger than it had been since his trip to the origin world of true immortals. If the amount of comprehension stardust consumed in a day was used as a standard unit. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness had accumulated at least 10,000 standard units of comprehension stardust. In other words, Chen Daoxuan was able to comprehend for 10,000 days with 100 times comprehension, which was 27 years and 4 months. I'm rich. Chen Daoxuan muttered as he looked at the remaining 90 million world origin beads in the storage ring. He had never felt as rich as he was today. At this moment, he suddenly felt that if he could marry Fei Qingxiu, it wouldn't be a bad thing. This wasn't because Chen Daoxuan wasn't devoted, but because Fei Qingxiu had given him too much. Chapter 591. Yayan glanced at Zhang Chenjai, who had returned to his seat, and then looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had gone into seclusion on the spot. He couldn't help but feel that the situation was out of his control. Brother Yi, what should we do now? For a moment, Ye Yin lost his sense of propriety. A purple-robed cultivator was sitting cross-legged in the grotto heaven that he carried with him. He heard Ye Yin's voice and replied, "Brother Ye, don't worry. Since fellow cultivator Zhang didn't choose to attack you, it means he doesn't want to fall out with you. In addition, Fei Qingxiu and Chen Daoxuan both broke through to the world level, but you didn't know about it at all." Sigh. The purple-robed cultivator kept shaking his head. "I had some guesses about that lowly servant Fei Qingxiu breaking through to the world level, but I really didn't expect Chen Daoxuan to break through so quickly." Ye Yin's words had a kind of crazy jealousy. "Sigh, brother Ye, I have warned you that Chen Daoxuan is more of a threat than anyone else in your Qianyuan sword sect. You must win him over to our camp, but what did you do? Send your good-for-nothing son to recruit him. With such a perfunctory attitude, how could he succeed?" Ye Yin didn't refute Yi Tiankai's comment about his son, Yen Wudao, because he thought so too. However, he had already found two helpers Tiankai and Zhang Chenjai, so he no longer regarded Chen Daoxuan, a top-perfected cultivator, highly. Naturally, he was more casual with him. However, who would have thought that he had already broken through to the world level? Now, even if Zhang Chenjai didn't betray them, they only had 2 world-level cultivators on their side. As for Fei Qingxiu, she had 3 world-level cultivators, Chen Daoxuan, Qin Zhan, and Fei Qingxiu. Even if Zhang Chenjai was from a large ancient clan and had amazing strength, he couldn't possibly have the upper hand in a 1-on-3 fight, right? Moreover, inviting a supreme from an enemy world to attack his sect master was already a big taboo. If he could crush all the opposition in the sect in one fell swoop, it would be fine. But now, their side was clearly at a disadvantage. How could Ye Yin not be anxious? At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of Zhang Chenjai's words. No matter how many schemes one had, they could not compare to one's own strength. If he was on the same level as Fei Qingxiu and had the power of a second-stage world-level cultivator, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. "Brother Yi, now is not the time to blame. Do you have a way to break this situation?" Ye Yin said sincerely. After a while, only then did a divine sense voice transmission come from the estate world magic treasure. "Wait." When Ye Yin heard this, he kept silent for a long time before replying, "All right." Within the spatial cage. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan didn't know that Ye Yin and the others were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan. He was now in trouble. The reason why he was troubled was because he had too much comprehension stardust in his sea of consciousness. For a moment, he didn't know how to distribute these comprehension stardust. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, the uncharted. Right now, he had a few areas where he needed to use the stardust. The first was that he needed to increase his level of mastery of the Great Dao. Although he had created a world and reached the world level, he was only at the first level. Next, he would have to continue comprehending the complete laws of the 5 elements, transforming them into yin and yang. Only then would he be able to reach the second level of the world level, the yin-yang realm. Fei Qingxiu and Zhang Chenjai were both in this realm. If Chen Daoxuan wanted to reach this realm, he would first have to comprehend the 3 laws of metal, wood, and earth and raise them to the high stage of the low realm. Only then would he transform the 5 into yin and yang. However, whether it was comprehending the laws of metal, wood, and earth or breaking through to the yin-yang realm later on, it was not a simple matter, at least not something that could be done in the short term. Except for Chen Daoxuan. To Chen Daoxuan, as long as he had enough stardust, he would be able to quickly comprehend many types of nomological laws and break through to a higher Great Dao realm. Perhaps the stardust could not directly increase his cultivation, but in terms of comprehending the realm of the Great Dao, Chen Daoxuan had never seen anything that could compare to it. Although the Stardust Sword Dao diagram was powerful, it could only improve the existing laws of the Great Dao. It could not comprehend new laws of the Great Dao. From this point of view, it was still not as good as Chen Daoxuan's Stardust. Other than increasing his Great Dao realm, the second thing Chen Daoxuan had to do was naturally to use the Dao development function to completely analyze the refinement method of the Greenwood Cauldron. This was extremely important for Chen Daoxuan to build his own world in the future. To world-level cultivators, perhaps the power of destiny wouldn't be of much use to first or second stage world-level cultivators, because the world they had created was completely chaotic and devoid of life. However, when a cultivator reached the third layer of the world realm, the newly created world would begin to develop life force. In that case, the power of creation would have a huge effect on a new world. One of the simplest functions was to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in this new world. Chen Daoxuan had once seen the world that the Zhang family's ancestor had opened up. The density of the spiritual energy there was many times stronger than the high-grade spiritual veins in the fallen phoenix realm. Not only that. Since this world was personally created by cultivators, cultivators were like masters of creation to this world. Therefore, cultivators could use the power of the entire world to nurture rare treasures that were rarely seen in the outside world. For example, the Tei divine water produced by the Tei immortal pond of the King Gui sect. If a cultivator reached the third or fourth stage of the world level, they would be able to establish a supreme celestial pond in their world and use the power of their entire world to quickly produce the supreme divine water. Chapter 592. They didn't have to wait for 10,000 years to condense a drop of supreme divine water like the King Gui sect. Of course, this kind of growth was not without a price. The consumption of the power of creation was the price that cultivators had to pay. In addition, the power of creation was also of great help to the improvement of the world's foundation. Chen Daoxuan's new world, for example, was only a little more than 2,300 kilometers in diameter. A minor world of this size could be considered one of the weakest of all world-level true lords. In the future, as Chen Daoxuan's realm of the Great Path increased, he would definitely increase the territory of this world. How to improve? Devouring other worlds was indeed a method, but it was not easy for a world to devour another world. Every world had its own unique consciousness. A world devouring another world was also a consciousness devouring another consciousness. If this kind of world-devouring behavior was done too much, there would only be one result in the end, and that was the world's consciousness becoming chaotic. It would even affect the cultivator himself in the end, causing him to completely become a madman. Therefore, although the method of devouring the world could increase the level of a cultivator's world at an extremely fast speed, very few people did it because the hidden dangers were too great. Other than the crude method of devouring the world, the more orthodox way to increase the level of the world was to pour a large amount of power of creation. The power of creation was an extremely magical energy. Spiritual energy was born from it, and the world grew because of it. In comparison, the effect of the power of creation on raising the grade of magic tools and mystical materials was not worth mentioning. Clear my thoughts. Chen Daoxuan didn't delay. In view of the fact that he was about to engage in a duel with Zhang Chenjai, he had to raise his Great Dao level to the second stage world level as soon as possible. Everyone was on the same great path, and with the advantage of the various magical artifacts in his hands, Chen Daoxuan did not believe that he could not even take 3 moves from the other party. A month passed. He had gained insights into 3 laws and broken through to the second level of the world level. If he didn't have any comprehension, Chen Daoxuan wouldn't have dared to make such a claim. But now, looking at the giant celestial body that filled the entire sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan was very confident. In the next moment, he took out jade slips from his storage ring. These jade slips were all the various 5 elemental sword scriptures collected by the Chen family. What Chen Daoxuan took out this time were the low-level sword scriptures of the 3 attributes of metal, wood, and earth. With his current spiritual consciousness, Chen Daoxuan could at least split his attention to look at hundreds or thousands of low-grade sword scriptures. However, only the heavens knew if he could learn it. However, even if he couldn't learn it under normal circumstances, Chen Daoxuan could increase his comprehension and make the situation abnormal. In his sea of consciousness, the perception stars spun wildly. Chen Daoxuan's comprehension suddenly soared. The world in his eyes gradually became different. 10 times comprehension, 20 times comprehension, 30 times comprehension, 100 times comprehension. Very quickly, Chen Daoxuan's comprehension reached a critical value, 100 times comprehension. This was the highest price-performance ratio of comprehension that Chen Daoxuan had tested. However, it was obvious that Chen Daoxuan was a nouveau riche now. He did not want any price-performance ratio. He only wanted to improve his Great Dao realm in the shortest time possible. Hence, his comprehension continued to soar. 110 times comprehension, 120 times comprehension, 130 times comprehension. As his comprehension soared, Chen Daoxuan comprehended all the low-level sword techniques in front of him to the perfection realm with just a sweep of his divine sense. Furthermore, he didn't comprehend a single low-grade sword art, but comprehended hundreds or even thousands of low-grade sword arts. Very quickly, thousands of sword techniques turned into balls of light and floated in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness like stars in the night sky. These thousands of sword scriptures were all of metal, wood, and earth attributes. With the comprehension of thousands of low-level sword scriptures, coupled with Chen Daoxuan's unprecedented 230 times comprehension, the sword technique was able to be used to cultivate the sword technique. The three sword essences that were originally extremely difficult to comprehend in the eyes of cultivators in the outside world. Almost in an instant, Chen Daoxuan successfully comprehended it. The price he had to pay was the stardust in his sea of consciousness being consumed crazily. This huge celestial body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The stardust that had originally exceeded 10,000 standard units of comprehension had been consumed by half in just a short instant. However, the result was also surprising. In just a few breaths, he had comprehended 3 new 5-element sword essences. Next, he had to raise these 3 new 5-element sword intents to the lower realm. Chen Daoxuan had 2 choices. He could use the power of creation or simply use the stardust to continue improving his comprehension. In the past, it was easier for Chen Daoxuan to obtain the power of creation than to obtain the comprehension stardust. But now, the situation was exactly the opposite. He didn't have a single drop of power of creation, but he had a large amount of comprehension stardust. Therefore, there was no need to say much about what choice he should make. His comprehension ability continued to be consumed crazily. The 3 sword essences were advancing at a rapid pace. Formless realm, tangible realm, star transformation realm, Dao domain realm, lore realm. In the eyes of the cultivators outside, the 5 levels of the great Dao realm were like natural moats, but they were easily crossed by Chen Daoxuan. The only thing he had consumed was the star core of the 2,300 miles wide comprehension star. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that using stardust to improve the laws of the great Dao is not inferior to the power of creation at all. In the past, he had never used his comprehension stardust so wildly and wantonly. After all, he had spent a lot of time and effort to accumulate all those comprehension stars. Chen Daoxuan wished he could calculate carefully and use them on the blade. How could he disregard the cost like now? However, reality had proven that the effect of using comprehension stardust regardless of the cost was not inferior to the power of creation. Instead, it had countless more possibilities than using the power of creation to increase the laws of the Great Path. Using the power of creation and the stellar sword Dao diagram to improve the Great Path nomological laws was flawed. Chen Daoxuan was clear about this. First of all, this method could only be used after the Great Dao laws fused with a flying sword magic treasure. Secondly, after a cultivator's Great Dao realm reached the high stage of the lore realm, it would not be so easy to continue using the power of creation to improve the Great Dao laws. This was because after cultivators reached the world level, his Great Dao nomological laws had already completed the leap from comprehending the outer path to perfecting the inner path. To put it simply, the Great Dao nomological laws that the cultivators had comprehended before this came from the Great Dao nomological laws of the fallen phoenix field. Once a cultivator reached the world level, they would be restricted by the new world they had created if they wanted to continue improving their laws of the Great Dao. At this time, Chen Daoxuan could not use the stellar sword Dao diagram to directly improve the Great Path nomological laws. If he wanted to continue improving the Great Dao laws, he had to expand his world first. Of course, Chen Daoxuan could choose another path. He did not open up a world and continued to comprehend the Great Dao laws of the fallen phoenix realm. In ancient times, cultivators had indeed walked this path. However, the result proved that not only would this path not allow one to ascend to the upper realm, it would also allow the cultivator to have a closer connection with Fenjiun realm and eventually fuse with the Dao. Therefore, if a cultivator wanted to break free from the restraints of the fallen phoenix realm and ascend to the upper realm, they had to open up a brand new world. Only by doing so would a cultivator gradually break free from the restraints of fallen phoenix realm and have a chance to become an immortal. But now, this sliver of opportunity to become an immortal was cut off when the true demon realm devoured Fenjiun realm. Inside the spatial cage, Chen Daoxuan looked at the shrinking stars in his sea of consciousness. Without another word, he took out the world origin bead again and crazily absorbed the chaos chi. Along with the chaotic chi, Chen Daoxuan's perception star in his sea of consciousness recovered once again. Seeing this scene, he decided to turn into the yin and yang state of the 5 elements. To achieve this, Chen Daoxuan had to contact the world he had created. Thinking of this, with a thought, Chen Daoxuan connected to the Xianhuang world. In Chen Daoxuan's consciousness, his connection with the Xianhuang world was extremely close. The Xianhuang world was clearly outside the Fenjian world, and it was impossible to calculate the distance between the two using a simple spatial distance. However, he was able to connect with the Xianhuang world with a single thought. Not only that, he could even transmigrate to the Xianhuang world with his true body with a thought. It was extremely mystical. Chapter 593. Xianhuang World. Everything was the same as when it had just been opened up. Other than a ball of light formed by the fusion of the three laws of air, water, and fire in the sky, everything else was chaotic. Not to mention spiritual energy, even the boundary between the earth and the sky was unclear. Under Chen Daoxuan's control, another three golden rays of light appeared in the Xianhuang world. They were the metal, wood, and earth elements of the five elemental laws. Chen Daoxuan had comprehended 6 nomological laws so far, which was the same as the nomological law comprehended by the battle axe expert he had seen in the source world of true immortals. Of course, Chen Daoxuan did not know how many nomological laws the battle axe expert had comprehended. However, the other party had indeed only used 6 nomological laws to kill the demon from the true immortal world with one axe strike. Moreover, it was the same as the 6 laws that Chen Daoxuan had comprehended. Chen Daoxuan looked at the ball of light above his eyes. In the next moment, the ball of light that was formed by the fusion of air, water, and fire laws suddenly collapsed and turned into 3 golden rays of light again. Instantly, 6 golden rays of light appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. These 6 golden rays of light were the manifestation of the 6 nomological laws he had comprehended in the Xianhuang world. He took a deep breath. The stars of comprehension in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness started to spin crazily again. As the stardust continued to deplete his comprehension increased once more. Immediately after, one of the 6 golden rays of light was repelled. It was the spatial laws. To break through from the first level to the second level of the world level, one had to transform into yin and yang. Besides stabilizing the space in the Xianhuang world, the spatial dimension laws did not have any other use in this process. Looking at the remaining 5 elemental laws, Chen Daoxuan's eyes kept flickering with the fire of wisdom. The essence of the 5 elemental laws was analyzed and fused bit by bit under his 230 times comprehension ability, and he advanced towards a higher level. Yin and Yang are the 2 opposing yet interconnected forces that exist in everything in the world. The 5 elements are the further explanation of Yin and Yang. The 5 elements reinforce and restrain each other. Doesn't it conform to the Dao of Yin and Yang? Suddenly, an epiphany surged into Chen Daoxuan's heart. It turned out that Yin and Yang were not formed from the 5 elements, but the combination of the 5 elements. After comprehending this point, the Yin-Yang realm was no longer an obstacle for Chen Daoxuan. Soon, the 5 golden rays of light intertwined and finally transformed into a black and white yin-yang fish. At the same time, the Xianhuang world also began to transform. Within the Xianhuang world, the clear air rose into the sky, while the turbid air sank into the ground. Although this world still had no life force, it had the distinction between heaven and earth, yin and yang. At this point, Chen Daoxuan's world had reached the second level, the realm of yin and yang. As the sky and the earth gradually separated, the yin-yang fish transformed by the Dao of yin-yang returned to the state of 5 golden rays of light. Immediately after, another golden ray merged into the 5 golden rays. The 6 golden rays of light intertwined once again and transformed into a ball of light that floated in the sky, acting as the temporary sun of the Xianhuang world. Seeing this scene, a burst of joy surged into Chen Daoxuan's heart. Just as he had expected, his breakthrough to the second level of the world god realm was extremely smooth. Chen Daoxuan knew that this was all thanks to his stardust comprehension ability. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through to the second level world level so easily, becoming one of the 3 people present who had the highest level of insight into the Great Dao. Within the spatial cage, Chen Daoxuan withdrew his consciousness from the Xianhuang world. Almost no one in the outside world knew that someone had actually broken through from the first level to the second level right under their noses. Only Fei Qingxiu and Zhang Chenjai, who were in the same realm, glanced at Chen Daoxuan as if they sensed something. I actually broke through. Sensing the unique charm of Chen Daoxuan, Zhang Chenjai did not mind. This was because he had just broken through to the world level, just like Chen Daoxuan. He had quickly broken through to the second level. In fact, Fei Qingxiu was the same. At this point, I have to mention a small technique for becoming a world-level cultivator. Many nascent soul cultivators would try their best to suppress their cultivation bases before they reached the world level, and would only choose to break through after gaining insights into the laws of the 5 elements. This way, nascent soul cultivators would be able to quickly reach the second level of the world level after breaking through. As for those who had only comprehended 3 daos and were in a hurry to break through to the world level, they would often be stuck at the first level for a very long time. It was much more worthwhile to comprehend the 5 elements Great Dao at the nascent soul stage. This kind of technique, or rather, experience cultivation, was not a secret to the major factions. However, for Chen Daoxuan, a cultivator of the clan who did not have much background, he knew nothing about it. He did not know the benefits of comprehending 5 Great Dao laws at the nascent soul stage. He had thought that all cultivators were like Qin Zhan, who had only gained insight into 3 types of Great Dao laws before impatiently breaking through to the world level. The reason why Qin Zhan was in such a hurry to break through to the world level was ultimately because of the legacy of the infinite star sea. Chen Daoxuan knew nothing about this. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's mistakes and detours on the path of cultivation were forcefully filled up by him using the primordial enlightenment scripture. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach his current height. After breaking through to the second stage of the world level, he began to take stock of the various high-grade magic treasures he possessed. Chen Daoxuan was very confident in the upcoming fight. Although his cultivation was 1 realm lower than Zhang Chenjai's, his Great Dao realm was the same as his opponent's. Coupled with the help of various high-grade magic tools, there was no reason why he could not even take 3 moves from his opponent. Chapter 594. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan didn't continue to increase his level of understanding of the Great Dao. In truth, his cultivation level was too low, and his level of understanding of the Great Dao was too high. If he wanted to repeat the process of earth, wind, water, and fire, reaching the 3rd level of the world level, it wouldn't be an easy task. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan could only give up. However, if he could not improve his Great Dao realm and cultivation, Chen Daoxuan would not waste the time that followed. After some thought, he took out the greenwood cauldron from his storage ring. Although he was very confident that he could win the bet with Zhang Chenjai, he still chose to analyze the refinement method of the greenwood cauldron. Last time, his comprehension ability was not enough, so he could only analyze the materials needed to refine the greenwood cauldron. He did not have time to analyze the complete refining method. This was simply like a fishbone stuck in Chen Daoxuan's throat. Because to him, the power of creation was simply too useful. Once he broke through to the 3rd level of the world level, he would be able to use the power of creation to expand his Xianhuang world. Not only that, but as the Xianhuang world expanded, the power of creation could also continue to improve the world laws of the Xianhuang world under the effect of the stellar sword Dao diagram. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's future Dao path was almost directly linked to the power of creation. It was clear how important the power of creation was to him. As for the power of creation, only nascent souls could extract it from spirit stones, and the speed of extraction was extremely slow. Ordinary perfected lords could only extract a drop of it every year. Although the Chen family was a big family in Kang Prefecture, they did not even have a nascent soul cultivator. In other words, without the greenwood cauldron, Chen Daoxuan would not even have a way to obtain the power of creation. He couldn't rely on his strength to plunder crazily in the infinite star sea or the celestial cloud continent, could he? If Chen Daoxuan really dared to do this, no matter how much the outside world feared his potential, they would join forces to destroy him, this demon. No cultivator or force could tolerate a lunatic who robbed everywhere. Chen Daoxuan naturally wouldn't take this path. Hence, the greenwood cauldron was practically the only way for him to upgrade the Xianhuang world. He needed greenwood cauldrons, and a large number of them. He couldn't think too much about it. Chen Daoxuan immediately used the Dao development function of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture to continue analyzing the refinement method of the greenwood cauldron. With the use of the Dao development function, time used the greenwood cauldron in front of him as an anchor point and went back to countless years ago. Seeing the perfected immortal patriarch of the Zhang family slowly refining the greenwood cauldron again, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually calmed down. In the outside world, Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion. However, the celebration ceremony of the Qianyuan sword sect was still going on in an orderly manner. The rewards and the distribution of benefits for the cultivators of the various provinces gradually pushed the atmosphere of the venue to the peak amidst the cheers. At the Kang Prefecture cultivators' camp, Zhang Xianling looked around uneasily. Because he was entrusted by Chen Daoxuan to not only ask the Qianyuan sword sect to expel the Ye family, but also to punish Yan Yudao with the death penalty. It was still fine to expel the Ye family. In any case, in the Kangzhou territory, the Ye family could no longer survive. Even if they refused to leave, the Ye family's family business would not gain any benefits in Kangzhou. However, Ye Wudao's death penalty is not a simple thing. Not to mention that his father, Ye Yin, was still in power in the Qianyuan sword sect. Just the last time, Fei Qingxiu said that as long as the southern mountain city was taken back, Ye Wudao would be spared. It would be difficult to continue using the loss of the southern mountain city to punish the other party. This was not only slapping Ye Yin's face, but also shaking Fei Qingxiu's dignity. Of course, as a typical second-generation immortal in the Infinite Star Sea, Ye Wudao's crime was not only the loss of the southern mountain city. However, losing the southern mountain city was the most serious crime he had committed. Other than that, when Ye Wudao was in Kangzhou, he had wantonly abducted young and beautiful female cultivators to use as cauldrons. This was something that almost everyone knew. However, Ye Wudao knew his limits. He never touched the female cultivators from the big families in Azure Continent. His targets were all female cultivators from small families and itinerant cultivators in Azure Continent. In this way, even if the heavens and people were angry, there would not be any trouble. Besides, it wasn't a taboo to use beautiful female cultivators as human cauldrons in the Infinite Star Sea. Although the Qianyuan sword sect had banned it many times, it had never stopped. Not to mention the great cultivation clans, even the experts among the wandering cultivators would often do this kind of thing. In the end, the Qianyuan sword sect could only turn a blind eye. As long as they didn't go too far, the Qianyuan sword sect basically tacitly agreed to everyone's behavior. Later, as the war in the Yun nation started, the number of female captives in the Yun nation gradually increased, and the phenomenon of capturing female cultivators in the Infinite Star Sea as human cauldrons gradually decreased. On the high platform, Fei Qingxiu's divine sense covered the entire area. She looked at the Kangzhou cultivators and said gently, "Is everyone satisfied with this reward?" "Sect Master, we are satisfied." "Sect Master, I'm dissatisfied." Zhang Xianling searched for a long time but did not see Chen Daoxuan. He immediately stood out from the crowd and shouted. The ring-shaped venue instantly fell silent because of his dissatisfaction. Everyone was scared silly by Zhang Xianling's guts. A mere Zifu disciple causing trouble in such a place, was he crazy? Everyone thought. Fei Qingxiu saw Zhang Xianling's dissatisfaction, but she was not angry. She said, "What are you unhappy about?" "Sect Master, I am satisfied with the reward, but I am not satisfied with the punishment." "Oh." Fei Qingxiu smiled. "I've always heard of people asking for rewards, but I've never heard of anyone asking for punishment. Tell me, what are you unhappy about?" Zhang Xianling took a deep breath. "Sect Master, I'm dissatisfied with the Ye family occupying the Azure Continent Immortal City and Ye Wudao causing chaos in the Azure Continent." Boom! As soon as Zhang Xianling opened his mouth, he threw a heavy bomb at the venue. Hearing this, Fei Qingxiu's first reaction was that this person must have been hired by Chen Daoxuan. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Daoxuan, who was wrapped in a spatial cage. Shaking her head, she looked at Zhang Xianling and continued to ask, "Why are you dissatisfied?" "The Ye family cultivators are cowardly and useless. They don't deserve to occupy the Azure Continent Immortal City. Ye Wudao is immoral and wantonly abducted female cultivators in Azure Continent to use as cauldrons. We Kangzhou cultivators are not willing to associate ourselves with such filthy families and cultivators." Hearing this, Fei Qingxiu turned her head to look at the Law Enforcement Palace Lord and said seriously, "Palace Master Wang, how should we punish the Ye family and Ye Wudao for their crimes?" Hearing this, the Law Enforcement Palace Lord glanced at Ye Yin, who was not far away, and then at the imposing Fei Chen Shui, and immediately made a decision in his heart. "Sect Master, the Ye family has repeatedly failed to make any contributions in the wars of the Yun nation. It's indeed not suitable for them to occupy the Azure Continent Immortal City. As for Ye Wudao..." The Tribunal Council's Hall Master broke out in a cold sweat. According to the sect's laws, his crime should be punished. "In that case, I hereby announce that the Ye family will be expelled from the Azure Continent Immortal City and Ye Wudao will be detained. After the truth is found out, the Law Enforcement Hall will decide on a date." This time, Fei Qingxiu was unprecedentedly strong and did not even look at Ye Yin. As for Ye Yin, he couldn't care less about Ye Wudao at this moment. As far as he was concerned, the battle between the two world-level true lords was the most important thing. If they won, then everything would be fine. Otherwise, as long as Ye Yin fell, even if Yan Yudao was fine now, he would die without a doubt. Thinking of this, Ye Yin directly told Fei Qingxiu through divine sense communication, "Sect Master, you have good methods. So patient. Elder Yat, you flatter me." Ye Yin raised his head slightly. "However, we cultivators still have to rely on our strength to speak. Sect Master, after the celebration ceremony, do you dare to take a trip to the endless void?" Fei Qingxiu smiled. He received an affirmative reply. Ye Yin closed his eyes and stopped talking. Everything depended on the outcome of this battle. Inside the spatial cage, Chen Daoxuan Xian opened his eyes filled with joy. After spending nearly half of his comprehension ability, he finally managed to completely analyze the refinement method of the Greenwood Cauldron. At this point, all of Chen Daoxuan's preparations were complete. He did not feel any pressure in his battle with Zhang Chenjai. It was good to win because he could get some secrets of the Infinite Star Sea. Even if he lost, he had already obtained the refinement method of the Greenwood Cauldron, so he would not lose anything. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's mood was unprecedentedly good. This battle was the least stressful one he had ever experienced. He only needed to enjoy the battle to his heart's content. Chapter 595. With a wave of his sleeve, Chen Daoxuan removed the spatial cage and revealed his true body. Second stage world-level cultivators. Fei Qingxiu was shocked. No one else knew, but she knew that Chen Daoxuan had only been a supreme true lord before, but now he had broken through 2 levels and reached the second level world level. She really couldn't understand how Chen Daoxuan did it. In the distance, Zhang Chenjai and Chen Daoxuan looked at each other and smiled. They couldn't help but look forward to the next battle. If Chen Daoxuan were to fight against him as a first-stage world-level cultivator, Zhang Chenjai was certain that he wouldn't be a match for him. Even if the other party had one of the 3 great treasures of the Infinite Star Sea inheritance. As a prodigy cultivator from the ancient immortal clan, Zhang Chenjai had no lack of high-grade magic tools. Moreover, his cultivation was a whole major realm higher than Chen Daoxuan's, and his Great Dao realm was also a minor realm higher than the other parties. The difference between the two was too great. It was not something that a few high-grade magic tools could bridge. Chen Daoxuan came out of seclusion, and the celebration was still ongoing. However, all the higher UPS present who knew the inside story were not thinking about the celebration ceremony. Because they knew that after the celebration ceremony, there would be something that would completely change the power structure of the Qianyuan sword sect. Half a month later, the festival finally came to a stop. Zhang Chenjai stretched out his arms and stood up casually as he watched the streaks of light leave the ring-shaped venue. "Chen Daoxuan, you've given me quite a surprise." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, please." "Good." Zhang Chenjai took a step forward and instantly disappeared from where he was. It wasn't a simple teleportation, but the guidance of the world he had opened up had brought him to the endless void. Unlike before, when he had to forcefully break through the void to enter the endless void, with the guidance of the Xianhuang world, Chen Daoxuan quickly followed closely behind and arrived at a dark endless void. Seeing this scene, Fei Qingxiu did not fall behind. Her figure flashed and followed Chen Daoxuan to the endless void. "Senior sister, wait for me." Qin Zhan let out a strange cry and followed closely behind. On the field, many nascent soul cultivators of the Qianyuan sword sect looked at each other when they saw this. They weren't world-level cultivators. If they wanted to go to the endless void, other than taking the extraterritorial battlefield in 2 world abyss, they could only break through the void. However, with the strength of Ye Yin, Huian Qi and the rest, wanting to break through the void was not an easy matter. Didn't you see that even Chen Daoxuan had to use his full power before he broke through to the world level to barely break through the void? Seeing this, the impatient Ye Yin couldn't be bothered to be reserved and hurriedly cupped his hands towards everyone and said, "Everyone, please attack together." True Lord Linwu looked at him deeply, then nodded and said, "Good. Attack together. Since that's the case, I'll give you a hand." Huian Qi stood out with a smile. After saying that, the 3 of them nodded and each used their strongest attack, finally creating a 3-foot-wide black hole in the void. Seeing this scene, Ye Yin took the lead to fly into the black hole. "Third Elder is really impatient," Perfected Lord Linwu said coldly. "Linwu, let's go." "All right." After the 2 of them finished speaking, they stepped into the black hole one after the other and headed toward the endless void. The remaining top-notch true monarchs were slightly weaker than these three, but they didn't hesitate and followed closely behind true monarch Lin Wu and Huian Qi, stepping into the endless void. As for the other nascent soul cultivators below the top perfected Lord realm, they looked at the dark cave entrance in front of them and felt a wave of panic in their hearts. However, there were still a few non-top perfected cultivators from Fei Qingxiu's camp who passed through the black hole. What was worth mentioning was that apart from Ye Yin himself, none of the nascent souls in Ye Yin's camp had gone to the endless void. These people looked at the black hole with evasive eyes. In the end, the void passage that Ye Yin and the other two had opened with brute force slowly closed under the repair of the world power of the fallen phoenix realm. This time, even if the nascent souls present wanted to go, they could not. In the endless void, Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Chenjai entered the endless void one after another. Even though this was Chen Daoxuan's second time coming to the endless void, he still felt an inexplicable panic when he was here. Here, there was no distinction between up and down, only endless darkness. If it wasn't for the fact that the huge ball of light in front of him could give Chen Daoxuan some comfort, he would have the urge to escape from this place. Shocking, right? Zhang Chenjai looked at Chen Daoxuan and said. It is indeed shocking. I didn't expect it to be so beautiful when I jumped out of the fallen phoenix realm. Yes, she is. Zhang Chenjai sighed. Unfortunately, it's about to be devoured by the true demon realm. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but feel somewhat puzzled. In his vision, he could only see the huge ball of light that was the fallen phoenix realm. He did not see the so-called true demon realm. Of course, he did not doubt the existence of the true demon realm because he had personally visited the true demon realm. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I wonder if the true demon realm you mentioned. Didn't you see? Zhang Chenjai's face showed a trace of desolation. He pointed at the huge ball of light in front of him. Take a closer look. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan focused his gaze. This. Finally, he noticed something different. Behind the huge ball of light was an even bigger dark world. However, this dark world was the same color as the endless void, so Chen Daoxuan subconsciously ignored it. Chapter 596. However, upon closer inspection, the black world had already completely touched the ball of light. Moreover, the black ball was at least several times larger than the huge ball of light from fallen phoenix realm. That's the two-realm abyss. Zhang Chenjai pointed at the place where the Fengs and the true demon realm had merged. Looking in the direction Zhang Chenjai pointed, Chen Daoxuan muttered, it turns out that our infinite star sea is so far away from the two-world abyss. Is it far? Zhang Chenjai shook his head. It's true that it's quite a distance away if we were to fly through the void, but as world-level cultivators, we can use our worlds to teleport. This distance isn't much. Use the world to transfer. Chen Daoxuan was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a way of using the world. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's puzzled look, Zhang Chenjai smiled and said, let Sect Master Fei explain it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Qingxiu appeared beside Chen Daoxuan. Grand Master. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands at concubine Chen Shuet. Fei Qingxiu nodded in agreement. Fellow Daoist Jiang's words about using the world as a medium actually refers to cultivators using the world they created as a boat. They use this endless void as a sea and roam freely in it. The speed at which worlds traveled through the endless void was much faster than cultivators. Hearing this explanation, Chen Daoxuan had a flash of inspiration. Wasn't this the same method as the man satellites in his previous life? If the Fenjiun realm was compared to Earth, these small worlds around the Fenjiun realm were like satellites of various sizes. For cultivators, flying through the world was equivalent to flying in outer space on a satellite. The two were very similar. Shaking his head, he threw the inexplicable thoughts out of his mind. If that's the case, then wouldn't world-level true lords be able to quickly travel to any location in the fallen phoenix realm? In theory, yes, but it's very difficult to do in reality. Zhang Chenjai laughed. You should be able to sense that after breaking through to the world level, you can easily sense the location of the world you have created. Not only that, but with a single thought, you can cause the world to pull you into the endless void. However, if you return to Phoenix Fall Field, you will only be able to return to your original position. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan carefully recalled. That was indeed the case. When he had broken through to the world level, he had stayed in a secret chamber in the clan estate. After the breakthrough was completed, he returned to the secret room. When Qin Zhan and Yi Tiankai went to the endless void to fight, they returned to the King Gui sect. Thus, under normal circumstances, no matter where a cultivator used their own world to go from the fallen phoenix realm to the endless void, they would return to the original place. Fellow Daoist Zhang is right, but there is one exception. That is the foreign battleground in the two-world abyss. Fei Qingxiu added. Sect leader Fei is right, the foreign battleground in two-realm abyss is very unique. You can control the world you created to head to the foreign battleground and return to Fenjiayun realm. At that time, you will pass through the teleportation formation and return to the center of the celestial cloud continent. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was very surprised. He felt that Fei Qingxiu's understanding of these things was far more than that of ordinary nascent souls. Fei Qingxiu seemed to see Chen Daoxuan's confusion and explained, back then, my Qian Yuan sword sect used this method to rescue the two-realm gulf. When he heard that Fei Qingxiu had sent the Qian Yuan sword sect to the two-realm abyss in advance, Zhang Chenjai's eyes showed a trace of respect. He nodded and said, Sect Master Fei is right. Many sects in the fallen phoenix field have used this method to reinforce the two-realm abyss. Because it was fast enough and dangerous enough. Hearing that it was dangerous enough, Fei Qingxiu couldn't help but fall silent. With the strength of the Qian Yuan sword sect in the past, if it wasn't for the fact that the reinforcements of the two-realm abyss had caused the sect's elites to be destroyed, they wouldn't have to fear the Xianqing Dao League. As they spoke, more and more people gathered around. At this moment, everyone present was at least at the peak True Lord level. Seeing more and more people, Zhang Chenjai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Second stage world level cultivators. I didn't wait for you for so long in vain. Chen Daoxuan, come. Good. Chen Daoxuan's face flashed with excitement. All along, since his debut, the enemies he had encountered were either unattainable or overwhelming. The number of times he had met a cultivator like Zhang Chenjai who could give him great pressure but was not unattainable could be counted on one hand. Everyone scattered in unison. Although a battle between two world-level True Lords wouldn't be so bad that Supreme True Lords wouldn't be qualified to watch, if they got too close, they would still be at risk of being injured or dying. This was especially true for these two, who were both second-stage world-level cultivators. In the arena, Zhang Chenjai was the first to launch an attack. He immediately activated his heart world projection and suppressed Chen Daoxuan. This was the most basic technique of all world-level cultivators. For cultivators who weren't even at the world level, this sort of suppression was extremely effective. However, to world-level cultivators of the same level, this sort of technique wasn't enough. Even though it wasn't enough, Chen Daoxuan's physical body was too weak. He didn't dare to let the heart world projection of the second level suppress him. He opened his mouth and spat, and the stellar sword Dao diagram immediately appeared. In the next second, the stellar sword Dao diagram forcefully suppressed Zhang Chenjai's world projection. In the dark and endless void, the stellar sword Dao diagram and Zhang Chenjai's heart world projection were actually competing against each other. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan did not want to be outdone either. He immediately controlled the Xianhuang world's heart world projection to suppress Zhang Chenjai. The stellar sword Dao diagram and the Xianhuang world's heart world projection fused together. The terrifying domain power suppressed Zhang Chenjai's heart world projection. And if the other party didn't take any measures, his heart world projection would collapse like a bubble. So you chose the stellar sword Dao diagram. No wonder your great Dao laws have improved so quickly. Zhang Chenjai didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, he was in the mood to comment on Chen Daoxuan's magical equipment. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan raised his vigilance to the peak. Forget it, the warm-up is over. Chen Daoxuan, are you ready? What? Chen Daoxuan still didn't understand the meaning of the other party's words. Zhang Chenjai's body grew infinitely. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chenjai's body was more than 10,000 feet tall. The other party stood in front of Chen Daoxuan with a height of several thousand meters, like a demon god. Chen Daoxuan stared at the pillar of light in front of him and was stunned. At this moment, his first reaction wasn't how to break the game, but he thought of the time when he used Dao development to reverse time and saw that giant axe expert. He was also like the other party, who was tens of thousands of meters tall. With just one swing of the axe, he had split the true immortal origin world apart. It was so powerful that it was ridiculous. Chen Daoxuan. Zhang Chenjai's voice shook the endless void. Chen Daoxuan felt his head rumble. Chen Daoxuan felt as tiny as an ant in front of this body that was more than 10,000 feet tall. The second and most important method world-level cultivators use in battle is to draw the energy of the world into their bodies. It's still not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, I won't care if I crush you with a single punch later. Chen Daoxuan forcefully suppressed the panic in his heart and raised his head to look at the other party. He took a deep breath and said, "Come." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan immediately took out a formation disc. It was the spoils of war he had seized from Zhang Taiyuan. It was a 7th-tier middle-grade formation disc magic tool, the instant 9 palaces formation. Chen Daoxuan dharmic powers were poured into the array disc, and array flags were inserted into the void around Zhang Chenjai like flowing lights. Chen Daoxuan was unable to draw the power of the world into his body. This was because he knew that this method required the cultivator's physical cultivation to be especially high. Chen Daoxuan's greatest weakness was his lack of physical cultivation, but he was not completely helpless. Although he was unable to draw the Xianhuang world's world energy into his body, he could draw the Xianhuang world's world energy into the array and use it to completely activate the power of the 9 palatial array. Even in the hands of a primal stage Dao Lord, a mid-tier level 7 magic item would be considered a treasure of the highest caliber. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's sudden appearance of a middle-grade 7th-tier magic tool shocked Zhang Chenjai. "You want to trap me with a formation?" Zhang Chenjai's voice was like thunder. "Watch how I break your stupid array." Chapter 597. It was the same as the array that Zhang Taiyuan had cast. In a flash, the 9 palaces formation used the formation plate as the formation eye and the formation flag as the formation base to construct a circular light curtain that enveloped Zhang Chenjai's 1,000-foot-tall body. For a moment. In a flash, the 9 palaces formation divided the endless void into 2 worlds. In the eyes of the cultivators outside, Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Chenjai disappeared from their sight and perception. Seeing this, Qin Zhan frowned slightly and looked at Fei Qingxiu beside him. He said hesitantly, "Senior sister, will Brother Chen be all right?" Hearing this, Fei Qingxiu shook her head. She paused for a moment. However, the array that fellow Daoist Chen cast is extraordinary. Not only does it contain the intent of many spatial changes, but it also contains the mysteries of time. Space-time formation. Yes. Fei Qingxiu nodded. Soon, inside the 9 palaces formation. As the Xianhuang world's world energy surged in, the array formations that Zhang Taiyuan was unable to perform before were all realized by Chen Daoxuan. As his control over the 9 palaces array became more and more profound, Chen Daoxuan's confidence in defeating Zhang Chenjai became more and more abundant. He looked at Zhang Chenjai, who was more than 10,000 feet tall and looked like a demon god. Standing in front of him, Chen Daoxuan, who was as small as an ant, smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, have a taste of the spatial strangulation." In the next moment, within the array formation, countless space blades slashed at Zhang Chenjai. With the support of the Xianhuang world's world energy, these space blades were many times more powerful than the space blades Zhang Taiyuan had used. At first glance, it seemed that the entire array light curtain was filled with countless spatial blades. He looked at the space blades that were crazily slashing at him. Zhang Chenjai, who was 10,000 feet tall and had a body like the body of a demon god, snorted coldly. 2 streams of terrifying air spurted out from his nostrils. These 2 streams of air were extremely terrifying. Even from dozens of miles away, Chen Daoxuan could smell the smell of sulfur in these 2 streams of air. But what happened next? Chen Daoxuan's confidence began to waver. The 2 spurting air currents directly blew the space blades that were coming at Zhang Chenjai, causing them to sway continuously. Some space blades were blown away. Chen Daoxuan was stunned when he saw such a violent scene. He knew that he could not reach the level of a top-tier true lord, but he could still reach the peak of the late-stage nascent soul realm. Such a terrifying attack was actually broken by Zhang Chenjai's breath. What was even more terrifying was that the other space blades that were not blown away could not even hurt Zhang Chenjai's hair. The other party's body was too terrifying. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of surrendering. Even though he knew that the foundation of these prodigy disciples of the top clans would definitely far exceed his imagination, he still did not expect that the other party's foundation would be so strong. With this body, Zhang Chenjai was naturally invincible. No wonder he was so arrogant before, saying that he would defeat Chen Daoxuan in 3 moves. Perhaps in the eyes of the other party, defeating Chen Daoxuan in 3 moves was already a very modest statement. Are you done? Zhang Chenjai stared at Chen Daoxuan with his eyes that were like small celestial bodies and said indifferently, "Then, it's my turn." After saying that, Zhang Chenjai didn't use any magical equipment. He simply clenched his fist and punched toward Chen Daoxuan. In front of this punch, the suppressive powers of the space blades, the stellar swordsmanship, and the world projection were all destroyed by Zhang Chenjai's punch. Just as the terrifying fist was about to reach him, Chen Daoxuan's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. However, Zhang Chenjai's target was not Chen Daoxuan at all, but the array light screen behind him. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The fist, which was hundreds of feet in diameter, smashed into the light screen of the Nine Palaces formation. In an instant, in a flash, cracks appeared on the light screen of the Nine Palaces formation, as if it would collapse in the next moment. One had to know that this was a middle-grade Tier 7 array formation. Normally speaking, even if an Essence Soul Dao Lord came personally, he might not be able to break it so easily. It was said that Chen Daoxuan had not been able to fully unleash the power of this array, but Zhang Chenjai's punch was really too terrifying. Zhang Chenjai was slightly stunned when he saw that his punch did not break the Nine Palace formation. However, he was only stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to throw a second punch, Chen Daoxuan finally activated the second power of the Nine Palaces formation, space-time turbulence. In front of Zhang Chenjai, a river of time and space suddenly appeared. This river of time and space was vast and mighty, directly devouring the attack of his second punch. Soon outside the Nine Palaces formation, the attack that was swallowed by the river of space-time was directly transferred to the depths of the endless void by Chen Daoxuan's array formation. In everyone's eyes, a beam of light shot out from the light screen of the Nine Palaces formation, shooting towards an unknown direction. However, most of the people present were top perfected lords. They could feel that if this beam of light were to attack them, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. Hence, everyone's faces turned ashen. A battle of this level was simply unheard of to them. Compared to the battle between Chen Daoxuan and the other two, the so-called battle between nascent soul cultivators in the Yun nation was like a child's play. It was not worth mentioning at all. Yayin saw this scene. Chapter 598. His heart tightened. The current situation was completely out of his control. Not only had Chen Daoxuan broken through to the world level, but he was also astonishingly powerful. He was actually able to hold his own against the chosen of the Zhang clan. Inside the grotto heaven magical treasure that Yayin carried with him, Yi Tiankai, who had been paying attention to the situation on the battlefield, sensed Yayin's unstable aura. He quickly comforted him with soul consciousness, "Brother Yat, don't be impatient." Hearing this, Yayin couldn't help but rub the pagoda-shaped heavenly abode magic tool on his waist, his heart slightly calming down. Yi Tiankai was right. He still had a world-level cultivator, so the situation wasn't dire yet. Within the light screen, Zhang Chenjai looked at the river of time and space between him and Chen Daoxuan, and his expression became serious. The distance between the two of them was clearly very close, but it was as if there was an endless time between them. They could see but not touch. Zhang Chenjai knew very well that this was the power of time and space. Chen Daoxuan borrowed the power of the array formation to cast the river of space-time. It could devour and divert his attacks, making them all miss. However, Zhang Chenjai, who had rich combat experience, could tell at a glance that although this kind of devouring and transferring was magical, it must have its upper limit. Otherwise, this kind of array formation would be invincible. Thinking of this, Zhang Chenjai smiled and punched the river of time in front of him. Under Zhang Chenjai's crazy attacks, the river of time swept up waves. However, no matter how many waves were created, Zhang Chenjai could not touch Chen Daoxuan, who was on the other side of the river of time. Opposite him, Chen Daoxuan looked calm, but in reality, he was under immense pressure. Zhang Chenjai's strength was far stronger than he had imagined. Even with the help of a Tier 7 array formation, he was unable to defeat the other party at all. Instead, his dharmic powers and the Xianhuang world's world energy were being frantically consumed by the other party. Although Chen Daoxuan had never seen the world that Zhang Chenjai had opened up, he was certain that the other party's world had a much deeper foundation than the Xianhuang world. After several hundred consecutive punches, the Zhang Chenjai looked at the unbreakable river of time and finally stopped. Just as Chen Daoxuan thought that he was going to admit defeat, nomological patterns on the other party's right arm kept entangling and spinning. The terrifying power of the world once again poured into Zhang Chenjai's right arm. This time, due to the infusion of too much world power, even Zhang Chenjai's body began to crack. Within the light screen, the river of time began to churn violently before it was attacked. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to be negligent at all. Not only did he frantically infuse his dharmic powers into the array disk in front of him, but he also frantically injected the world power of the Xianhuang world into the array formation. Although the Xianhuang world could not be compared to the world that Zhang Chenjai had opened up, it was still the second layer of the world after all. It was an existence that separated yin and yang. Both sides were of the same world level. The river of space-time, which was originally only a few hundred feet wide, had suddenly become several times wider after Chen Daoxuan's investment without considering the cost. It was more than 1,000 feet wide. But very quickly, Zhang Chenjai's fist slammed violently on the 1,000-foot-wide river of space-time. Boom! The river of space-time was almost pierced through by Zhang Chenjai's punch. The fierce attack almost broke through the shackles of the river of space-time and bombarded Chen Daoxuan's body. However, in the end, this ferocious attack still failed to break through the defense of the river of space-time. It was transferred to the endless void by the Nine Palace formation. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chenjai, who was in the center of the array, nodded and said, "Although your attacks are mediocre compared to world-level cultivators, your defense is quite impressive. Brother Zhang, you flatter me." Chen Daoxuan knew that he was still far from Zhang Chenjai's ferocious attack. However, Chen Daoxuan was still confident in the defensive power of the river of space-time, the second power of the Nine Palaces formation. This was also why he dared to challenge the other party. However, Chen Daoxuan had thought that he would win without a doubt after trapping Zhang Chenjai with the array formation. He did not expect Zhang Chenjai to be stronger. That's right. Although Chen Daoxuan had blocked all of Zhang Chenjai's attacks, his own magic power and world power had already been exhausted in resisting the attack just now. Dharmic powers were still manageable. Chen Daoxuan had the White Lotus of Fate, which could be replenished at any time. However, the power of the world was not so easy to replenish. In particular, Chen Daoxuan, Xian, and Huang had just opened up, and they were still very fragile, and even more so, they couldn't blindly toss around. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan believed that if they continued fighting, Zhang Chenjai would definitely win. Without the support of the power of the world, Chen Daoxuan's strength was not much stronger than the top nascent souls. Yi Tiankai couldn't use the power of the world after Qin Zhan caused a huge ruckus in his world. He was almost defeated by Chen Daoxuan. As they spoke, Zhang Chenjai's body suddenly shrank and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Chen Daoxuan waved his sleeves and put away the 9 palatial array. At this point, the battle between the two finally came to an end. "Fellow Daoist Chen, I keep my word. You can use the greenwood cauldron for a while. Not only that, this is yours." As he spoke, Zhang Chenjai threw a jade slip over. Chen Daoxuan looked at the jade slip flying toward him, and his breathing couldn't help but quicken. One must know that the secret of the inheritance of the infinite star sea was recorded in it. As for the greenwood cauldron, it was not that important. This was because the refinement method of the greenwood cauldron had already been analyzed by him using Dao development. With his refining skills, he could replicate it. Chapter 599. The greenwood cauldron itself wasn't very precious. What was most precious about it was its refinement method. As long as there were a large number of greenwood cauldrons, there would be countless nascent souls and even essence souls who would constantly extract the power of creation for you. Although the cost of extracting the power of creation from the greenwood cauldron was higher than that of a cultivator's manual extraction, the efficiency was ridiculous. According to Chen Daoxuan's estimation, the efficiency of extracting the power of creation from a greenwood cauldron was comparable to that of an essence soul Dao Lord, excluding the cost. Such a treasure was simply too important to Chen Daoxuan, who was about to build and expand the bound of universe. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan took out the greenwood cauldron from his storage ring and threw it at Zhang Chenjai. "I'll return it to you." Seeing this, Zhang Chenjai hurriedly took the greenwood cauldron and frowned in confusion. "Fellow Daoist Chen, what is the meaning of this? I want to use the greenwood cauldron of the Zhang family, but I want to use it to extract some power of creation in advance. Now that one think about it, I can extract the power of creation after one breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Since this is your clan's ancestral item, you should return it as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chenjai finally realized that Chen Daoxuan could not extract the power of creation. Thank you, Brother Chen. For the first time, Zhang Chenjai saluted Chen Daoxuan. The fellow Daoists he mentioned had become Brother Chen. After some thought, Zhang Chenjai took out a storage ring. Since Brother Chen is so righteous, I can't be stingy. The power of fortune in this storage ring is my compensation to Brother Chen. After saying that, the storage ring slowly flew towards Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan took the storage ring and thanked Zhang Chenjai again. For a time, the originally tense atmosphere between the two of them not only disappeared, but they also called each other brothers. This scene made Ye Yin extremely anxious. Finally, Ye Yin couldn't help but open his mouth. Fellow Daoist Zhang, do you still remember what you promised me? Hearing this, Zhang Chenjai turned his head and looked at Ye Yin with a faint smile on his face. Elder Yat, what did this seat promise you? You are the owner of the game. Hearing this, Ye Yin couldn't help but choke. You want to use me to become your blade to clear the obstacles in the Qianyuan sword sect. Zhang Chenjai's disdainful words completely pierced through Ye Yin's hope. At this moment, Ye Yin went crazy and shouted, what about the Zhang family in the Infinite Star Sea? Zhang Taihao? They are the Zhang family's branch. Are you not going to ask? The Zhang family of the Infinite Star Sea. Zhang Chenjai sneered. Ever since their ancestor stole our clan's ancestral item, he was removed from the clan. You can't be so naive as to think that I would attack for the sake of a traitor's descendant, right? So, your goal was the Greenwood Cauldron from the beginning. I've said this before. It's just that you've been harboring unrealistic fantasies. After that, Zhang Chenjai stopped talking nonsense with Ye Yin. He cupped his hands at Chen Daoxuan and Fei Qingxiu and said, Sect Master Fei, Brother Chen, fellow Daoist Qin, I won't hinder you from dealing with the traitors. After saying that, Zhang Chenjai's figure instantly disappeared. On the field, only Ye Yin and Fei Qingxiu were left. That was not right. More accurately speaking, Ye Yin was hiding a world-level true lord within his estate world magic treasure. Looking at everyone's intense gazes on him, Ye Yin went completely crazy and roared, Fei Qingxiu, do you think you've won for sure? Brother Yat, I'll take my leave first. Just as Ye Yin was roaring, a stream of light suddenly rushed out of his Eden magic tool and disappeared in an instant. His last trump card had actually run away. Ye Yin was completely in despair. Chapter 600 Yi Tiankai. The figure that escaped from Ye Yin's grotto heaven magic tool shocked everyone present. Especially Qin Zhan. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The enemy leader that the Qianyuan sword sect had worked so hard to deal with had actually appeared in the camp of his own sect elders. Junior brother, stop chasing. Seeing Yi Tiankai disappear, Qin Zhan tried to chase after him, but Fei Qingxiu stopped him. Her soul consciousness was stronger than Qin Zhan's, so she could easily sense that Yi Tiankai wasn't going back the way he came. He had been drawn to his own world. It was obvious that the other party wanted to use the world he had created to take the dangerous path of the two-realm abyss. As such, Qin Zhan naturally could not catch up. Qin Zhan heard Fei Qingxiu stop him and stopped in his tracks unwillingly. However, his eyes turned red as he looked at Ye Yin and said hatefully, Ye Yin, you actually dare to betray the sect. Ye Yin's heart sank when he saw Fei Qingxiu, Qin Zhan, and the other top perfected cultivators of the Qianyuan sword sect glaring at him. Not bad. I did collude with the enemy, but one didn't betray the sect. Ye Yin's face was flushed red. He raised his hand and pointed at Fei Qingxiu. It's that bitch Fei Qingxiu who is the traitor of the sect. As he spoke, Ye Yin looked at Fei Qingxiu. Did I say anything wrong? Sect Master Fei. Being insulted by Ye Yin, Fei Qingxiu's expression did not change. Instead, she said indifferently, Elder Yat, is this really your last words? Winner takes all. One have nothing to say, but don't put on a hypocritical expression. Do you dare to pat your chest and say that everything you did was for the sect? Hearing this, Fei Qingxiu was silent. The other top perfected cultivators didn't say anything either. Indeed, Fei Qingxiu's efforts in supporting wandering cultivators these years could not be said to be for the sect. If it was for the sect, Fei Qingxiu should use these resources to train the disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect, not to train the itinerant cultivators of the Infinite Star Sea. From this point of view, Ye Yin seemed to be right. After all, Fei Qingxiu had not cultivated just one or two itinerant cultivator monarchs over the years, but nearly 500. This number was so large that it affected the war in the Yun nation. If these resources were used to cultivate the direct disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect, the strength of the sect would definitely increase greatly. At least, there would be hundreds of nascent souls in the sect. After all, the path of cultivation was all about resources. The Qian Yuan sword sect and the Xianqing Dao alliance fought to the death for the resources of the Yun nation. In the eyes of the higher UPS of the Qian Yuan sword sect, Fei Qingxiu was indeed giving too much preferential treatment to the itinerant cultivators. This was also the fundamental reason why Huan Qi, including perfected Lord Lin Wu and the other top perfected lords, sometimes disliked Fei Qingxiu. If not for this, Yayin had no sense of justice, and his strength and talent were not at an advantage. How could he contend with Fei Qingxiu for so long? It was all because the sect was extremely dissatisfied with Fei Qingxiu's actions over the past few hundred years. Elder Yat, the future will eventually prove that everything I've done is correct. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Yayin laughed maniacally. Fei Qingxiu, you're a hypocrite. Why are you pretending to be a good person? The path of cultivation is to fight against the heavens. Who do you think you are to give alms to those nobodies in the mortal world? Can you give it to me? As he spoke, Yayin looked at Huan Qi and the others. Fei Qingxiu has gone crazy. Don't tell me you guys are going to go crazy with her? Do you really think that everything Yayin, have done is for the cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea? I'm doing this for the sect, for the sect. Speaking up to this point, Yayin could not help crying. Sigh. Huan Qi sighed, Brother Yat, you should rest. Just as the sect master said, the future will prove who is right and who is wrong. Don't tell me, even you think I did something wrong. Yayin's eyes were red as he looked at Huan Qi. Huan Qi shook his head and looked straight at the other party. Right or wrong, one won't judge, but you shouldn't have allied with foreign enemies and betrayed the sect. Hearing this, Yayin nodded. I know that cooperating with Yi Tiankai is like asking a tiger for its skin. But I have no way out. Forget it, forget it. In the end, it was all for nothing, nothing. As he spoke, he looked at Fei Qingxiu. You're right. After saying that, Yayin's nascent soul first emitted flames, followed by his corporeal body. Finally, Yayin's body was completely enveloped by the flames until it was completely reduced to ashes. When everyone saw Yayin commit suicide, they could not help falling silent again. After a long time. Let's go back to the sect. Fei Qingxiu sighed. Yes, sect master. Everyone agreed and followed Fei Qingxiu and Chen Daoxuan back to the sect. In just 3 days, the turmoil that Yayin's death brought to the sect was forcefully suppressed by Fei Qingxiu. This was obvious. Yayin's group was indeed at the end of their rope. The other party had only asked Yi Tiankai to cooperate with them for a desperate fight. The result proved that he had lost. Qian Yuan Sword Sect. In front of the Spirit Lake where Chen Daoxuan and Fei Qingxiu first met. In the pavilion, Fei Qingxiu smiled at Chen Daoxuan. Fellow Daoist Chen, please take a seat. I hope fellow Daoist Chen won't blame me for neglecting you for the past few days. Sect master is too polite. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and smiled. Yayin has passed away. The sect is busy with internal matters. Sect master has already taken time out of his busy schedule to meet me. How can you say that you're neglecting me?